husband's hometown. Look up at the vast sky and hear an awful sound. 4 hellfire missiles in the sky. I watch my life flash before my eyes. But at least there's one huge plus. We know that the bomber was a gay woman drone pilot. Hashtag girl boss. A gay woman drone pilot. Hashtag girl boss. I'm here to get my kid from school. I pull up, don't see him at all. I stop the car to head inside when a black van cuts me off. An armed agent steps out of the van. Next thing I know, I'm in an ICE camp, and I won't see my son again. At least I wasn't deported by a man. Brown woman, ICE agent. Hashtag girl boss. A brown woman, ICE agent. Hashtag girl boss. I got laid off by a woman CEO. Oh yeah, it was hashtag woke. Israel destroyed my olive farm to build a settlement. Thank God the IDF has gay soldiers in it. We'll continue bombing Yemen. It's fine, the Pentagon will be led by a black man. Don't you know the world's inherently violent? That's why we need more women drone pilots. Someone murdered a white family in the year 1983. Multiple witnesses saw the crime that night. They all agreed the killers were white. The police had a different idea in mind. They found a black man to malign. They framed and sentenced him to death. His appeal rejected by Harris. Black South Asian prosecutor. Hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian prosecutor. Hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian vice president. Hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian
What's going on, everybody?
president.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Hasan. I'm broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday. It's Monday News Day, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. It is Monday, August 4th, 2025. 12:08 p.m. I'm late by not only 24 hours, but I guess technically 25 hours, so it might as well be. I took a day off yesterday, as you guys know, and obviously this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. So yeah, this is where I will tell you why I was not around yesterday, folks. Ended the broadcast on Saturday night and took a whole day off. It's crazy. At this point, it's like, that's a full day, you know? It's no longer quiet quitting on the half day side. It's basically full quitting on a full day. But there's a good reason for it, of course. It's because I was doing a photo shoot for a magazine. I was doing a photo shoot for a magazine yesterday in my house, as a matter of fact. So very cool, very exciting opportunity. And that is the reason why I couldn't stream. It went long. But did I do some relaxing? No. Fuck no. I actually have a very embarrassing story for you guys. Did you crash Cutie's dinner? I did not. I was crashing boards, though, while that was happening. Now, let me tell you something. Okay? Let me tell you. So yesterday, I woke up early, as always. I went to play a little bit of basketball for this photo shoot, right? Because I needed to get Kaya to run around and get her energy out. And I needed to also get my energy out. And, you know, I ran a full court game, something nice, something slight, not a big deal, right? Whatever. Then I did the photo shoot for like a couple hours, like 4 or 5 hours. Okay. Another 20K down the drain. Yeah, I know. I'm paying so much. I'm paying so much for this. So thank you for funding the Piker Broadcasting Service. Your contributions go directly to my PR initiative, which is, of course, 20 grand a pop. As you guys know, Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime allows you to support my expensive PR initiatives. Anyway, all jokes aside, so I did the photo shoot, and the reason why I'm late this morning is because I did an interview that accompanies the photo shoot as well. But after the photo shoot was done, I had a little chicken wrap as well. As always, as you guys know, I'm on my chicken wrap shit, eating the really going hard on the California Chicken Cafe chicken wraps. Okay. Did it cost 20K extra to do the, yeah. Yeah, it cost 20K for the interview, 20K for the photo shoot. That's how it is. And another 20K to make me look sexy in the photo shoot. Basically, I had a chicken wrap, and then I was supposed to ball again with Buddha, right? But then Buddha was like, yo, let's pull up to the game that like Ludwig throws with like Aiden in them, okay? Because they play basketball in like various different parks, on certain days. So I was like, sure, why not? And there was like 30 people there. We had to do 3 full court games. It was crazy, okay? And let me tell you, this is where the story goes south, okay? First off, let me explain to you something, okay? Let me explain to you something. I went out there, okay, with Buddha. And I started playing, but as basketball players know, you go to different outdoor courts, everyone's got a different seasoning to it, okay? Some outdoor courts are double rim. Most outdoor courts are double rim, but like some of them are jankier, some of them are shorter, some of them have like a tilt. You know, there's the good rim versus the bad rim. Always when you're playing full court, these are important. Where the sun is shining, that's important. So like it takes a while to get used to the court that you're a part of. It takes a while to get used to and to get comfortable with the courts, okay? Because sometimes you're just fucking shooting and nothing is hitting, okay? Nothing is hitting. You're watching the ball roll and then boop, out of nowhere, flick off the rim. Like the other team's got voodoo magic on their side. Like the other team's got God on their side. No aura, okay? No aura whatsoever. Terrible business. And I'll be honest, that's what happened to me the first like 2 games. Okay, I tried to lock in and I just kept losing over and over again. My teams kept losing. Some players were good, some players were bad, but we just kept losing. Now it's a fucking team sport, you know? Basketball is a team sport, but I will admit I was not contributing. Okay, I was not contributing until I had to understand it now, lethal shooter style. Okay. First 2 games we lose. Third game, I'm really tired, but I'm finally starting to get a feel of the rims, okay? And third game, we lose again, but at least this time I locked in, and we were like, the games were at 25, 2s and 3s, full court, and I think we were like losing by 15 or something, and I brought it all the way back up to like 19, but we lost 19-25. Okay. Then, as the best loser out of all the brackets, we played the worst winner. A team that won their match, but not by a lot, versus a team that lost their match, but not by a lot. So we're fucking playing, okay? We're playing. It's back and forth. It's like 9-11 for literally like 10, 15 minutes. I'm dying. I'm so tired at this point. I'm sweating like I've never sweat before, okay? Then all of a sudden, the dude I'm guarding is their best player on their team, goes Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct and starts fucking dropping three-pointers left and right. 4 in a row. And these are deep. Like, I'm talking Jokic threes, okay? We're talking logo threes. Like, crazy. You're like, you wouldn't ever on a double rim. You're not going to guard a guy at, who's doing a fucking half-court shot, basically. Okay? He didn't do 4 threes in a row, but he went on a tear. All of a sudden, the score is like 11-24. Okay, 11-24. He got 1 half point remaining. This team has 1 half point remaining. And I fucking went Ultra Instinct back. I locked in. I said, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving the goddamn courts on another L, okay? 4 L's is a bridge too far. I'm going the fuck in. Are you PG? I played point guard, shooting guard, I played power forward, and I played center. I played all the roles. Chat, believe me when I tell you this, we won that game. We went from 11-24 to a game to 25 to 25-24, and we won. I dropped 22 points. 22 points. I went crazy. If you don't believe me, ask Buddha. He was there. He was on my team. Or Elam. He was also on my team. I went crazy mode. No, they're not 62-year-olds, man. They're all like fucking content creators and shit. Like, they're younger than me. All of them were younger than me. Kuroko no Basket ass plotline? Yeah, no, it was crazy. No, this is... I ulted. I freaking ulted. It was crazy. But the story doesn't end there. Now we're done. Okay? Wilt Chamberlain 100-point game type shit. Okay? It's not on camera. This is off camera. So stop saying, oh, Piker it didn't happen. It's not. Okay, don't believe me if you don't want to. But you'll believe what happened afterwards. Okay? I sit down. I'm laying down and I'm like so beat I can't even move my body, right? I'm so beat I can't move my body. I feel like death. This dude comes up. He's like, "Oh, y'all have a pump." I was like, "I have a pump." I give him the pump. He pumps his ball. He comes back. He's like, "Yo, by the way, are you Hasan?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's me." He's like, "Do you mind if we take a photo?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, of course." And let me tell you, things took a very different turn after that. I got up, and boy, was that a difficult endeavor. I got up to take a photo with this dude, and I got the worst ab cramps I have ever gotten. Remember when I was like fake nutting in front of the Finnish national broadcaster when they were here, and you guys like put that clip on Twitter and you were like, "Oh, he's moaning because I'm under the desk," or whatever? Worse than that. 50K bookmark moan clip. I could not breathe and I could not speak. From getting up, from standing up, my abs cramped so hard because I had expended all the electrolytes, all the salt in my body. Literally, all of my muscles were cramping. Every single muscle in my body was cramping. Anything that I like even remotely flexed, cramp. Okay? And it was crazy. It was the worst possible thing. It was the worst possible cramp I've ever experienced in my life. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't talk. I was like, "I'm sorry. I can't speak." And the dude is just like sitting there. The dude is sitting there being like, "What the fuck?" He's just looking at me like, "Damn, bro, are you okay? Like, I'm so sorry that this is happening to you." And I literally was like, "Someone please give me a liquid IV." Buddha gave me his Gatorade, his like remaining Gatorade. One of the dudes that I was playing with gave me a liquid IV. I downed both of them immediately. Cramp's not going away at all. The cramp subsides a little bit. I take a photo with the guy. I'm literally fucking stretching like crazy, trying to like pack my bag and shit, put Kaya in the car. I'm driving back home. It's me, Buddha, and Elam. We're gonna go, I'm ordering food. We're gonna eat food, right? They're driving in Buddha's car, I'm driving in mine. As I'm driving back, my leg starts cramping again. Everything is cramping. I can't even move my leg without other shit cramping. And it's like, I'm like, oh my God, this is a danger. I'm a danger on the road. I pull to the side. I pull to the first gas station I could find. Immediately go in and get one of those like Pedialyte Gatorades. Like it's like a super refresher Gatorade and another thing of water. And I downed both of those things, and it gave me a little bit more strength to go through. Okay, Gator Light, yeah. On the way back home, I also noticed that my fingers, and I have a photo of this, I'm gonna show you, hold on. My fingers were yellow. These two fingers were just straight up yellow, especially this one. And there was no blood on my fucking middle finger. And I don't know what the hell that was, but that freaked me the fuck out. It's the second time this has happened now. And it was so freaky, like, it looked dead. Hold on. I'll show you. Can you tell from here over here? Probably not, because there's a light shining on it, but you can maybe tell like this. Hold on, I got another one. 1 second. I'll show you the other side of the finger, which is even worse. You see that? It was like straight up yellow. It was a zombie finger. Yeah, Raynaud's, you might have it. I looked it up. It's fine. It's nothing. I don't have it. Anyway, Raynaud's syndrome or whatever it's called, right? Yeah. It's not like debilitating. It's fine. It's not the end of the world, because you just like move your finger around and there's blood circulation getting back into it eventually. But basically the reason why I'm telling you all this is because I'm 34. Okay? And it's not good. Being 34, not good. 2-a-days is dangerous now. Can't do 2-a-days no more. Dangerous prospect. Came back home, down 2 honey stringer packs that like long distance runners use, that has like potassium and sugar and electrolytes and everything you need in it. Down 2 of them. Had my dinner. I'm finally good. Sounds like you dehydrated yourself to organ failure. I think so, almost. I feel great though. I mean, it was awesome, and I'm glad I got that. I'm glad I got that victory at the end. It's not supposed to be that consequential, but it is to me, you know. But you should look into restore those IV services that give you performance and recovery IVs. That's what I do every month. You could probably do it more often. Nah. Rhabdomyolysis is no. Oh, you mean, what is it? Oh, rhabdo. Isn't it is it rhabdomyolysis or rhabdomythiosis? I thought it was called, or whatever it fucking called. I know you. No, I didn't get rhabdo, dude. Calm down. I would be dead. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, if you can literally kill yourself by exercising too hard. That's not even a joke. Like, if your body is not used to that level of activity, which mine is, mine was just dehydration, extreme dehydration. That's all it is. Because I was sweating so much under the sun, and I just I didn't have enough electrolytes. I thought like the Gatorade and all this stuff would have helped. It didn't. It wasn't enough. And I feel great. I feel great now. Did you eat before? Yeah, I had a wrap earlier in the day. Rhabdomyolysis. Yeah, I know. The Pit episode 1 triathlon guy, I know. You're going to peep these gifteds or what? I'm trying to set something up, Poppy Chulo. Kevin Cruz 65. Thank you for the 10 gifted. I peeped the gifteds. At that point, it's too late. The electrolytes will help you recover eventually, but you're still going to feel it. Yeah. When I got home, I couldn't even, my quads were cramping up. Like anything that I was activating muscle wise was just cramping the fuck up. It was crazy. But anyway, went to bed last night, woke up early as always. Had the magazine, had the journalist with me, tagging along. He's still here. He's like watching intently, listening in. I did an interview. That's why I'm late. I worked out this morning, so I'm good. Like, I'm fine. You know? But I do realize, I recognize now that at my age, and not just at my age, but like I just need to be more careful. I need to be more careful with like I need to be more careful with hydration, especially, you know? Because I try to be as careful as possible with like I try to limit the injuries that I could potentially get. And I've done a decent job with that. You know, I do like the proper activations and stuff like that when I'm working out. But obviously playing is because you drank over the weekend. No, I didn't. I did not drink. What are you talking about? And LeBron is 40. Yeah, but LeBron literally does not play outdoors. He has said before that like playing outdoors is playing outdoor basketball is the worst possible thing you can do to your body. And he's right. But anyway, LeBron also isn't downing 40 sodas a stream. Okay, here we go. All the fucking doctors, bro. All the doctors in the chat. Everyone's got an MD, dude. My dick. That's what MD stands for. Okay. LeBron famously cramped one time in the finals when the AC broke. Yeah, well, it happens to the best of us. But yeah, I had a great time with Buddha and Elam. Okay, so let's blast off because we got a lot going on. We got a lot happening in the world, and we got to talk about all of those things as always. Okay. We got job numbers drama, Texas redistricting drama, oh, I wrote that wrong. Redistricting. Disaster relief is anti-Semitic. Gaza updates. Tariffs are coming. At some time, you will recognize you are wrong. About what? I am 43 years old and I can do a triathlon better than most 25-year-olds. Fix your diet. Don't use age excuses. My diet's great. Stop binge eating sugary stuff. Also, you need to. Also seems you need to check your mineral levels. Wait, what? I don't eat. Bro. I'm memeing when I say it's my age, dude. What are you talking about? Why'd you take that so personally? And also, secondly, why did you just like make up what I eat? You don't know me. Anyway. Also, I talked to Bassem Youssef, and I'm looking to do some kind of collab with him. Does anyone have a blast off meme? Yeah, my potassium levels are low for sure. Netanyahu update leaning towards taking Gaza. Yeah. Wow, shocking. Do we have a blast off meme? Black Boy Max funny.
What up, Broski? How you doing, Broski? Huh? How you doing, Broski?
Doing great. How y'all doing?
Question, is this a sundown town?
Oh yeah. Like 9 o'clock, everything's closed.
So,
He's gone.
where is he going? Where's he going?
Wait, I don't think Big Bear is a. Is Big Bear? Aren't they in Big Bear? It's not a sundown town, is it? Like not in the way that, like it's actually used. He didn't know what that meant. No, I mean he's running because he knows what it actually means, but I don't think he's applying it correctly to in the like, or the people that told him it is a sundown town don't know what it means because it's not. They don't understand what that means. Because that's not. Oh yeah, it's a sundown town. Everything closes at 9 is not. Like I think white people, I guess, didn't know what it meant, and they told him that yes, it is a sundown town without realizing what that implies. And maybe Black Boy Max is memeing because he does.
Run that fast? Wait, where's he going?
Domino's is open till 2 a.m. That's like the only place.
I remember going to Alabama as a teen. Everything was closed at 8 p.m. on a Friday. I was freaking out. I need to walk around Meisure at 1 a.m. aimlessly. Is it? I don't know. It's not, right? Big Bear is not like, for those of you who don't know what a sundown town is like, a sundown town is, oh, dude, I already like this one. Dude, I love this. Aristotle explains how liberation only comes from revolution. No, a sundown town originally means, OG means like, you know, certain fucking towns in the southern states where after, if you're black, it's not safe. Okay? That's just what it means. It's like they'll lynch you. And not just in the southern states either. It's just like it's all over. Places, towns that are just fucking racist, and they will lynch you if you're like a black person, you know, in like a small group or by yourself. That's literally what it means. Yeah, and not just in the southern states. And some of these places in America still have like sundown towns straight up. Like, it's not even a joke. So there is, do you guys not know what the Green Book is? Like, I literally have one right here. Like, originally there was an entire like traveler's guide for black people to figure out like where they could go and where they couldn't go. Look. The Green Book. The Guide to Travel and Vacations. Travel Wise People Travel by the Green Book. For 16 years, the guide is used by experienced travelers. These are from, this is the 1959 edition. Guide for Travel and Vacations. The Green Book. Hotels, motels, restaurants, tourist homes, vacation resorts. Carry your Green Book with you. You may need it. And it just like tells you whichever state you're in, what hotels you can stay in and stuff like that. Literally. This is the type of shit black people had to do in this goddamn country, bro. It's fucking insane. This is the 1940 edition. Okay. This is the 1959 edition. And then I guess this is the latest edition, maybe? I don't know which edition this is. For 16 years, the guide used by experienced travelers. Oh, this is the 1954 edition, and then this is the 59 edition. But yeah. But that's where the concept of sundown towns come from. It's not the Gaddafi green book. I got both green books. This is the different green book. Anyway, yeah, America is a crazy country, and it's like not so distant past. And also, currently, there's still hella sundown towns in this country. Like, that's not even a joke. There's like literally places where if you're a black person, if you're a brown person, like you're unsafe, especially after the sun goes down. So I don't know if Big Bear is one of those places. I don't think it is, but maybe it is. I don't know. Yeah, look, this is like, I guess this is is this a current sundown town, like, or has been in the past? Like places that used to be and are still sundown towns. Like, look at LA, or look at, not LA, but wait, this is ass, dude. Where's Clanty? Like, this doesn't even have Santee. Okay, this sucks. This list is incomplete. What the fuck is Clanty? Is Santee, also known as Clanty. Yeah, this list is trying to get motherfuckers killed. This is like, this list is baiting people to go to these places. Yeah, San Diego mentioned. Big homie, look up Glendale. It was a sundown town. Yeah, that's what I heard. Oh, anyway, I can't believe this is like a little meme that Max was doing turned into all of this. But do we have a blast off meme chat? Because I still haven't blasted off. Santee is more diverse now. Lakeside is the new Clanty. Yes, I know. We're gonna talk about the fucking insane OnlyFans shit with Lil Tay and what we need to do to fix society. And I can't say what I think openly, but it is crazy that Lil Tay turned 18 and then did OnlyFans and got thousands of people that subscribed. I think that's a list that you need to give to the FBI. You know what I mean? Like, that's like a FBI list ready to go. I live 2 minutes away from Clanty. Dude wore a hood inside of Vaughn's. Yeah, I think OnlyFans is responsible for it too, for sure. Okay. Is Jover. Yeah, I saw Jube did a piece with Uncle Chunk Weigert. I saw that. I'm going to talk about that briefly. I don't know if it was like productive discourse or not. But yeah, here it is. We're blasting off, ladies and gentlemen. Chunk Yogurt on the Jube. It was a headache. Whatever. When's the Christmas in July with Jank? GOP comms director throwing a Roman. Wait, that is the GOP comms director? This lady is a, oh my God, she's literally the Omaha Young Republicans chair, comms director for Nebraska GOP. What? Bro, dude, I saw this. Why is this the new meta for white ladies on Twitter? I've seen like 5 different white women that look exactly the same throwing up the Roman salute on the timeline this past weekend. It's like, I guess this is the new thing now. This is just what's happening. Is that what's going on? Like, people are just heiling Hitler casually? What the fuck? Bro, okay. I go back and forth on this, but do we bring back cancel culture? Is that what we're supposed to be doing nowadays? Is that what it is? Like, what the fuck is this? I saw this one. And then I saw this one. And now this. What is happening? They saw one Sydney Sweeney ad and went crazy, bro. They saw one American Eagle ad and they were like, oh, the eagle stands for the Nazi eagle. Actually. Where's the ADL on this? Bro, dude, don't. They're too busy. They're too busy clip farming so they can find something to get mad about that I did the other day or some shit. You know what I mean? Because I said Israel's apartheid state doing a genocide. The peak of real anti-Semitism. Not this, of course, because I'm sure these ladies are pro-Israel, sufficiently pro-Israel, or at least don't talk about it enough for it to be an important point of contention. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be white boy Sharia summer, and it's turned into like fucking neo-Nazi summer, dude. It's Sig Heil summer. I don't like that. Yeah, ADL met TikTok to do content moderation. I know they're too busy. They're too busy with this. Okay, they're too busy making sure that TikTok no longer has like pro-Palestine content on it. That's what they're predisposed with. It's like the metric ton of Nazi shit, and there is a lot of Nazi shit on TikTok too, for sure. Like, I'm not gonna act like there isn't, but like almost all of it initiates from Twitter. Okay, like it's not like the dude from Singapore who owns TikTok is going up and like fucking Sig Heiling on the main stage at Trump's inauguration and actively collaborating with like neo-Nazis on TikTok and responding or reposting neo-Nazi TikToks and being like, you have said the absolute truth, when someone is like, Jews are doing great replacement theories. Like, that's Elon. Elon is the one doing it. Yeah, Show is the CEO of TikTok. Doesn't own it. I know. I'm just using an example, okay? It's crazy to me. What is this? Yeah. I know that this is like the take. It's crazy. It's crazy because it's like, damn, now I remember why I took a break from you. Yeah, it's bad. The world is bad. I rarely see this shit on Threads. No, Threads is ass too, but for different reasons. Meta is already like awful. Meta is already awful. What did the Nebraska GOP say? Statement from Nebraska GOP Chairman Mary Jane Trumper. Her name is Trumper, literally Mary Jane Trumper. That sounds like a fucking Hideo Kojima character, dude. This is Mary Jane Trumper. She is Maximum America. What the fuck? She loves Trump so much. Her name is literally Mary Jane Trumper. In support of Communications Director for the Nebraska Republican Party, Haley McAnally. Haley McAnally. The recent smear campaign against Haley McAnally, Communications Director for the Nebraska Republican Party, is as desperate as it is dishonest. The claim that she was making a Nazi salute in a moment clearly captured without any malicious or symbolic intent is utterly absurd to anyone with eyes and common sense. What? Are we... What is going on? Is it? Because it kind of feels like she was throwing it up. Am I crazy? I'm not Mr. Symbolism, right? Like, I usually tell you guys, like, focus on things that actually matter. Like, instead of the rune shape that the podium that, like, the CPAC conference is, like, happening on, listen to the words that they're saying, because they're saying Nazi shit, and that's way more impactful than just, like, trying to figure out the symbolism. Like, is this the 14 words? Are they like Heil Hitlering? But like, this kind of just feels like she's Heil Hitlering. Like, she's trying to, like, I don't know. Maybe she was doing a girly pop thing. I don't know why I'm trying to be charitable to the fucking Nebraska comms director, Nebraska GOP comms director. She, I mean, if it looks like a dog, walks like a dog, is probably fucking Sig Heiling, you know? But is just the okay sign shit from Trump 1, but even less plausible deniability. Yeah, but it's not the okay shit, because this is a sign. The entire purpose of the okay sign is that people throw this up without ill intent from time to time. This has different uses. Sig Heiling has one use. You're a Nazi. You know what I mean? So I get what you're trying to say, that this is just like they're trying to throw the okay sign. Like they're trying to use the Sig Heil in the same way as the okay sign, but like this is just the salute. There is no other use case for this. No one just like, unless you're, I guess, like hailing a cab, there is very little, there's not really another moment in time when you're just kind of putting that hand up like that. She could have been stretching and taking a pic like that at the same time. Yeah, maybe she's just neurodivergent, right? That's what we were saying. That's what people were saying about Elon. Like, oh, he's just quirked up. This girl might get stunlocked by captchas, but she definitely knew what she was doing. Yeah. Like we're not saying she's very smart, but it does kind of feel like she's throwing it up. But yeah, and the reason why this is like, this came as a sequence of events this weekend. First, it was this lady that looks like Eve Fartlow. This is like this is the Nazi version of Eve Fartlow, not the pro-Israel Nazi version of Eve Fartlow that is just Eve Fartlow, but this is the anti-Semitic Nazi, anti-Israel, I guess. I don't know actually if this person's anti-Israel or not, but like this is just Eve Fartlow. She looks exactly like Eve Fartlow. It's crazy. And it was crazy because like she said like all the pretty girls, and what's really funny about it is that when white girls do this shit, I sometimes will see their responses, and like most of the online neo-Nazi movement just overwhelmingly hate women, right? They just fucking hate women so much. So like all the replies were shitting on her. They were like, huh, of course a woman would use the wrong hand. And I think she was actually not doing the left arm. She was doing the right arm, but she used the front-facing camera. Like they were dunking on her. They were literally dunking on her. They were shitting on her. They're like, where are your children? Why don't you have children already? Stop posting photos. You know, go save the white race. You're so ugly. Like all this stuff. And obviously misogyny is a no-no. Okay. We don't participate in that. We don't partake in that. But like, it's a bit of a situation where you're just like, let them fight. You know what I mean? Let them fight amongst themselves. If you're I'm not going to defend her. You know what I mean? I'm not going to go out of my way to be like, hey, prominent neo-Nazis on the internet, don't tell this neo-Nazi woman that she ain't shit because she's a woman. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to watch from the sidelines. You know, it's like Lauren Southern writing articles about how like the alt-right movement was so mean to her. Oh, wow. Shocking. White middle American women are made in a factory outside of Des Moines. They might have changed the manufacturing standards to result in more Nazis. I don't know. Yeah, inside trade, right-wing misogyny is A-okay. I mean, misogyny is never okay. But if the Nazis are doing misogyny to other Nazis that happen to be women, I'm not going to fucking be like, you know. It's kind of like when you got, you know, like Indian fascists on the timeline, and like all of the other fucking Nazis will then like yell at the Indian guy because he's brown. You know, it's unacceptable, but it's not my battle. You know what I mean? Under different circumstances, I'm there with you. This is the one instance where I'm just like, okay, well, you kind of made your bed, didn't you? You know? You made your bed. It's funny though, because like she didn't private her account because like people were yelling at her for Sig Heiling. She privated her account, I think, because she was getting dunked on by other Nazis. This is PvP and they ain't on our team. Yeah, like I'll third party this. You know what I mean? I'll just like push some buttons. I'll third party both sides. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not touching it. Like you just sit back. Sometimes not everything needs a reaction. Okay. Sometimes you just sit back and enjoy the show. This is one of those moments. Okay. No, the enemy of my enemy is not my friend. The enemy of my enemy is still my enemy in this instance. But they can fight amongst themselves all day, every day, and I'll just fucking, you know, I'm not gonna step in. Okay. Bro, the replies I got from QRTing this are insane. It's so fucked, dude. It is so fucked. It's crazy that we just never talk about Twitter. Like, all of this back and forth discourse on like TikTok is so anti-Semitic. This platform is anti-Semitic. That platform, like, it's Twitter, man. It's Twitter. That's where it's coming from. All of the metric ton of evil is coming directly from Twitter. I saw her arguing with Nazi saying thumb ring equals high body count in the replies. I know. What is this? Not to post grinder on main. I don't know if I can show this then. What is this?
Yes, you are fighting for the people in Gaza, for starving for food. But you forgot about me, the need that I have for a cock in my mouth.
That'll be it for today. Some things are better left unwatched, unheard, unsaid. Okay? I come back first day and I'm not even an hour into the broadcast and Nandre hits me with this shit, dude. Really? That's I missed it. Play it again, please. No, I will never play it again. Vibes ruined. Yeah, almost died yesterday. The fact that people don't realize that Elon's original actual truth comment is what prompted him to go on an anti-Semitism apology tour to Auschwitz, and then Israel with Ben Shapiro is fucking insane to me. People point to those trips as evidence he's not anti-Semitic when the reason he did it was because he was anti-Semitic. Yeah, it's like when Marjorie Taylor Greene had to go to like a Holocaust museum and write a book report about how the Holocaust happened after she said Jews have space lasers. Like, you just... That's like that's ADL shit. Like, that's what they used to do. You know what I mean? Back in the day, they'd be like, you've said something insanely anti-Semitic. Now you have to write a book report. Okay. Now they've just kind of given up on that. They just literally will be like, oh, well, you said something insanely anti-Semitic. Now you have to defend Israel extra hard. Anyway, this was... People want to do the Nazi salute publicly until it starts having social consequences. And then this lady came out and also was doing it. Like this lady saw the other lady do the salute and was like, oh, it's me time. It's time for me. Remember when the owner of this site said Nazis would have the freedom of speech and not freedom of reach, and then blasted a Nazi salute on national television, and content like this goes viral regularly? Like, this has 20K likes, man. Bro, back in the day, okay, white ladies that did not have like any sort of decipherable, discernible, interesting personality quirks would just be like a regular run-of-the-mill Republican. Now, they just hit the Sig Heil. What is going on? You used to lose your job because of this? Yeah, it's over. It's fucking crazy. Be honest, is this a good thing? No. No, it's not. No, I think that there should be some social stigma associated with one of the most violent historic movements of all time. Like, I think that chatter was asking that question because they're saying, like, is this good that they're at least out in the open, right? Like, that's what you mean, right? But I don't think so, because the reason why I don't think it's good. Yeah, no, I know. I know. Look at my name, lol. I know. No, I don't. I was being sarcastic. Oh, okay. I logged on into Twitter on browser just because I was curious. Other people were exaggerating about the Nazis, but it's so bad. No, it's fucking terrible. Yeah. And for those of you saying, like, isn't she making fun of the other girl? No. Her username has juice, which is a substitute for Jews, and extinguisher, like Jews extinguisher. I don't think this person is like memeing about another Nazi. I think this person is a Nazi. Okay? Yeah, the juice box thing is like a common way for it's like TikTok speak. Twitter is like 75% Nazis, 25% porn. Is all fucking bots too. But yeah, this is the best take I've seen on this. Rat Limit said in February 21st, Rat Limit said, prediction, the Nazi salute will become common within 2 years. Right-wingers will half-ass it for plausible deniability, memify the backlash, and then start fully doing it as a joke to troll the libs for being hysterical enough to think we were doing it in the first place. Fascism is a little bitch ideology because it's too timid to enact its cruelty until it can frame its cruelty as retaliation against others anticipating it. Everyone, please stop saying more like 6 months, as 6 months is indeed within 2 years. Which, by the way, the people that were saying as in 6 months were literally right, low key. And so was Rat Limit, to be fair, because here we are. And it's like, here's the thing, okay? It's not good that people think that people think that this is like something that you can just do without any repercussions whatsoever. That's number one, okay? Number two, it's extra not good that these people then literally go to like websites to fucking farm donos, okay? Like, they straight up will go to like Give, Send, Go and then farm, like, it's like that lady that said the N-word to that black child at the fucking playground and then like got $1 million for doing that. Almost. And that blows my mind. Or that fucking the I'm a fascist guy from Jubilee who went and like farmed an insane amount of money again. And I don't know where this goes. You know what I mean? I have an idea. I have an idea of where this is going. But this shit ain't a meme, you know? It's not. It's just, it's not like, oh, I trolled you. I own the libs. This person was invited to the White House. Yeah, I mean, exactly. There's also this, like the libs of TikTok being like, did you know the average IQ in Somalia is 68? Dude. Chaya Reichik, you are an Orthodox Jewish woman. Why are you doing race IQ conspiracies? What the fuck is going on? Like, the people that did that historically did the Holocaust. What are you? Yeah, World War II was just a meme. Yeah, it's just like, what is going on, man? Yeah, this is Omar Fateh, who's running for mayor. We all saw Taylor Loren's interview. It's amazing. Chaya is able to breathe. I think she literally needs assistance on that front. Same thing could be argued for Laura Loomer. America's always had shrieking, hate-filled chuds like Laura Loomer, but there was a period in the past when they weren't allowed to hang out with the president at the White House. Yeah, witnesses said the shooter screamed "Free Palestine." Now the media is running to cover up another act of Islamic terrorism by the Free Palestine crowd. This was like the CTE shooter guy in New York City, where a bunch of right-wing freaks immediately jumped to claim that, like, the very same people that used to say, "Oh, the shooter is trans," is now back to their old habits, post 9/11 war on terror habits of just screaming that it's like an Islamic style terrorist every time. Okay, immediately they just, like, another mass shooting happens, even though it's like literally a fucking multiple times a week situation in the United States of America, the only country where this happens so frequently. And they go, "Oh, it must be a Muslim. It's a Muslim. It's a Muslim. It's a Muslim. They're doing Muslim style Islamic terrorism." Great stuff, man. We are so fucking cooked. Yeah, Charlie Kirk posting great replacement theory shit. Muhammad is the #1 boys' name in the UK for the second straight year, and for every year going forward, it's not going to be close. The great replacement is not a conspiracy theory, it's government policy. Trump was asked about his relationship with Laura Loomer again. Oh, God. She's a free spirit. She's a free spirit. Bring back cancel culture and exiling people from normal public life. I mean, cancel culture sucks, okay? It's heavy-handed, it sucks, and everybody hates it. But I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's... even that might be better than whatever the fuck is going on now, you know? With no... like, we need to have shame. We need to at least have, like, shame and social stigma. Does that make sense? Like, we need education, and as far as, like, social pressure goes, like, it's important for people to speak out and create an environment that tries to claw back the social permission away from out and about neo-Nazis and just, like, freaks of different varieties, because, like, it's not even just Nazis and fascists. There's also, like, a permission structure developing for pedophiles. You know what I mean? It's like every bad thing that you can do, including the worst things that you can do, right? Like, people wear that shit as a marker of pride nowadays. You know what I mean? They vice signal. They vice signal and they get clout off of it. Like, I don't know what to do anymore. Like, how do you create an environment online where people have anonymity, right? And people can, like, say really ruthless and really mean things to one another. How do you change that environment a little bit? Because, like, this doesn't happen in the real world, right? Like, this kind of behavior only happens behind closed doors at, like, a Nazi dive bar or something. It doesn't happen in the real world that often. And when it does happen in the real world, like when Elon threw up the Sig Heil, that was his falling point. Like, many Americans looked at that and were like, "I'm writing this motherfucker off. It's over." Right? They did. And there is no such, like, real back and forth when the person doing it is doing it online. Like you don't see them. You don't see them in person. There is no like immediate reaction from normal people around them, because like that is a profoundly important part of like interpersonal communication. Okay, that is the reason why the stuff that you say online behind the internet, behind a keyboard, is very different than what you would say in person. Okay, and I don't know how you like make the online rage bait, vice signaling culture resemble the real world in some ways, where there has to be like some kind of social stigma or repercussions. I don't have that much of a filter. Yeah, you're throwing up the Sig Heil in public? No, you're not doing that. You get your fucking ass beat. You're saying slurs in public? I don't think so. Like the only thing I will say is that in the real world, like the one thing I will say is that like in the real world is like the R word, right? People don't give a shit about that, but people do give a shit about it online, at least in like in some communities. That's it. With that exception, every other type of slur that you would say in public would immediately cause people to snap at you. Okay? Yeah, the R word's super common in you know, the meat space, but outside of that, any other kind of like Nazi imagery or any other kind of like genuine fucking slur, your F slur, the N word, anything like that is going to cause people around you to immediately react and be like, "What the fuck? Whoa, dude, chill. That's gross," right? And what is this? You're vindicated for this once again. Oh yeah, peace, man. Oh yeah. It's the I saw this. The people that were fucking sig heiling in Ukraine. Anyway. We'll get to that in a second too, but I mean, this is just a fucking sad state of affairs now, man. It's a real sad state of affairs. My coworker Nazi saluted twice at me at work after finding out I was a socialist. He got fired pretty much instantly. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. You can't do that. You cannot do that shit. In the real world, you cannot do that shit. Would you be able to say this in your place of business? No. Would you be able to say this in public? No. There are immediate repercussions for stuff like that. And I'm not so certain that that's a bad thing. You know what I mean? If we can't do like repercussions for this, like what can we do repercussions for? You know? Yeah, the bus driver test. You fucking Sig Heil next to the bus driver's beating your ass, dude. It's crazy. Please look at this, man. What is this? What? What the fuck are you showing? Okay, I don't know about that. Hold on. What is this? DPP is going Nazi as well? On it. Oh, dude. Dude, I've seen some stuff. I've seen some drama with the DPP. They're like falling out of favor in Taiwan fairly quickly, as a matter of fact. And I think like Trump's actions are also Trump's actions are also not playing well in Taiwan. But yeah, we'll get into that in a little bit. The two major parties in Taiwan are like the KMT, which was historically the anti-CCP party, which is now turned into the Unification Party, and the DPP, which is the pro-America party. Okay? And the DPP won, but they've had, I think they have like an interesting election system where they do like recalls and stuff. Like it's just, KMT is not, it's not, I wouldn't say KMT is pro unification, but they're more comfortable. KMT is more comfortable normalizing relations with China further now, as opposed to their implementation, which is the fucking nationalist, like, which is the nationalist party, is the continuation of the nationalist movement. KMT is pro status quo, which means normalizing relations with China and like not actively trying to separate from China. Whereas the DPP is actively pro America, like aggressively pro America. DPP is also pro status quo. Yes, because the pro status quo position is the most overwhelmingly popular position in Taiwan. Something that all the China ball knowers know, but refuse to fucking talk about. This is the number one most popular position in Taiwan is pro status quo. As in, don't fuck up the bag. We don't want to turn Taiwan into Ukraine. They tried to recall KMT legislators, but literally every one of those failed. Yeah. But KMT is at this stage. KMT at this stage is more aligned with like having a better relationship with mainland China than DPP is. DPP is like actively pro-America. Anyway, we'll get into it. We'll potentially talk about that in a little bit, but let's move on from all these fucking freaks and weirdos sig heiling. But I guess like the Nebraska GOP Nebraska GOP Chairman Mary Jane Trumper supported the comms director for Sig Heiling, said it's bullshit. The Nebraska Republican Party and the Haley McAnal strongly disavow and condemn any form of anti-Semitism and Nazis, and we believe it's critical to preserve the historical and moral seriousness of these events and not dilute them through reckless political attacks. And I probably stand with Haley McAnally, and I encourage every Nebraskan to reject this noise and stay focused on the issues that matter. So great. So yeah, they're on board with this shit. So that's cool. Yeah, speaking of Sig Heiling, nothing to see here, just some Nazi salutes to today's football match in Rivne, Ukraine. Video by Azov Sergeant Dmitry Yusishenko, who fought in Mariupol and returned from Russian captivity in 2022. I remember when you get called a fucking Nazi for having the gall to point out that the money and war material we were sending was helping Ukraine and proxy form itself into a neo-Nazi state with Azov as its main power center. Oh well, I'm sure there will be no blowback. As many of you said in 2022, it was a really bad idea for the neoliberal consensus to get involved with the proxy conflict in the sole intention of weakening Russia because you'd been driven insane by Russiagate. This is not a justification for anything Russia has done. Their invasion was illegal, and this war is their fault. However, it is also America's fault for treating Ukraine as a proxy to be bled to harm Russia for knowingly arming neo-Nazi groups in the country. I think it's still Russia that is like primarily responsible for this, as well as, Russia is still more responsible for this than anyone else. Before the Russian invasion, you could point to America's involvement and America's intervention as being a primary party that was responsible, because they were, right? So much so that they had to write legislation to be like, oops, we're not going to give weapons to neo-Nazis anymore. I remember that because I covered it at the time. This was before the Trump administration. This is under the Obama administration. So that was a big point of contention, even among American legislators, where they were like, maybe we shouldn't be giving the fucking neo-Nazi Azov battalion weapons. This is, again, before the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So, so that was definitely galvanizing for this movement. But obviously, single-handedly, Russia invading Ukraine made these guys the only game in town. Straight up. Straight up. You know? You're just doing the "you made us become a Nazi" meme? Wait, what? Oh, bullshit, Haas. The Nazi problem in Ukraine began way before the war. No, I just said that. I said that. But there's a difference. There is a difference between someone in like fucking Ohio being like, oh no, I'm imagining that the great replacement is happening, I'm going to be a Nazi now, versus a fucking country that is militarily invaded by an irredentist force that's like literally blowing up entire fucking building blocks. And then the only guys with arms and the proper experience in fucking combat are the neo-Nazis. You're going to be like, well, you know, in the past I fucking fought with these guys, but I can't hate on them right now. They're defending me. This is how it works. The fuck do you mean? I said this on like literally in the month of February in 2022. I literally wrote an extensive fucking thing about this happening. I said Russia's invasion is going to embolden all of the neo-Nazi and nationalist forces in the country, because whenever a much larger power invades a smaller country whose entire national mythology revolves around sovereignty from Russia, okay? Because that's what Ukraine is. Its entire national project is about not being Russia, okay? So if you fucking invade, if you're Russia and you invade Ukraine, then yeah, these guys are gonna fucking go full Nazi. What is the expectation? Like you just blow up. Your fucking grandmother blows up. And then what? You're supposed to be like, yeah, well, you know, my grandmother blew up because my neighbor was a Nazi. So that's fine. Is that what you think? Do you think Israel has a right to defend itself? What do you think? What kind of radicalization do you think happens when the Gaza Strip is blown up into oblivion? And I'm not even making the same consideration here, because Ukraine has national sovereignty. Ukraine had internal politics, internal dynamics, has had its own issues with this. They're not Nazis, law. These guys are not. What do you think they're doing here? I mean, if we can't say these guys are Nazis, who can we say is a Nazi, dude? What are you talking about? Hamas. No, Hamas. Oh, you were saying Hamas are not Nazis. Yeah. No, of course. I'm not saying that they are. I'm not saying that they are at all. The difference between neo-Nazi sentiment in Ukraine being different than like a radicalized force that is emancipatory is that the fucking neo-Nazis in Ukraine historically also killed Jews and participated in the fucking Holocaust. But you know what? Ukraine also had a much larger participating force in the Red Army in liberating the fucking camps. So it went both ways, but obviously in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, when you fucking come back and like invade the country, they're gonna go full Nazi. How is it helpful to paint Ukrainians as Nazis when the country is literally being invaded and colonized? Did I do that? Azov is just Hamas? No, Azov is not just Hamas. Hamas is not getting fucking weapons from America and training from America. Shut the fuck up. How do you cover this shit but not apartment buildings getting blown up by Russians? I literally just said those words. Oh my God. God damn. I just said that. This is entirely Russia's fucking fault. That was my point. They're likely Banderists, which are Nazi collaborators and Holocaust perpetrators, but Ukraine insists they're different because later on they fought the Nazis too. Unfortunately for them, you can't really ignore the stain of doing the literal Holocaust. Exactly. Some chatters don't listen or they're just bad faith. Yeah, I assume that chatter was just being bad faith. I don't know. Yeah. Have you heard about Trump using nuclear safety funds to renovate the Flying Palace monstrosity? Nice. I love that. Fuck it. What? Can you please answer? Why wouldn't they turn into full communists? A lot of former Eastern Bloc countries are insanely anti-communist due to mismanagement from the USSR, a steady flow of propaganda, but mostly like material conditions worsening over time. Anyway, Iraq is a decent analog. The fighters on the ground were fighting for unsavory groups, with the goal was the defense of their country. I mean, yeah, kind of. Nazism is becoming increasingly popular. A well-known political influencer in Taiwan was just exposed for having private chat logs where they advised supporters of the ruling party to learn anti-communist and anti-opposition tactics from the Nazis. Yeah. Okay. Let's get to all right. We'll start off with the Texas redistricting plan. For those of you who don't know, Texas wants to do a GOP redistricting to get more fucking seats and to farm the large state. Why do you sympathize with the liberation of emancipation of liberation? The national project of not being Russian sounds a lot like being Nazis. You're using that as a justification. In the past, they sided with them. Banderites were a thing long before the SMO and a reason it kicked off. Why do you sympathize with the emancipation of Palestine but not Donbass? Z pushers, listen to my words, okay? This is really important for you to understand. I'm an advocate for the Minsk agreements, okay? The Minsk agreements, which Russia certainly wanted to implement because they still wanted to have control over whatever the fuck happens in Ukrainian politics by utilizing the LPR and also DPR, was an infinitely better proposal than what the fuck is going on currently. Okay? That's number one. But there is under no circumstances a reasonable justification for Russia invading Ukraine, a sovereign power. Okay? It's just completely unacceptable. What Russia should have done is what China does and just continue doing trade and normalize relations with all the fucking European partners to increase their influence. But Vladimir Putin had different options. He had different opinions. Okay? It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous to assume that that LPR and DPR are liberated now by what? Fucking melting half of Eastern Ukraine? Like, what are we talking about? Oh, it's great, man. They did a great job. They really avoided, because everyone loves pointing to 14,000 people died in LPR and DPR. Ukraine was doing artillery strikes on its own territory against the people of Donbass, right? I know all the fucking talking points. I know the history. Okay. Now, how many people have died on both the Russian side and the Ukrainian side? How is this even better? How is this a better outcome? How is this liberatory in nature? Are you out of your fucking mind? At what point? Like, how is this a justifiable act in your eyes if your goal is to avoid further casualties? You're out of your fucking mind, dude. Oh, we liberated so hard that the entire eastern Ukrainian territory is now just mined into oblivion with landmines. Great. Yeah. And you have an analog with, it's not a one-to-one comparison, of course, but you have an analog with fucking Israel anyway. Using like historic, ridiculous reasons, claiming you're denazifying a country, using using a historic right to the land as the righteous cause for why you're invading, you know? It's crazy. Anyway, let's get to Texas Democratic legislators flee the state to protest GOP's redistricting plan. They are avoiding the state because they don't want to get arrested or forcibly brought back into Congress so that they have quorum so that they cannot push forward with this redistricting plan.
And with something that's not so fun, depending on your point of view. It's a showdown that could have a big impact on democracy in this country. In Texas, the Republicans want to withdraw the political map in a way that could help them win additional seats. So in response, Democratic lawmakers have just fled the state. Last night, they gathered in Illinois, where they called the move a power grab by President Trump. And now Republican leaders are threatening to expel and arrest them if they do not come back. Ed O'Keefe is in St. Charles, Illinois. Ed, good morning. Things getting very dicey in Texas today.
Texas and now here in Illinois as well, Gail. Good morning. At least 51 Texas House Democrats left their home state last night, came to this lovely Illinois town in order to block a Republican-written congressional map that was set to pass the State House later today. The Republican governor, Greg Abbott, is threatening to expel these legislators for not showing up for work if they don't today. The Republican attorney general is threatening to arrest them. They could face big fines, but so far, these Democrats are defiant.
We are here to fight for the millions of Texans who don't want Trump's Texas takeover.
Dozens of Texas House Democrats are now in the Chicago suburbs, leaving their state behind and disrupting plans to vote on a new Republican-drawn map to reshape congressional power in the Lone Star State.
We're not here to play political games. We're here to demand an end to this corrupt process.
President Trump has directed Texas Republicans redraw their map.
On Texas, how many more seats do you want the Republicans to draw? 5.
In hopes of avoiding the losses that usually happen to a president's party in midterm elections. Right now, Texas Republicans hold 25 of the state's 38 seats in the House of Representatives, but the redrawn map would give the GOP an advantage in at least 5 more seats. Down in West Dallas.
Mark Vesey, your congressman. I know. Yeah, how are you doing?
I know that face.
Yes. Yeah.
Texas Democratic Congressman Mark Vesey is a familiar face at this community center in a neighborhood he's represented for a dozen years.
I'm really concerned that they may be left with representation that does not reflect the values and the political beliefs and desires of the people that live in these neighborhoods.
Vesey now wants Democrats in other states like California and Illinois to redraw their maps.
Absolutely, I have no issues with that.
What you're saying is it's time for Democrats to fight fire with fire.
Absolutely, you have to match Trump's energy. If you don't match Trump's energy, you get run over.
Yeah, Texas Dems just broke quorum 30 minutes ago, and House GOP has voted for arrest. So basically, if there's no quorum, they can't push in the state legislature this new redistricting map. Obviously, they described it already. That's why the Democrats escaped the state. They left the state so that they're absentee and that the state legislature can't have quorum. And now they're possibly going to get apprehended. Can they arrest though? Why arrest? Because it's like you can vote to force to have them come back. But I assume Trump will go along with it because this is his agenda. It's ironic because like what Trump is doing and the Texas Republicans are doing to begin with is like completely fraudulent. And the only counter that I've seen is from like, I hate to give him credit for this, but it was it's Gavin Newsom who said, okay, well, I have enough fucking votes to redistrict California to farm as many fucking seats as I possibly want. And he's right. Yeah, it's really, really illegal. I mean, is it though? What is really illegal now? Legality is determined by enforcement, okay? Legality is determined by political willing. Illegal and legal is a meaningless term at this point. Under the second Trump administration, What's legal is whatever the fuck Trump wants, and what's illegal is whatever the fuck Trump doesn't want. When you think about it. Legality is fluid now, so woke. Yeah. I'm in favor of fighting fire with fire because there's not really anything you can do about it. Like, what are you supposed to do? This, of course, is a worse representation overall for districts that have a lot of black and brown Democrat voters, districts that have a lot of black and brown people in general. Because redistricting for the Republican side is almost always conducted on neighborhoods that have black people, like just separating areas where there is like a big population of black people into other white majority neighborhoods in an effort to make sure that you have more Republican seats, like easy Republican locks. And Texas already has a shit ton of redistricting, by the way. There's not a single, I mean, a lot of Democrats do it too, is the counter usually. Like, oh, well, Democrats do redistricting as well. But it's like, it's nothing in comparison to the amount of gerrymandering that the Republican Party has done all around the country. There are states in this nation where Democrats can win the majority vote. It's like a little, it's basically like a little electoral college in each individual state. Okay? There are states where Democrats win the majority by like a big margin, and then Republicans still maintain majority, like in Wisconsin. Democrats win the majority vote, but because of the way that the fucking district lines are drawn in the state of Wisconsin, they still fucking have majority in the House and the Senate, like state legislature. It's crazy. But what's interesting about this is that given that the population centers are urban, and because of the diverse environment in population centers, heavily leaning in the direction of Democrats, if Democrats wanted to, there are far more areas that they could chop up to fight against this, in like blue states, in blue neighborhoods, and just like straight up redistrict it as aggressively as possible. Except they probably won't do that. 32K for a pretty face speaking nonsense is crazy. We are doomed. Why is this guy famous? Thank you for saying I'm pretty, Chatter. That was very kind of you. Gavin Newsom is a fake demon. He really is. He really is. Even in a bad year for CA Dems, you can create a 52D 0R map with no seat being less than Harris plus 10. Would probably eliminate 9 Republicans. If you're willing to create 1-2 GOP vote sinks, you can create a map with no seat less than Harris plus 14. It's true. If the Republicans want to carve out 5 additional seats for themselves, then Democrats can carve out fucking 10. Okay? Now, he threw the eye emoji on this, but again, you're right. He's a fake demon. He should do this. Fuck it. YOLO. Fight fire with fire, baby. Come on. Be the fucking gruesome governor that you are, okay? Political HQ says breaking. California's proposed congressional maps are almost ready and were discussed during a Zoom call last night with state and federal legislators. look, man, I'm done. I'm done with the whole like, oh, if we do it, Republicans are going to do it too. It's like Republicans are doing it and they never stop doing it. So you might as well do it anyway. That's why I was a big advocate for packing the fucking courts when Joe Brandon was in charge and abolishing the 9-person Supreme Court, or at least like adding additional courts to the Supreme Court, adding additional justices to the Supreme Court. Fuck it. Oh, well, Republicans will then add more. Okay, have 1 million Supreme Court justices. I don't care. Just win and also enact an agenda. That's what the Republicans do. They don't care. They fuck up the board every time. They say, fuck the rules. I'm just going to get my... I am just going to do what I said I was going to do and I guess do right by my constituents. Ironically enough, when their legislative agenda bears itself out, it's always negative, and the voters themselves experience the backlash. They don't like it when it's implemented. They love it when they're voting for it. They hate it when it's implemented in their fucking neighborhood. But like, for me, I just don't care if they're breaking the rules all the time anyway, in the direction of change for their own legislative agenda, for their own policies, then Democrats should do the same fucking shit. It's so dumb. Because the inverse of that is the Democrats don't do anything, and then the Republicans literally just rewrite the rules every fucking day. It's trickier in California because they can't pass them with the state legislature like in Texas. It needs to be approved by an independent commission. Newsom's threat seems a bit empty. He said he could get it via referendum, but I don't know if that will work out. I think it would. I think it would actually give him great fucking popularity among as a national Democratic figure too. Gavin Newsom's major problem in California is public transit and the housing market. If Gavin Newsom solved the housing market issue, that is literally like 90% of all the enmity directed towards him, all the animosity directed towards him, for good reason, by the way. Hasan silently wanting Newsom to be prez? No, I fucking despise him. I think he's a demon. He sucks. Okay? For what I just described to you. Gavin Newsom is decent when it comes to like rehabilitative, sticking his neck out for rehabilitative approaches to criminal justice, even though California still has a very long way to go. But Gavin Newsom is dog shit when it comes to offering healthcare, zero-cost healthcare to Californians. Gavin Newsom is dog shit when it comes to, most importantly, the housing market. He is completely beholden to real estate developers and homeowners associations and like landlords in general, and refuses to fucking increase the housing supply as is necessary and take initiative on this issue, which creates a shit ton of homeless people, which then translates back to people thinking that there is crime that's out of control in the state. Yeah, bro cleared a homeless encampment by hand with a smile on his face. I know.
Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott says the new map is necessary to address constitutional concerns raised by the Justice Department. But critics across the state call it a power grab. Thousands showed up at field hearings across the state in recent days, some driving hours to be heard.
You drove how many hours?
4 hours.
To come and speak tonight?
Yes.
That's how much this bothers you?
Yes.
That's an average drive in Texas, though, low key. Like, like I'm proud of that man's accomplishments, but like that's just Texas, you know. That's like going to the nearest Walmart or the nearest hospital. Says the LA guy, bro. Texas is the one fucking place that is so large by landmass that like sometimes you got to do a 4-hour commute, you know? It is what it is.
Now, in a statement overnight, the Texas Republican Party calls the Democrats, quote, stunt to cut quorum, nothing more than a transparent attempt to weaponize chaos and rewrite reality. While Texas...
Yeah, but what you guys are doing, which is a transparent attempt to change, to go against the democratic process and to just basically openly, at the direction of Trump, an unpopular president, try to create more seats for Donald Trump, knowing full well that you're going to get fucking clobbered potentially. They might not even get clobbered in the midterms. And try to use what remains of your power to basically to redraw district lines so you can just farm out more seats for your party. That's not chaotic. That's not illegal. It's illegal when the Democrats are like using the only option in the state, using the only option they have to try and delay this process.
Republicans are working to ensure fair and lawful redistricting that reflects the will of Texans, the Republicans say. Democrats are choosing obstruction over representation.
Hasan, you are delusional if you think Californian crime isn't out of control. Hasan, the #1 terrorist glazer. Do you live here? Bismarck II. Do you even live in America? It's so funny because motherfuckers living in Idaho will be like, bro, you don't understand. Your backyard, people are getting shot every day. You don't fucking understand, dude. You're stupid. You just love terrorism and you love crime. I know it. And the crime, I know is happening. I know is happening. I saw it on TV. I saw it on YouTube. Lol, you do? Yes, I live here. You don't. But I'm actually enjoying all the crime happening all around me. Thank you. This seems like a reasonable argument to make. You've really bested me in the marketplace of ideas. Like, what do you say to a guy like that? He's like, listen, I live in Idaho and I know. I know shit's fucked up over there, okay? I saw it on TV. I know shit's fucked up over there. You understand me?
Denying voters their voice to score political headlines. Nate, this has kicked up something down in Texas we've never quite seen before.
No doubt. Everything's bigger in Texas, and even the drama. Ed, thank you.
All right, dozens of Texas Democrats leaving the state, making a last-ditch effort to block Republican plans to redraw the state's election map. New York Governor Kathy Hochul, flanked by Texas House Democrats, said this just moments ago.
This is not breaking the law. This is a legitimate process that has been used before. By breaking quorum and being here today, these legislators are getting into what John Lewis might call good trouble. Good trouble is the best kind of trouble. They've drawn racist lines to disenfranchise millions of Texans.
And Texas Governor Greg Abbott joins us now. Thank you so much. Can you tell us from your perspective, what is the issue? Why did they leave?
So they're leaving and they've left because they're very un-Texan. Texans don't run from a fight. And there's a fight going on in the legislature right now about redistricting as well as other things. But I'll make two quick points, Dana, about this. For one, to run to states like New York and Illinois to protest redistricting is kind of like running to Wisconsin to protest cheese. It's just kind of outrageous. Those are New York and Illinois are two hallmark states that have already done redistricting to eliminate Republicans. But the second thing is far more serious. And that is what these Democrats have done.
Yeah, Greg Abbott can't run from a fight. He has to wheel away.
Just a small fraction of them were needed to break a quorum, and that small fraction is holding hostage legislation in the state of Texas where we will be able to provide assistance and reform for all of the victims of that horrific flooding that we've had in the state of Texas. Our fellow Texans are being let down and not getting the flood relief they need because these Democrats have absconded from the responsibility, and I believe they have forfeited their seats in the state legislature because they're not doing the job they were elected.
Yeah. Be like our beautiful congresspersons. Run away when there's a natural disaster taking place. Why are you deliberately escaping the state so we can't arrest you and apprehend you and force you back to sit there and implement quorum so we can draw redistricting lines? Why don't you just flee the state like our good old boys, Ted Theodore Edward Raphael Cruz? Whenever there's a natural disaster happening, okay? That's what you're supposed to do. That's the Texan way.
To do.
Governor, let me show everybody here what you were talking about. I think we have this map of Illinois and the districts as they've been drawn. And as you point out, it's been over and over again. They make these small little squiggly lines to make sure that they can figure out the best way to get Democrats there. So that's an example of what you were talking about. I want to play for you this sound from State Representative Gene Wu. He's a Democrat from Texas. Here's what he said.
The tool they're using is a racist, gerrymandered map. A map that seeks to use racial lines to divide hard-working communities. And Governor Abbott is doing this in submission to Donald Trump. So that Donald Trump could steal these communities.
As an example, Dallas County has itself 3 out of its 6 congressional districts represented by GOP, despite Dallas County voting 60% and above for Democrat POTUS nominee and overwhelming voting Democrat for other offices. I mean, look at fucking, Dan Crenshaw's district if you want to understand how psychotic redistricting already is in the state of Texas.
Power and voice.
I have 2 main questions. How do you respond to his accusation that you're using a racist tool to do this? And the second question I have, if you could wrap it into this answer, is why now? Why do you need to do this in the middle of this session?
Sure. So what he just said is totally bogus. First, for redistricting purposes, it's not done for racial reasons. However, the racial outcome is this, and that is the district lines will solidify the Barbara Jordan African-American district in the Houston area, and it will add 4.
You know what's really funny about this, by the way? Yeah, like you look at this stuff and you're like, well, look at the current Texas districts, and it's like the little blue dots there are some of the areas with the highest density of population. So, like, obviously, when you look at a map like this, you're like, whoa, wow, Texas seems real fucking red. And it's like, yeah, there's like 11 people living here, okay? Like, there's not a lot going on in many of these big swaths of land.
Or new Hispanic districts. And so there's actually going to be more racial minority districts in the state of Texas. Why now? 2 reasons. One is since
we want more seats.
we last did redistricting, there's been a change in law.
We also don't want black people to get across their wishes. That's it. Simply put, we are hateful people. We do not like black people being able to have their wishes and have their concerns be addressed by representatives. And let me tell you why. The state of Texas, have you ever heard of Juneteenth? Okay. We have a proud tradition of refusing to allow black people to be free. That's why Juneteenth happened. It happened in my state. Long, proud tradition of slavers coming here and refusing to recognize that slavery had been abolished. Okay? We're not too fond of letting people get any kind of representation whatsoever.
A court decision affecting Texas came out and said that coalition districts are no longer required, and it's perfectly legal to dismantle coalition districts. The second is gerrymandering can be done, or drawing lines can be done, on the basis of political makeup.
Oh, great.
As in Republican versus Democrat, and there's nothing illegal about that. And then when you look at the outcome of the most recent president,
why is he trying to even defend this? I mean, honestly, you're not wrong for asking that question. Like, who is this for? Is the real question. Like, you're on Fox News, bro. They know why you're doing it, and they like it. You know what I mean? But I guess they are admitting it, kind of. Yeah, he's just openly saying they're fucking, you know, gerrymandering and trying to make sure for political purposes we want more power. Who doesn't like power? What power specifically? Okay? The kind of power I'm talking about.
Presidential election, all these districts that are being
Dana,
added are.
Well, Dana, it's because we're racist. That's why. We don't want any sort of proportional representation to take place in this goddamn state. And we don't like demon rats. Okay? They're bad. They want to make sure that, you know, they want homosexuality. They want abortion. They want abortions galore. They want free health care. That's communism. And worst of all, some of these demon rats, let me tell you, and I hate to say this as a Texan man who obviously puts America first, some of them want to do away with the loyalty pledges to the state of Israel. Have you heard? They want to do away. That's anti-Semitism.
Districts that were won by Trump. Here's the point of that. These voters in these districts won by Trump, they don't have the ability to vote for their candidate of choice now because they're in congressional districts. They're in a Democrat district as opposed to a district won by Trump. And so we have the authority legally under redistricting law to draw districts that align with the voter preferences of the voters of the state of Texas. And Donald Trump proved in these Hispanic-created districts that Hispanics, as well as other people in those districts, they want to vote Republican.
Let me just point this out. Like, we've seen this movie before, and we know how it ends. If you don't have the votes, eventually you come home to Texas, and we know it, like, basically it's going to be overtaken by events. But you also said in your statement that you put out today to all of them, in a letter to them, you said, in addition to abandoning their offices, these legislators may also have committed felonies. What is the felony? What are the penalties for this?
So very simply, it would be bribery if any lawmaker took money to perform or to refuse to perform an act in the legislature. And the reports are these legislators have been both, they sought money and they offered money to
Bro, he's not even convincing. That's crazy. I'm not even convinced he believes this. And he so doesn't believe it that he can't even say it outright. I've decided it's actually bribery and maybe even homicide, as a matter of fact. It's like killing the legislative session. And it's cancel culture and homicide. That's what these guys are doing, and they're doing a death. It's terrorism.
Skip the vote to leave the legislature to take a legislative act. That would be bribery, and so the facts will have to come out. But I think based upon
the facts will have to come out. Yeah, like you guys give a fuck about the facts, dude.
On comments made by legislators themselves, they face a possibility of facing bribery charges, which is a second-degree felony in the state of Texas. There's one way to cure that, and that is if they get back to the state of Texas and make quorum today at a hearing that we have at 3 o'clock, they can cure themselves of any quid pro quo that would subject them to potential bribery charges.
All right, Governor Abbott, well, we'll be watching Martha's show, the story, at 3 o'clock Eastern to see if by the end of that show they come back. Thank you so much, Governor. Good to have you.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't believe fucking Kim Paxton. It's just, The governor has mentioned something about bribery. Ultimately, he's up to local district attorneys. Most of these Democratic district attorneys for these Democrats to prosecute. I think that's an unlikely and small probability.
To delay, to run away. I think last time it was 38 days. They managed to stay out of the state. I believe it's a $500 a day penalty for doing this. So that's a lot of money that they're racking up in fines, not to mention the jets that they took, the private jets that they took. The governor has mentioned something about bribery. What do you make of who's funding this entire, AWOL leisure time for Democrats?
Well, there's a couple ways to find out. I don't know who's funding it, but there's a couple ways. Ultimately,
Ken Paxton talking about bribery is like asking Charles Manson about murder, okay? I guess he's like, I guess it takes one to know one, He is an expert. That is the expert opinion that you can get.
they're going to have to report. They're going to have a special session report that will be due very shortly after special session. So, we'll know in the next, say, month and a half who funded it. And then ultimately it's up to local district attorneys. Most of these are Democratic district attorneys, by the way, and for these Democrats to prosecute. So that's, I think, an unlikely, a small probability. If I had the authority to go do it, if the legislature would give me the authority, which we don't have in Texas, we could handle this. But right now, it's up to a bunch of Democratic DAs.
What do you think of the book, A People's History about the United States by Howard Zinn? It's great.
It's
This is what they're fighting.
The United States Constitution and the Constitution of the great state of Texas absolutely allows us to undergo this type of redistricting effort. So we're doing something that's completely legal, it's completely constitutional, and I am doing everything I can in my power as an elected member of the state of Texas to make sure that the state of Texas does everything in its power to make sure that Republicans hold on to a majority in the United States Congress. It's as simple as that. That's completely legal. It's totally permissible. The United States Supreme Court has said so on multiple occasions. Quite frankly, we should have done this during the regular session and had this in the rearview mirror by now.
So then,
the United
Oh, God, it's just so... Everything is so shitty. I don't know what else to say other than everything sucks.
What happens in Texas could have a huge sweeping impact on the balance of power here in Washington. The GOP proposed maps could eliminate 5 Democratic seats in Texas alone, and in doing so, provide Republicans with a wider margin to pass President Donald Trump's agenda following next year's midterm election.
The most hardcore version of anti-DEI, literally stealing congressional seats. Yeah, but remember, that's not considered DEI because it's at the behest of white supremacy. So that's not like it doesn't track with the average person. Even like normies don't understand it as DEI. I don't think. They just think like DEI equals black and brown people. Who wouldn't want to vote for these spineless freaks when them say shit like this? Okay, we're going to get to Israel in a little bit. Don't worry.
Joining us now to discuss this and more, the House Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries of New York. Leader Jeffries, thanks so much.
All right, here. Okay, listen. All I'll say is this. I guess the silver lining here in a weird, twisted way is that means that like elections will happen. Because, like, it could be worse. Trump could be saying, who cares about redistricting? No elections going forward anyway, So, obviously... So, I guess the weird silver lining is that they are concerned about the election, which means that they're looking to have elections still in the country. So there's that, kind of. I don't know. We haven't hit like Bukele status yet.
Much for joining us. I know you recently traveled to Austin, Texas, to meet with the Democratic lawmakers there about this redistricting proposal. We've seen Texas Democrats try to use these quorum breaks before, only for them to fail, like back in 2003 and then in 2021. How will this time be any different?
Well, in the 2021 quorum break, actually, I would argue that Texas Democrats were successful in forcing Republicans to walk away from some of the more extreme parts of the voter suppression law that were being contemplated at the time. They still moved forward with their efforts to try to suppress the possibility of a free and fair election in Texas. This is what they do. But the Texas Democrats were successful in reducing the extreme nature of what was being proposed. But this moment does require an extraordinary response, because this is an extraordinary act that Republicans have been ordered to undertake to try to gerrymander the Texas congressional map as part of an effort to rig the midterm elections. Wolf, that's what this is all about, because Donald Trump, House Republicans, and the Texas Republican Party, they're all running scared because they have failed the American people.
The Texas governor, as you know, Leader Jeffries, we're talking about Greg Abbott. He's threatened to remove Texas House Democrats who actually left the state from their positions because it, quote, amounts to an abandonment, he says, or forfeiture of elected state office. Governor Abbott also says Texas Democrats may have violated what he calls bribery laws. How do you respond to all of this?
The Republican governor of Texas is out of his mind. There is no basis to charge these House Texas Democrats who have refused righteously to, at the moment, vote on an extraordinary map that would hurt their constituents that they are privileged and sworn to represent right now. Governor Abbott is making idle threats. He is all hat, no cattle.
As you know, Leader Jeffries, these Texas Democrats who've traveled, they've traveled to several Democratic-controlled states, including your state of New York. That's where Governor Kathy Hochul only moments ago said she's exploring, quote, and I'm quoting her now, every option to redraw our state congressional lines as soon as possible. And listen to what she exactly said. Listen to this.
I'm tired of fighting this fight with my hand tied behind my back. With all due respect to the good government groups, politics is a political process. And to think that we're going to do this with a purity test, but I cannot ignore that the playing field has changed dramatically. And shame on us if we ignore that fact and cling tight to the vestiges of the past. That era is over. Donald Trump eliminated that forever.
And as you know, Leader Jeffries, more Republican states are now looking at potentially engaging in this redistricting as well. Do you worry this could be a never-ending cycle of redistricting across the entire country?
First of all, Wolf, we appreciate the strong leadership being shown by Governor Kathy Hochul, Governor Gavin Newsom, Governor J.B. Pritzker, and governors all across the country. Because this is an unprecedented moment that America and the world find ourselves in at this particular period of time. Donald Trump and the Republican Party have launched an all-out, unprecedented assault on the economy, on health care, on veterans, on farmers, on everyday Americans, on the rule of law, on law-abiding immigrant families, and of course on democracy itself. It's an all-hands-on-deck moment for us. That means House Democrats, Senate Democrats, Democratic governors, Democratic members of the state legislature, Democratic attorney generals, but most importantly, the American people. All of us need to show up and stand up and speak up for an America actually that is enlightened and inclusive and lifts people up, as opposed to the America that we're in right now.
I'm lifted up. Whenever I see the Sex Panther Hakeem Jeffries on camera, I'm fucking lifted. You know what I mean? I'm standing up right now. God, I'm bricked up. He's so fucking hot, dude.
Where Donald Trump and Republicans are determined to tear people down.
When you were in Austin, Texas, Leader Jeffries, last week, you argued that Texas Republicans, in your words, at the urging of President Donald Trump, were trying to rig elections by allowing politicians to choose their own voters through this redistricting proposal. What do you say to the argument that Democrats would be guilty of the same charge if they gerrymandered in so-called blue states, Democratic-led states?
Oh my fucking Lord. They're already presenting this as like Democrats have done so. Democrats said they would do it in retaliation. We don't even know if they have the capacity to do so. And like the CNN, middle of the road, center right media is already fucking setting this up as a counter. What do you say to this, man? It's just like it feels like all of mainstream media, the entirety of the Republican Party, and even like a decent chunk of the Democratic Party is seemingly against the overall population of America, like this majority of working class folks in this country. Every step of the way.
What Democrats would be doing in response is to make sure that there is one fair national map, so that the people of this country will have the opportunity to make a decision in November of next year in deciding who should actually serve in the majority in the United States House of Representatives. We think that Republicans are scared to death that they are on the brink of losing the House of Representatives. This one big ugly bill that they passed into law rips away health care from the American people, steals food from the mouths of children, hurts everyday Americans in order to reward their billionaire donors with massive tax breaks, and they've broken their fundamental promise to lower the high cost of living. Costs aren't going down in America, costs are going up. Job creation is going down and unemployment is going up as Donald Trump and Republicans are crashing the economy in real time. We're not afraid as Democrats to make our case to the American people that we will lower the high cost of living. We will fix our broken healthcare system. We will clean up corruption so we can deliver a government that actually works for the American people and is not a government of the billionaires, by the billionaires, and for the billionaires. We're prepared to take that case directly to the American people. Republicans are trying to rig the congressional maps because they don't want to have this fight on the merits.
While I have you, Leader Jeffries, I want to turn to another important subject. Your counterpart in the U.S. Senate, Chuck Schumer, a man you know well, earlier this morning, he called for the firing of the White House National Economic Council Director, Kevin Hassett, after Hassett defended President Donald Trump's decision to axe the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics following the other day's very disappointing jobs report.
Hasan, you're a hypocrite, racist asshole who deserves to suffer. Good luck, loser. Please explain why you think I'm a racist. I would love to hear what you think I am saying that has been even remotely racist.
You think Hassett should be fired?
I don't think Hassett is qualified.
Like, at least I've heard people say I'm a hypocrite. I know you're all rich socialists, right? Like, you know, basic fucking elementary school nonsense. Are you saying I'm racist against whites? Is that why you're saying I'm racist? Like, because I say cracker? Hey, Hasan, you're a huge piece of shit terrorist. Thanks, chatter. Because I can't hold you and I want to.
to be part of this administration. But that, in fact, is the case as it relates to so many members of the Trump administration. This is the most unqualified administration in American history, which is why the whole thing is a disaster. They failed to make life better for the American people. In fact, they're making life worse, making life more expensive. These Trump tariffs, these Republican-backed tariffs, are increasing costs on everyday Americans by thousands of dollars per year. And now you see the job market collapsing in the country, Trump continuing to destabilize.
No, man, you're a hypocrite on policy. Illinois, New York, New Mexico, all gerrymandered by Dems in the last 5 years. You're against things until you disagree with the people it's used against, but we all do that. Wait, what? No, I you can't even say I'm hypocritical for that. Like, I want across the board proportional representation, okay? But if that's not going to happen, yeah, fight fire with fire. Fuck it. I don't give a shit. The worst aspect of this is that, like, ultimately you get more Democrats, right? Except the more Democrats you get still turn around and fucking vote for all the awful shit that is not even like marginally improving people's living standards. Like, I don't have I don't care about institutions as much as Democrats do. I don't. I care about good policy, okay? I care about good policy. I don't give a shit how you reach it, okay? I've said this many times over. I care about the actual impact. And that's precisely the reason why when Democrats are not in power, I urge them to use the machinations of the existing institutions to try and put hurdles in the way of the Republicans. And when they are in charge, they should do away with such institutional hurdles in the way that the Republicans do to get their fucking agenda across. Because ultimately, I want, in the simplest terms, I want good things for the American workers, okay? That's what I want. And I don't want bad things to happen to them. It's that simple. That's it. However you get that, I'm on board with. I'm good. I'm happy with that. You are an idiot. I'm like, I want people to get Medicare for all. I want people to get health care. I want people to get free health care. I want people to get free college education. I want better public transit. I want walkable cities. I want more housing. I want public housing. And this guy's like, you're a fucking idiot, dude. How dare you want those things, you fucking idiot. Thank you, chatter. You did it. You destroyed me in the marketplace of ideas.
Our economic system, and they're driving us toward a recession. All of them are unqualified to be serving the American people right now.
On another sensitive issue, while I have you, Congressman, on the war between Israel and Hamas and the worsening crisis unfolding in Gaza right now, your Democratic colleague, Congressman Ro Khanna of California, is now circulating a letter urging the White House to recognize a Palestinian state.
It's crazy because, like, what compels someone to get that mad? Democratic senators with the most votes for Trump's policies: Fetterman 95, Maggie Hasan 93, Shaheen, Warner, Rosen, King, and then of course Slotkin is right there. Huh? Interesting. What is this? If this ogre isn't primary next year, he's going to be a massive problem for the next Democratic president. Yeah, 100%. I don't got a bald head John Fetterman. Fetty Wap man. Democrat Senator John Fetterman says real Donald Trump's trade war is going well, admitting that his party got it wrong when on the president's trade policy.
If you think right now Trump is winning the trade war, do you agree with those who think he is?
I mean, absolutely. Well, I think that, obviously what happened at the EU, and again, I'm a huge fan of Bill Maher, and
What is going on? I'm a huge fan of Bill Maher. Oh, me like. What? Fetterman is so embarrassing. What is this? Come on, M. HUD. Stop. Dude, ain't no way. That's real, bro. That's real. Is that real?
And I think he's really one of the oracles for my party. And he acknowledges, like, hey, he thought that the tariffs were going to tank the economy, and he acknowledged that it didn't. So, so for me, it's like, again, it seems like the EU thing has been going well, and I guess we'll see how it happens with China.
I'm wondering if you think right now Trump is winning the trade war. Do you agree with those who think he is?
Absolutely. I think that, obviously what happened at the
I love Fox interviewing him so much. Yeah, you know who else loves it? John Fetterman, because his dad loves him now, apparently, because of this. Okay, yeah, I'm going to play this for a second. We have to. Yeah. Okay.
Got a bald head, John Fetterman. Walk in, get lit at a Democrat party. Get a bitch pregnant at a Republican party. Call Fetterman, dad got fentanyl on Miley. Who the fuck you think you is? Who the hell you thought you was? Nigga bought a church in Pennsylvania off his family drugs. Nigga, you like 6'8". White man can't jump to this day. All your advice is dead dirt. My samples that don't make you dance break. We still trafficking through PA. My dogs in Philly got switches for days. I feel like Neff Ketterman. I feel like Neff Fetty Wapman. I feel like Neff Slitherman. My dope hit like Rob Van Dam. All Auntie said was God damn. Tell Fetterman he can suck my dick. I take that back. I don't want him to do that. I'ma turn Mexican and jump the border. I'ma buy an eighth, turn it to a quarter. Fetterman Neff for traffic your daughter. It's a ransom. Free food stamps. She my type. Only fans and food stamps. Treat my trap like a boot camp. This random dope, we don't do stamps. Got a BBL, that shit stank. Hit it once, set on top rank. Off the Remy, they ain't have my drink. Neff Fetterman doing what they can't. Got a bald head, John Fetterman. Walk in, get lit at a Democrat party. Get a bitch pregnant at a Republican party. Call Fetterman, dad got fentanyl on Miley. Who the fuck you think you is? Who the hell you thought you was? Nigga bought a church in Pennsylvania.
Off the family drugs.
Nigga, you like 6'8". White man can't jump to this day. All your advice is dead dirt. My samples that don't make you dance break. We still trafficking through PA. My dogs in Philly got switches for days. I feel like Neff Ketterman. I feel like Neff Fetty Wapman.
Bars. Okay.
Are you open to signing on to that?
I haven't seen the letter or talked to Roe, but here's what I'll say about the situation. The humanitarian crisis right now is unconscionable, and we've got to surge humanitarian aid and food in.
It's so funny. Former AIPAC spokesperson Wolf Blitzer is interviewing current AIPAC-funded politician. Nothing to see here, man. Just normal stuff, you know? Yeah, we got to surge. We got to surge the aid in. Someone's got to do something about this. I mean, come on. Yeah, I'm on the chicken wrap tip again.
To Gaza to prevent starvation from children and innocent civilians who have been suffering in this war zone. At the same period of time, we've got to make sure that we can get every single hostage out and returned to their families in Israel. And we need to restore the ceasefire that Donald Trump inherited from Joe Biden, but has allowed to be broken so that we can establish a permanent path toward a just and lasting peace between Israel and the Palestinian people. And the only way to actually achieve that with some permanence is to make sure that there's a two-state solution. A safe and secure Israel living side by side with a Palestinian state that allows the Palestinian people to pursue and experience dignity, prosperity, and self-determination.
So I hear
Anti-Semitism. This is literally the Kamala bar for bar. Yeah, two-state. Totally on the table, dude. Yeah, he can't even say Israel violated the ceasefire. He has to say Trump allowed the ceasefire to be broken.
you're saying basically, correct me if I'm wrong, Leader Jeffries, that you would support the a U.S. decision to support a new independent Palestinian state.
What I support is a two-state solution that has to be negotiated by all parties. But what we have to do right now is to make sure the ceasefire is restored, that humanitarian assistance is surged and sustained into Gaza. There's an ongoing crisis right now. That has to be dealt with, and of course we have to get the hostages returned. But we all have to commit ourselves to a legitimate, robust, authentic process of bringing a just and lasting peace to the region. And the only way to...
Yeah, if only... yeah, I wonder who the committed party is here and who the party is that is spoiling this potential ceasefire and also a two-state solution. Yeah, good luck with that.
To achieve that, in my view, is a two-state solution. Israel and...
I had some words to say about this over the weekend because, like, Israel was talking about all the Israel Hasbara agents were constantly chirping about like starvation, but this time of the Israeli prisoner of war, and I was reminded of Abu Ubaida's words in early October 2023, after October 7, where he said that the Israeli hostages and the prisoners of war would experience the same things that all Palestinians in Gaza are experiencing since they're now in the Strip. Since then, Israel has bombed hostages, Israel shot hostages as they waved white flags, and is now starving them all the same. If you don't let food into the Gaza Strip, then obviously you're literally starving. If you bomb the Gaza Strip, you're bombing the Israeli hostages as well. If you're starving Gaza Strip, you're starving the Israeli hostages as well. Of course you are. And since then, since that statement, Hamas has brought forward more than 40 different proposals, relitigated hundreds of times for a prisoner exchange and a permanent ceasefire. Israel's refused every single one of them to continue the genocide. Hamas has put forth disbanding, and Israel has refused. Hamas is the reasonable party here. Israel is the unreasonable party here. But you would never hear that if you get your news from mainstream news. You would never recognize that reality. This is not me being biased, okay? I know that the people immediately go, oh, you're biased because you love terrorism or whatever. No, I'm biased because I know the truth. That's the difference. You don't know, and you don't want to know. That's it. And if the media did its job, if the media actually did its job, you would know as well. It would make it much harder for you to be fucking deluded. What is this? Big Nick energy? It's funny how Hasan asked, why can't people have just a little compassion, but then acts like this dude is so cooked. Wait, this dude literally has a fucking red triangle on his account. What? People are asking you, say, why you say hostages, not POWs? Because civilians are hostages. Military, people who were fucking taken as prisoners of war from military bases are prisoners of war. Soldiers are not hostages. It's that simple. And all that is left now in Hamas hands are soldiers.
It certainly sounds like Benjamin Netanyahu is planning to expand military operations in Gaza. At a government meeting earlier, he said he plans to convene his security cabinet later this week and deliver instructions to the IDF on how to achieve his 3 objectives, which are to defeat Hamas, return all of the hostages, and to ensure that Gaza no longer presents a threat to Israel. Well, there's a lot of concern and criticism here in Israel about the plan of expanding military activity in Gaza. Certainly the hostage families are very against it and have long been calling for the war to end. Many do not see military activity as a way of rescuing the hostages safely, and that a deal is the only way that they will be returned home. The Hostage Families Forum has said Netanyahu is leading Israel and the hostages to doom. And senior members of the security and military community, former chiefs in the military and intelligence world, have written a letter to Donald Trump calling on the US president to compel Benjamin Netanyahu to end the war. They've said this before, and they've renewed this plea today in this letter, and they've said that they, in their experience, do not believe that Hamas presents a strategic threat to Israel anymore, that chasing senior Hamas operatives can be done later, but that there's no time to wait when it comes to bringing those hostages home. And certainly there's no time to wait when it comes to the desperate humanitarian situation in Gaza either. We're receiving more terrible reports today and really distressing picture of people dodging bullets and gunfire close to aid sites, more people killed trying to reach food, and more airdrops. Canada has now joined the airdrops of emergency food being delivered into Gaza, and Gaza health officials have reported more than 90 deaths in the last 24 hours. Nearly 30 of them apparently occurred close to aid sites. The situation is not getting any better, and it seems that very little was achieved by that visit by Steve Witkoff, Donald Trump's envoy. But it does certainly sound like the comments that we heard from the hostage families after their meeting with Steve Witkoff are being echoed today by Benjamin Netanyahu in his plan with these supposed 3 objectives of what he's going to do.
I mean, you did blame religious Muslims or fundamentalist Muslims as guilty during that Roach debate you had before, so it can be confusing to know your views on face value compared to my consistent watching of your streams, knowing the nuance. Wait, what? I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. When I blamed religious fundamentalist Muslims on what? Am I a religious fundamentalist Muslim who is an Islamist who loves who loves the idea of like 4 wives and shit, or am I the opposite? Which one is it? Unless you're talking about fucking ISIS.
next in Gaza, but there's very little confidence that it's going to improve the humanitarian situation there, that it's only going to make it worse, and that it won't bring the hostages home.
Hello. Reports from Israel say that the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu wants to expand military operations in Gaza because negotiations with Hamas for a ceasefire and a hostage.
It's crazy because like Israel defenders spent the last 2 weeks saying all of the fucking starving Palestinian children were not actually starving. And then Hamas was like, no, everyone in the strip is starving, including the fucking Israeli prisoners of war. And Israel immediately was like, nope, the only person starving in Israel, in Gaza is the Israeli. They were like, how could Hamas do this? Bro, you're doing it. What do you mean? You're doing it. I thought the starvation was fake. Now it's real? What the fuck? Yeah. Also, senior Israeli official on Channel 12 said, it's over. The decision has been made. We're going to occupy the Gaza Strip immediately, which is, oh, wow, so surprising. Netanyahu's war goals have long contradicted each other. Now he seems to have officially chosen one over the other. After failing to get Hamas to concede, he will choose to expand the genocide, even if it means killing the hostages. Yeah, I'm so shocked, guys. The media narrative around negotiations almost always ignores the fact that Israel never abided by the 2025 ceasefire deal, including by imposing the renewed starvation policy in violation of the deal, and then unilaterally ended the ceasefire altogether. Israel resumed strikes in Gaza after 2 months ceasefire, reportedly killing hundreds and promising increased force against Hamas. Israel halts all aid to Gaza, delays negotiations for phase 2 of the ceasefire. Gaza official reports over 350 Israeli violations of the ceasefire deal. There's never been a moment where Israel's abided by the previous deals that were put in place, that were implemented. And it is a true abdication of duty from the media, or at least, like, I guess is they're you know, going along with their primary directive of like constantly defending Israel and America's interests by refusing to recognize this reality. And that refusal has led to a lot of confusion amongst people, but even then they recognize something is wrong. Like, think about it. Think about how crazy things must be for your parents who only watch like mainstream news that don't give them exactly what's going on. And they still go, yeah, this is fucked up. What Israel's doing is fucked up. It's that bad.
Release deal are deadlocked. Well, it comes as hundreds of retired Israeli security officials have written to US President Donald Trump, urging him to put pressure on their own government to end the war. In an open letter, the signatories include former heads of the Mossad and Shin Bet security services, and also 3 former Israeli military chiefs of staff. Now, in their letter, they say Hamas no longer poses a strategic threat to Israel. Meanwhile, in Gaza itself, the Hamas-run health ministry says that 5 more people have died from malnutrition in the last 24 hours, bringing the total number of deaths from lack of food since the start of the war to 180, including 93 children. Hospital officials say at least another 27 Palestinians were killed seeking aid when Israeli troops opened fire at 2 different locations near aid distribution points in Gaza on Sunday. Well, like other international news organisations, Israel does not allow the BBC to report independently from inside Gaza. So our international editor, Jeremy Bowen, reports now from Jerusalem. Just to warn you, his report does contain images of severely malnourished children.
In Gaza, getting food or trying to can get you killed.
It's kids, it's children.
The Israeli military is firing live bullets.
Stay there.
Crowd control. You can hear the voices of the UN team who filmed this from inside their vehicle. They're waiting for a UN convoy crossing into southern Gaza.
Don't do this, don't do this. No.
Then they saw the lorries and rushed them anyway.
Check your doors locked, check your doors locked, manual lock as well, safety lock as well.
In Gaza City, the dead from another desperate crowd in the north of the Strip were buried. Their families said they were shot by the Israelis as they tried to get food. Abu Rami al-Masri said his son Wael was killed when the Israelis fired a tank shell. He's saying he went to get food, flour, or anything, as we haven't got food. His brother was killed before that a while ago, trying to do the same thing. Children with existing medical problems are among the most vulnerable. Samar Mata is desperate for food for her sons, Amir 4 and Yusuf 6. Both boys have cerebral palsy. Now they're suffering from malnutrition.
Before the war, their health was excellent. They were provided with special meals, fruits, vegetables, and dairy products. I used to keep chicken soup in the freezer for them, as well as biscuits and cakes. Now, all these things are unavailable.
Musab al-Dibs was 14 and healthy until a serious head wound in an Israeli airstrike in May left him paralyzed and semi-conscious. Now he's severely malnourished. His mother, Shanaz, tries to comfort him.
You will get better. I promise. Okay? Someone will make us lentils.
This is the Holocaust. That's it. I've been saying it, and I think everyone should be saying it. This is the Holocaust. Israel is a Nazi country. The Israeli occupying force is the Nazi military, and their actions against the Palestinians is the Holocaust. The major difference between the original Holocaust and Israel's Holocaust right now is that the internet is around. And also we have prior knowledge of the Holocaust. And therefore, we have set societal standards against ever letting something like that happen again, right? But the images are damn near identical. And we get to see it every fucking day.
In Israel, supporters of the remaining hostages held by Hamas blocked roads in Tel Aviv. Their anguish made worse by the latest Hamas video of Eviata David, badly emaciated. The BBC isn't showing hostage videos made under duress. This was how he looked before the war.
Hostages kidnapped the guy.
Daniel Lipsich's grandparents were Hamas hostages. His grandmother was released. His grandfather's body was recovered.
And we need everyone in the world to take an action on the image of Hamas and call them to stand in the negotiation table, release all the hostages unconditionally, to bring a ceasefire to Gaza, to continue to flood Gaza with humanitarian aid, and to demilitarize, as simple as it is, to end this awful situation, because we know they don't have much more time.
So you would say that in exchange for all the hostages, it's long overdue then for the government to say, okay, you give us the hostages, we finish the war, we leave.
Absolutely.
In Gaza, gunmen from an armed family protect some aid convoys for money. The fact they're not attacked by the IDF suggests it is with Israel's consent.
Protects. That's the popular forces led by Yasser Abu Shabab, who is illiterate. He's an ISIS affiliate and a drug dealer. They're not protecting the convoys. They're looting them, by the way. They get first pick on all of the fucking aid, which they loot. Again, another thing that I have been covering for months at this point, and now finally the mainstream outlets are getting around to it. This kind of stuff is not hard to figure out. Israel is doing it in broad daylight, and there are a fuck ton of on-the-ground Palestinian resources you can rely on for real-time information, and that's precisely what a lot of people are doing, and that's why they're so mad at Israel. How many months has it been since I covered Yasser Abu Shabab? It took months for the media to finally come to the conclusion that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was actually an aid trap mechanism to kill Palestinian civilians. It took months for them to even start recognizing that the Israel-backed criminal element in the region. If I have access to this information, do you think the BBC doesn't have access to this information? Like, what is happening?
Gaza's social structure is disintegrating. It's become a place of hunger, chaos, and death. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News, Jerusalem.
Well, we can speak now to Yonah Jeremy Bob, who's the Jerusalem Post's senior military correspondent and joins us live now. Thank you so much for being with us. Can I ask you first of all about this letter from about 600 former Israeli security officials, retired heads of Mossad and Shin Bet, 3 former military chiefs of staff, all saying to Benjamin Netanyahu they want an end to the war.
Yeah, you've got former Mossad chief Tamir Pardo, you've got former Shin Bet chief Ami Ayalon, several other Israeli military chiefs, and as you said, 600 officials. There's no question that the broad consensus of the Israeli military is, the former Israeli military is to bring an end to the war. Within the current Israeli military, there's a debate about can a little bit more military pressure finally get Hamas to give the hostages back a little bit more on Israeli terms, but there's definitely within the former military community, they want to end the war, even if it doesn't mean that Israel gets all of the terms that the Israeli government would like.
But despite that, it looks like from the latest reports we hear, Benjamin Netanyahu wants to expand military operations in Gaza. Is that what you're hearing?
So Netanyahu has not decided what he wants to do. He's at a very difficult point, right? There was a policy since March until about now to invade more of Gaza, take over 75% of the territory. For part of the time, to block increased food aid. There was an inventory of food aid, but block increased food aid to start the GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, as an alternative to the UN. Why Israel said that it broke Hamas's control of receiving the food aid. All of these things, basically, other than the GHF, have basically fallen apart. The GHF is controversial, but it's still operating. But the policy has to change. The Israeli government now is giving Hamas all of the food aid it wants without getting hostages, without getting anything in return. So Netanyahu has to decide, is he going to change some of his terms, which looks unlikely because he wants to get rid of Hamas in Gaza, or is he going to, as you said, increase the war into some of the spots where hostages are, where Israel knows that hostages are, where it hasn't attacked before? Will it go there? Or will it annex the security perimeter? That's an 1,000-meter perimeter going all around Gaza, which Israel probably was going to hold on anyway in order to make it harder for there to be another October 7th style invasion from Hamas. These are all the options that Netanyahu is weighing. He has not decided yet. He's still hoping that maybe Hamas will come back to the table in the next couple of days.
And it's been said, as you know, many times that Mr. Netanyahu is prolonging the war, or at least not ending it, for political reasons, because he thinks once the war ends, he'll be out of power.
Right, there's a mix, right? He has an ideological commitment that he does want to remove Hamas, but as you said, he has 2 major political partners, Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir, who have made it very clear that if he ends the war, they will topple his government, and he doesn't want that. Now, there are opposition figures who have said that if he ends the war getting the hostages back, they'll keep him afloat for some period of months. But he doesn't want that either. He wants the government to go all the way until October 2026. That's the longest it could go for the next election. So there's definitely a political element to this as well.
Yes. You said you had more of an update to give us on Gaza, on the Gaza trip. Can you give us any?
Only we want the people fed. And we're the only country that's really doing that. We're putting up money to get the people fed. And Steve Witkoff is doing a great job. And We want Israel to get them fed. We're giving some pretty big contributions, basically to purchase food so the people can be fed. We don't want people going hungry, and we don't want people to starve, and there's some bad things happening.
Do they see evidence of a genocide in Gaza?
I don't think it's that. Look, they're in a war. Some horrible things happened on October 7th, as you know. It was a horrible, horrible thing. One of the worst I've ever seen. I've seen a lot of bad things since I'm president in terms of wars and potential wars. I mean, if you look at the one that we just stopped, there are thousands of people being dead already at the border between Thailand and Cambodia. Thousands of people. And I mean, I've seen some bad things.
How is it any different than Kamala Harris or Joe Biden? It's the same. Well, I can't call it a genocide. Remember October 7th? That was pretty bad. You know? Every president that eventually gets to that point runs the same fucking route, it seems.
But that October.
So if it's not Kamala.
For the record, Israel has made it official. I mean, they already were doing it. They were already implementing it. But it is official. Netanyahu has decided a full-on occupation of the Gaza Strip. That's it. After Witkoff's short visit to Israel, it is clear that Trump and his people are falling into the same traps Netanyahu had previously set for Biden. It's not even a trap. What is the trap, dude? They're not falling into the trap. They're diving into the pool head first. There is no, oh my God, they fell for it. Why would this be a trap? America, at any point under the Biden administration and certainly under the Trump administration, could literally just fucking pull the plug on this. That's always been the case. They just choose not to. They don't want to. Netanyahu cares about preserving his hold on power and his alliance with Israel's messianic far-right parties, for whom any hostage deal is a deal breaker. But Netanyahu instead is saying, so to Witkoff's face, is coming up with moving goalposts in the negotiations, knowing that Hamas will reject these demands and therefore the talks will fail. IDF objects to what IDF is doing. What? Israeli Army Radio. The Israel Defense Force objects to the full occupation and or takeover of the Gaza Strip. I don't know how... I don't know the veracity of this statement. Coming from OSINT Defender. I hate this rationalizing of Netanyahu and his actions. He's just a bloodthirsty Nazi. I mean, it's not even a rationalization of Netanyahu and his actions. It's also wrong. Like, the notion that this is happening without America's go-ahead is just objectively wrong. Okay? I need you to understand. America gives Israel the go-ahead. America has all the power here to stop Israel. After all, why is there no ongoing war with Iran? Now, that might open up again later down the line, but why did Israel stop brutalizing Iran? Two reasons. One, Iran has counter-ballistic capabilities that Hamas clearly doesn't have and can punish the broader Israeli society and cripple the Israeli economy actively. Much more limited version of this is what the Ansar Allah is doing in Yemen, right? But ultimately, they really wanted to do regime change in Iran. They really wanted to destabilize the Iranian government. Why did they stop? Because Trump told them to.
The U.S. will.
Yeah, he said the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip on February 4th.
And we will do a job with it, too.
Yeah, that was crazy when he fucking revealed that. Anyway, at least Jon Stewart is finally speaking out on this now that the permission structure is shifted. He has spoken out on this as well in the past, to be fair to John. But for months and months, he's been like noticeably absent from the conversation. Or not Jon Stewart, sorry, John Oliver. I apologize for saying Jon Stewart. John Oliver has done extensive reporting on Israel. He has throughout his career. He's been decent. But I will say that he was noticeably absent from the conversation and would focus on like a lot of other stuff even before his break. Even before his break. But this is a pretty powerful moment. No, I know John Oliver has been on. John Oliver has actively criticized Israel on his show. He has. You misunderstood me. I'm saying that my disappointment is a little bit with John because I expected him to like go way harder and way more consistently. He's not a bad person at all, and he is perhaps the best in mainstream news. I would go so far as to say he's even better than Jon Stewart. He said this a year ago, by the way. But it was a little bit shocking to me that they never did like a full, extensive, comprehensive breakdown. They have in the past, but they did like very rarely do they cover Israel on the show. Yeah, I mean, that's a good piece for sure. More clips from the show. Once again, I go back to that same question. Is Trump so fucking stupid? Or is he actually saying this because he's cynical? Is he cynical or is he stupid? And I genuinely don't know the answer to that. I feel like it's yes. The answer to it is yes, both. But which is it? Is he actually so stupid that he literally believes that there's a starvation happening in Gaza only because he saw it on television when he is the fucking president of the United States of America? Because if he's that stupid, then you change the TV channel and you can change the world, right? Or is he so cynical that he's simply claiming that he saw the starvation on television when in fact he knows it because he reads the reports, right? Or at least someone tells him what is mentioned in the reports. Considering that there are, like, I always have landed on the side of it's cynical. I've always landed on the side that it's cynical. He knows better. He's just like saying this because it gives them like, it lends them some kind of plausible deniability, blah, blah, blah. But honestly, considering how many former Fox News hosts are formative parts of the administration now, from Judge Jeanine Pirro to Pete Hegseth, who is the Secretary of Defense, to Dan Bongino, who's the Deputy Director of the FBI, maybe he's just that fucking stupid. I think he's just that stupid, where he's just like, I saw it on TV. I've been to Gaza several times. The starvation occurs due to Hamas, not because of Israel. You bunch of tools. You're so full of shit is sad. Nah, mate, I'm from Israel and I've served in the military and I've been to Gaza protecting my country. You are literally a terrorist, brother. You are straightforwardly a fucking terrorist. Following since 2022, 0617. I hope you understand that. You are defending a Nazi state's Nazi military. You are a fucking terrorist. And I hope that justice is served where you fly on a tourism thing. You go to a tourist destination and people actually see your passport. They look through your fucking profile to see you served in the IDF. And they ask you some questions about what kind of war crimes you may have actually committed. And if you were stupid enough to post it on your social media, maybe you'll go to fucking prison. Who knows? I've been to Gaza, he says. What do you mean don't get banned? I'm not saying anything. You don't know what a Nazi stands for? Debate me? I don't know what a Nazi stands for. I don't think you know what a Nazi stands for because you are one and you don't even recognize it. Brother, what do you think a Nazi is? Is Nazi ideology simply defined by hatred of Jews? Is that what you think it is? Is that what it is? Does never again mean simply never again to Jews? Never again just the Holocaust? Nothing else? When he says he's been to Gaza, he means like he's fucking gone into Gaza as a military. Why are you calling him brother? Oh, shut up. I know what a Nazi stands for because my family has lived through the Holocaust and no, it's not defined by hatred of Jews alone. Okay, let's walk through these steps. Okay, you know what a Nazi stands for, but you clearly don't understand how Israel is recommitting the exact same atrocities right now. And you yourself have played a role in these atrocities. Okay? Zionism is a fascist ideology. It is an ethno-supremacist, it's an ethno-religious supremacist ideology. What the Nazis thought of the Aryan race or the Übermensch, Israel thinks of for the Jews. And it is, just like the Nazi ideology, exterminationist in its policies against Palestinians and Arabs and non-Jews alike. He's trolling you? What do you mean? Nazi stands for National Socialism. This means, in a nutshell, being a socialist that loves his country and stands behind its state. Wait, what? Okay, I think we got to go back even a little bit further because you clearly don't even know what fucking the historic Nazi ideology stands for. I don't think this person is a troll. I think this person is literally just an Israeli chatter. Nazi just stands for socialism. Nazi does not stand for National Socialism. Democratic People's Republic of Korea stands for the Democratic People's Republic. Is there a democratic process in Korea? Who gives a fuck what certain terms are used? What are you talking about? What a stupid fucking argument, dude. Also, yeah, ironically, Israel was originally founded as a national socialist state under Ben Gurion, so there's that too. Yeah. The other day, I met a guy named Jesus. He's literally the prophet. Explain the boys what National Socialism is. I already did. National Socialism is just simply a name for the Nazi Party. When we talk about that, it's just marketing, okay? It's just whatever the fuck the Nazis call themselves. Who gives a shit what they call themselves? They didn't do socialism. They did nationalism. They did ultra-nationalism. That's what fascism is. The extermination of an outgroup. For the Nazis, it was the Jews. It was the disabled. It was the Roma population. It was the Slavs. The thing I will never understand is how, like, obviously Holocaust education is such an important part of I assume, Israeli schooling as well, as it is in the Western world. And yet, what is so shocking to me always is, like, how much Israelis just don't see the same Lebensraum propaganda being implemented in Israel, because the greater Israeli project is the exact same shit that the fucking Nazis were doing. Down to the ethno-supremacist mythology, down to the exterminationist principles, and even like additional living room created for the chosen people is the identical rhetoric that the Nazis applied. The dehumanization of the Arabs, of the Palestinians, of the non-Jews in the region is identical to the dehumanization that the Nazis implemented against the Jews initially, and the socialists and the political dissidents. I don't care for Israeli schools. They are as R-worded as other schools. Have you watched Yuri Bezmenov? You just said it's a name, marketing in it. Okay, dude. What are you? Are you British Israeli? Is that what it is? In it. Excuses on the right, and it's obvious. He's just not delivering his main points well enough. Makes him look weak to simple-minded people, the ones who'd be easy to get on Hustlers University because their focus is on the wrong shit. 7/20/2022. I don't mind you calling me a Nazi because de facto it's not wrong, but that's just a word in it. Wait, what? I didn't even read that part. What the fuck? I'm a Russian Israeli. Oh my God. Pick a struggle, chatter. Bro, this dude literally said, I don't mind you calling me a Nazi because de facto it's not wrong, but that's just a word in it. Hey, at least you're honest. At least you're honest, big dog. Hey, good luck traveling around the world without additional scrutiny. You might go to jail, you know? Since you're openly talking about how you fucking served in the IDF and how you don't mind being called a Nazi. There's a couple countries that you probably are going to have a hard time going into. It's not much, but it's something. Considering how willing you are to describe your worldview like this, I suspect you got posts on your fucking Instagram that might be used against you as evidence. Yeah, traveling is not easy, but it is what it is. I stand behind the truth. The truth is Gaza suffers because of Hamas, not because of the IDF. We do add to their suffering, sure, but we're not the source. Dog, you are literally the source. The IDF is literally participating in the starvation and the direct murder of Palestinian children. Okay? You have, if you toured in Gaza, have participated as a war criminal in the death and destruction of Palestinian lives. Hamas only exists because you exist. Hamas only exists because you kill Palestinian children. Hamas is but a name only. Okay? Hamas is simply the newest formation of Palestinian resistance. As long as Israel continues its occupation, continues its apartheid, continues its domination, its genocide, its cruelty over the Palestinian population, of course the Palestinians are going to retaliate violently. Because what else are people supposed to do? Okay? Think about how angry you were after October 7. Think about how much you hold on to that anger to justify the genocide that you're doing. Now imagine living in October 7 conditions once every 3 to 4 years with an overwhelmingly powerful nuclear superpower that is backed by the largest military force on the planet, the United States of America. The fuck do you mean? Israel's been doing October 7s to the Palestinians for fucking 75 years before October 7. If you get mad at the Palestinians at that point, you should understand how the fuck October 7 even took place to begin with. No Hamas in the West Bank. Israel's doing October 7 in the West Bank all the fucking time too. What would you do instead of Israel, where hundreds of people were kidnapped from a festival, raped and tortured? Arabs too, by the way. What do you mean? Abolish the fucking apartheid. That's it. That's it. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about like the vengeance that people felt. Okay, what are Palestinians supposed to do after 75 years and the past couple of decades of a so-called peace process that Israel fucked over, just like Israel hasn't stopped fucking over this current iteration of the ceasefire negotiations over and over again in the exact same ways. End the apartheid, end the occupation. I don't care about your feelings of vengeance, okay? That's ridiculous. That is fucking ridiculous. Arabs too, by the way. Oh shit, dude. Arabs too, I guess. Okay. He's trying to get you banned again? Why would I get banned? I'm not saying anything wrong. I'm a fucking adult. I can handle this conversation, okay? I come from a city called Haifa. No, you need to understand this. Me, my peers, my friends, my family, no one hates Gazans. Dog, you literally were in the IDF and you said you went to Gaza. What do you mean you don't hate the... It's like a fucking Nazi coming in here and being like, listen, you don't understand it. Mein family, mein Vater, mein Mutig, we do not hate the Jews. We do not hate them. I simply press the button in the incinerator. Okay? It's not that big of a deal. We don't hate them. It's just that, after all, the Jew, the international Jew, is a ruthless cosmopolitan who's constantly destroying the Volkish German country that God ordained for us. Like, that's you. That's you right now. You're like, dude, I just pulled the trigger, man. I don't hate the Gazans. I come from a city called Haifa. What apartheid? 50% of the city is Muslim. My mom is a doctor. 80% of her crew is Muslims, doctors, nurses, and all. Yeah, dude, I totally. That was a really good retaliation from you, by the way. Wow, I can't believe you guys have fucking still some former Palestinians that Israel gave citizenship to that still treats them as second-class citizens. I did go to Gaza. I didn't shoot anyone. I didn't kill anyone. I've guarded. That's all. Yeah, I'm just a guard, man. I'm just a camp guard. Were you just following orders, dude? The question is, when the walls are closing in, it's fucking literally $0.00 for you to just like be quiet. And if you're gonna be loud, speak out against the current administration, speak out against Zionism. There are plenty of Israeli Jews in this chat that do the same and have been doing the same since October 7. Why can't you be on the right side? Why do you still have to maintain this fucking weird notion that you're in the right here? Who are you speaking to? No one here believes you. We all see the truth. We all have recognized the reality. And the reality is, the Western world and the Western populations were the only groups on the planet that were duped by this kind of messaging for the longest time. And it's over. And the reason why it's over is because Israel is so fucking cruel and so shameless. And its defenders are so fucking arrogant on national television that they demand absolute loyalty and nothing short of it. And anything short of absolute loyalty is, you are Hamas, you are Hamas, you are terrorist. Antisemitism. So it's done. It's done. It's over. And it's crazy that you're just like still trying to argue against a dead position. I know there are non-Jews living in Israel. 25% of the Israeli civilian population. The Israeli population is what you call Arabs, what I call Palestinian citizens of Israel. I know that, okay? Israel likes to use them as a talking point over and over again, but they are still relegated to second-class citizenship. And it doesn't matter. Because even if they had the exact same, no complications, exact same fucking liberties that the Jewish citizens of Israel do, which they don't, okay, Israel still maintains an illegal occupation in the West Bank and an apartheid structure in the West Bank that it has slowly but surely destroyed all semblance of fucking two-state talks over, with 750,000 Jewish settlers now living in both occupied East Jerusalem and occupied West Bank. There's no more two-state. There's no Palestinian statehood. There is only one state, and that is the apartheid state of Israel. A total of 5 million Palestinians. Now, those numbers are smaller, of course, because of Israel's genocide. 2.5 million in Gaza, 2.5 million in the West Bank. In the West Bank, it is apartheid. Okay, it is a slower version of ethnic cleansing. And in Gaza, it's genocide. That's it. But the reason why you're talking to me like this, I think, is because instead of immediately going, you are terrorist, you are Hamas, is because you must have some questions about this. The reason why you're coming in here to have this conversation is not because you love debate, because I think most Israel defenders don't do that anymore. Okay? There's got to be some fucking doubt in your heart. There is no right. Both sides are wrong, but they hold the wheel. No, the fucking National Emancipatory Resistance Front, comprised of orphaned children, is not holding the wheel. Who do you think is the powerful force here? The nuclear armed state that gets all of its weapons from the most powerful nation on the planet, Israel and America, or the fucking orphaned children? The army comprised of orphaned fucking children. It's their call. They want to stop. They can stop, bring back the hostages and stop it all. Yeah, again, this is also wrong. They have quite literally put up numerous ceasefire negotiations. On October 10, 2023, Hamas said, if Israel does not invade the Gaza Strip, we will give back all of the fucking hostages. Okay? Israel said, nope, we're invading the Gaza Strip. Why do you think that was the case? I don't think you care about the hostages anyway. I think you're just using it as a talking point. What do you think about Hassan Mossab Youssef? The fucking Mossad operative Hassan Mossab Youssef, who once said Muslims are worth less than an animal. A talking head for the IDF, Mossad, Shabak. I mean, yeah, the talking head for the IDF is absolutely 100% lying. Mossad is absolutely 100% lying. I don't even trust former Mossad heads who come out and say, oh, well, maybe Israel is doing a genocide. Okay. Once an agent, always an agent. This guy is the son of Hamas guy, chat. That's the person who he's bringing up here. You know about the Holocaust. Hassan Mossab Youssef is worse than a fucking capo. Where's the apartheid? If Muslims have all the rights I have, literally 50% of the student body, my law degree were Muslims. Brother, it doesn't matter that there is representation. It doesn't matter that like Muslims are allowed to fucking practice law in Israel proper, okay? In Israel, this is the funniest thing. I talk to Israelis all the time who don't even know their own fucking rules. They don't know their own laws, okay? There are numerous fucking issues within Israeli law where Arabs can be legally discriminated against. What you call Arabs, okay? Palestinian citizens of Israel can be legally discriminated against. The Israeli government controls all the land. In Israel, you can literally say, we don't want to have Arabs living here. Okay, this is before we talk about the Bedouin, the Druze population, and the tribal formations of Palestinian citizens of Israel that are deliberately kept underserved, that the Israeli government comes in and fucking destroys their house, and then they have to build it again, and then Israel bulldozes it again. This is inside of Israel proper. Palestinian citizens of Israel, when Iran was fucking striking back against Israel, Palestinian citizens of Israel would be denied entry into fucking bomb shelters. You act as though there's no fucking racism against Palestinian citizens of Israel in Israeli society. It's so stupid. Yeah, 5 million Palestinians, no, more than 5 million, 15 million Palestinians can't even set foot into Israel, their homeland. Yeah, no interfaith mixing. Yeah, you can't even get fucking interfaith married. And this guy's like, no, you don't understand. Even Israeli Jews can only downgrade in their fucking status. If an Israeli Jew in Israel proper falls in love with a Palestinian living in the fucking West Bank, that Palestinian in the West Bank can't come into Israel. And you're over here being like, there's not an apartheid. Meanwhile, your bitch ass and your fucking family came from Russia to Israel. How is that appropriate? The fucking Palestinian has been living there for generations. Your ass came from Russia. And you're like, there's no apartheid. How is this anything but Nazi fucking ideology? It's just pure fascism. Plain and simple. It's just Jewish supremacist attitude. He's like, no apartheid, dude. No apartheid. Can't get interfaith married, but no apartheid. Another question, do you think Israel shouldn't exist? Oh, dude, easiest fucking question of all time. Israel is built on the principles of Zionism, okay? Which is, as I repeated, a Nazi ideology. Asking me if Israel should exist is like asking, should Nazi Germany exist? Should apartheid South Africa exist? No, the answer is no. No state has a right to exist to begin with, okay? We're going to talk about that. People have a right to exist. This doesn't mean I'm in favor of like fucking mass deporting all Jews that currently live in Israel. I'm not saying that at all. I don't believe that that is just. I think that that would be very immoral and cruel. Okay? But of course no ethno-state has a right to exist. What the fuck are we talking about? The problem is Israel does not entertain the notion of equal rights and equal representation for Palestinians. Okay? Because whenever I bring that up, you and other people immediately turn around and say, whoa, 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 you just want the Holocaust to happen to us, the Jews. It's ridiculous. What did Palestinians name Muslims contributed to the modern world? I don't know. Math? Medicine? Are you so fucking stupid and Islamophobic? I guess you are right. They are. Yeah, Israeli schools are as R-worded as other schools if you don't know about the fucking golden age of Islam. What the fuck? Yeah, madrasas, also known as universities, preservation of a lot of fucking scientific literature. Is that good enough? Do you think people shouldn't be fucking ethnically cleansed? Just unconditionally? Can you say that? Why is Tel Aviv the mecca of LGBTQ essentially? Modern world, aka 21st, Hasan? What do you mean? You think the golden age of Islam did not have any contributions? Like the number 0. Also, the fucking mecca of LGBTQ does not mean that you get to fucking ethnically cleanse the Palestinians in Gaza. That's number 1. And number 2, Lebanon is right there, dumbass. The fuck do you mean? There's not a single straight Lebanese person on the planet, okay? They are incapable of being heterosexual. The fuck do you mean? It is the Mecca. Yeah, it's awfully weird how all of your LGBT friends have to go to Cyprus and then they get married. Wonder why. LGBTQ Mecca. Like, I don't, like, I give a shit. I don't give a fuck. You're hitting all the Hasbara lines. You're getting increasingly more defensive. None of this will work here. You will never be able to come up with a fucking statement that I have not heard a million times over and have not addressed a million times over. We're just going through. We're just going through the lines, okay? Oh, gay people get married and fucking gay people are allowed to exist in Israel or get married in Israel? I guess they should fucking murder every Palestinian then. My bad. Shit, I didn't realize that was what allowed people to do genocide. Like if Nazi Germany allowed gay marriage to happen, then it would have been fine to do the Holocaust. Is that your argument? That was the big problem? Gay people are allowed to get married in Gaza? Great question. Does gay marriage allow you to do genocide or not? Answer my question. There's no gay marriage. There's no fucking officially recognized gay marriage in Israel, okay? They only recognize it if you do it elsewhere. Should we nuke Tel Aviv? I don't think so. But even if they were, even if it was the gayest person on the fucking planet, it was the gayest place on the fucking planet, why do you think that this gives them the right to fucking ethnically cleanse Gaza? And also, the only fucking anti-LGBTQ provisions like the anti-sodomy laws that exist in Gaza are holdovers from British Mandate Palestine. And I believe the West Bank has been, the West Bank has never had any sort of homosexuality. Homosexuality was decriminalized in the 18th century when Palestine was under Ottoman rulership, for the record. In the Tanzimat era, the Ottoman Empire, which Palestine was a part of, okay, had decriminalized homosexuality. When the British came over after World War I and took it over, they actually criminalized homosexuality. The Gaza Strip still has that colonial remnant in its rules. Not that it fucking matters, by the way. None of this matters. Because ultimately, Israel is an apartheid state. Israel is doing a genocide. And that is a bigger crime than homophobia. I hope you understand that. Because when you're doing a genocide, you're killing gay Palestinians too. Your bombs and your bullets don't actually avoid gay Palestinians and only kill the straight ones or only kill the homophobic ones. It's so fucking stupid. We are not committing any genocide. If we were, how do you explain that the Gazan population increased in the past year, including during the war? The Gazan population increased during the war? Is that what you're saying? Really? You should take it up with the Israeli government then, because pre-Gaza war, the genocide, the population was 2.2 million. Now the population of the Gaza Strip is 1.5 million, according to Israeli estimates. How did that happen? How did that happen? I don't know. Maybe the past 2 years of not genocide, according to you. I hope one day you will realize that you are just verbatim doing neo-Nazi Holocaust denial in real time. And the major difference is this time we can see the Holocaust with our own two fucking eyes. It's not just like genocide is the crime above all crimes, okay? To begin with. But this is straightforwardly the Holocaust happening again. Is resorting to calling you a Hamas or a terrorist, so I guess props to him. I know. It's been a while since I've actually talked to someone who's a defender of Israel who doesn't just come in here to be like, you're Hamas, you're a terrorist, and I hope you die or kill yourself, or one day I'm going to come to your house and kill you. Because like that's usually what I'm used to. That's why I entertain the fucking Hasbara lines piece by piece. Literally the first time I've encountered in a long ass fucking time.
If there were ever definitely it.
Easy to be like, yeah, guys, I came up with it. Like someone went into the lab. Okay, someone went into the lab and was like, we're gonna cook up the greatest defense of Israel. Everyone has seen the starving children. Everyone's mad at Israel, but just you wait. Actually, the child is disabled. We're starving disabled children. How is this a defense of Israel? You have to be out of your fucking mind. Like you went back to the fucking lab and this is the best you cooked up. The situation is worse. We're not just starving children without disabilities. We're starving children with disabilities as well. Oh shit, dude. Fuck. Why didn't I think about that? No, I was aware. I was aware that Israel was doing this, but thank you for the confirmation, I guess. They're saying what you're seeing isn't starvation, it's pre-existing conditions. Yeah, it doesn't matter. No one reads it as that. That's my point. People see starving child, and then Israel goes, actually, that starving child is also fucking disabled. So obviously people go, oh shit, I guess you're also starving disabled children. That made the situation worse. Nobody goes, oh, the picture I saw of an emaciated child is actually one of a child with like a significant disability. It was a child born into... No, right-wing psychopaths don't see it like that. No, make no mistake. They all know this shit is fucking busted. They know this shit is broken. No, they don't. They just need some kind of talking point to shift the attention away. Even if it's shifting the attention away in a worse way. They're just hugboxed. They are just fucking hugboxed. And the number of people who feel this way are increasingly shrinking. The number of people who have the audacity to entertain this talking point is also increasingly shrinking. Hamas. Masters of propaganda. They control the media. Hamas controls the media. They have their tentacles. They're the puppet masters controlling the media. Bro, the one thing that Israel hasn't done in terms of like anti-Semitic tropes is basically like the greedy merchant. That's the only thing I haven't seen. Like, just like a photo of Yahya Sinwar as like the greedy merchant or something. You know what I mean? Like, that's it. Outside of that, they've done everything. They're rats, they're vermin, they're fucking, they have their tentacles and everything. They control the media. They've done all of the fucking Nazi tropes against Jews, but this time against Hamas. They do it with the sales in Gaza market. I guess that's right. Yeah, that's true. They say that Hamas is stealing the aid and then reselling it at inflation. Howard Libs this delusional, man. Oh my God, the Stacey account is so fucking annoying. I think that Kamala would have been better on Israel-Palestine than Trump is. This decision by Trump does nothing to help or hurt Palestinians. They need food, water, and shelter, and Israel's going to have to be forced to comply. The only way to do it is with an arms embargo to cut funding to the Israeli government. Kamala would never do that. I think the only way is by sending American troops directly to deliver aid and enforce a demilitarized zone, and I think Kamala would be considering that at this point. You are fantasizing. This is pure fantasy. Kamala Harris, who would do that, would at least as a private citizen say something about Israel's genocide. It's been fucking 7 months now. Yeah, she'd be considering that. I love liberals. Okay. You want to know why I love liberals? Because even in their fantasies, they can't say Kamala would take action. They still say Kamala would be considering that. Even in a liberal fantasy, they still can't get themselves to say that a fucking Democrat would ever take action. They would just be considering it. You made up the hypothetical. You might as well say Kamala would nuke Tel Aviv at that point. Like, why are you fucking still going, she would consider it? It's just made up. The probability of that happening is the probability of Kamala Harris saying we're going to nuke Tel Aviv, okay? It's just as insane. You're out of your fucking mind. But it's so funny that even within the fantasy, it's like, well, Kamala would be thinking about how to implement the best course of action, and she would be tirelessly thinking about how to do potentially a ceasefire. You misspelled Iran. Yeah, it's true. I hate that well-fed mother shit so much. Adults have more resiliency to starvation than goddamn growing children. That's just a well-known fact. What the fuck are we talking about? You have actual parents and grandparents opining on Palestinian children like they're not just human children. Half of these motherfuckers have their custody rights, should have their custody rights taken away. Holy shit. Oh, 100%.
And Israel's explanations for why they've shifted. World Food Programme has said of Gaza nearly 500,000 people are facing famine-like conditions, including Amnesty International.
We've seen this part.
On the mistake that delays our victory. And his finance minister has said...
Oh, yeah, we saw the last part. She even qualifies her statement instead of, I think. Yeah. Also, there's images of adults starving as well. There's documented deaths of starvation in the Strip. Hundreds, okay? Hundreds of documented deaths of starvation in the Gaza Strip. Anyone who fucking denies this is a Holocaust denier. It doesn't matter that at this stage it kind of feels like there's more of a permission structure to deny this Holocaust. is bullshit. And for the record, the aid drops are not enough, okay? There are still deaths due to starvation in the Strip every single day right now. That's how famine works. You can't just for months and months you starve the Strip. Eventually the stocks run out, and at that point when the stocks fucking run out, people are starving, and slowly but surely death starts happening. It starts piling. And then even then, when you try to go back and like feed people, there's also refeeding syndrome. This is literally something that happened to Holocaust camp, concentration camps when they were liberating the camps, okay? There are people who died of refeeding. Anyway, earlier today, by the way, speaking of the biggest dick riders of Israel, this administration. Netanyahu also moved to fire the attorney general prosecuting him for corruption. And also, Netanyahu has decided on full occupation of the Gaza Strip, according to reports coming out of Israel. But make no mistake, the administration is working tirelessly to do what, you might ask? Oh, that's right. Make the situation fucking worse. Earlier today, the Trump administration said that they're doing an anti-BDS clause on fucking FEMA. Okay? If you want aid relief, you cannot protest Israel. 4 hours ago from Axios. States that boycott Israeli companies will lose disaster relief funds, DHS says. The Trump administration said states and cities that boycott Israeli companies would be ineligible for disaster relief funds. President Trump is, by the way, this already exists in the state of Texas, just so you know. The woke America First red state of Texas. In the woke America First free speech defending red state of Texas, you have to sign a loyalty pledge if you want to work in the fucking public school system, for example. You have to sign a loyalty pledge, not to America, but to the state of Israel. Okay? Also, in the big, beautiful, bold America First red state of Texas, towns and localities that want to reappropriate funds back to themselves as opposed to sending them to Israel have been threatened by Governor Greg Abbott with shutting off the money faucet from the actual state government. They've been called anti-Semitic for demanding that millions of dollars that they send to Israel yearly go back to their own infrastructure. Okay? But apparently, due to some incredible pushback, Trump shortly was able to delete that part. There's no FEMA requirement tied to Israel in any current NOFO. No states have lost funding and no new conditions have been imposed. FEMA grants remain governed by existing law and policy and not political litmus tests. DHS will also enforce all anti-discrimination laws and policies, including as it relates to the BDS movement, which is expressly grounded in anti-Semitism. Those who engage in racial discrimination should not receive a single dollar of federal funding. This morning, the DHS document required states not to boycott Israel to be eligible for funding. The DHS actually put out a document this morning. As of about 10 minutes ago, the document was updated to remove this exact language after the outcry. Here it is. The Trump admin removed the language requiring states not allow the boycotting of Israel to be eligible for disaster funds. Here was the original, anti-discrimination. Discriminatory prohibited boycott means refusing the deal, cutting commercial relations, or otherwise limiting commercial relations specifically with Israeli companies or with companies doing business in or with Israel, or authorized by, licensed by, or organized under the laws of Israel to do business. Now they deleted that. But they actually didn't delete it, for the record. Make no mistake. they're still going to do it. And Sagar is right. Okay, after speaking with folks here, here's what's going on. An original guidance from DHS explicitly stated that federal disaster funding was barred from states that allowed boycott of Israel. The White House changed this explicit language after widespread outcry, but the DHS tweet makes it clear the admin reserves the right to deny these funds on BDS grounds based on the Anti-Boycott Act. TLDR, they still might do it. They're just not saying it out loud now. We're going to get burned to a crisp in the LA wildfires because I refuse to eat boo-boo-ass Sabra hummus. Yeah, you have to. You have to eat Sabra hummus. If you want FEMA to give you disaster relief funds, you have to eat Sabra hummus. You have to say Sabra hummus is the best kind of hummus. What a ridiculous fucking country we live in, dude. America first, by the way. Anyway, Omar Jimenez talked to Representative Alkin-Kloss, or whatever the fuck, however you say his last name. I don't know. That former military guy, okay? He loves putting the fucking Marine Corps behind him every time he does these interviews. On whether the United States should join Canada, the UK, and France in expected plans to recognize Palestinian statement.
Canada joined the UK and France and 140 other countries in calling for a Palestinian state. Do you think the U.S. should join them in that?
No.
No. No. Oh, thanks, man. Well, fuck you then.
Declaring Palestinian statehood just turns October
Yeah, by the way, this guy's a Democrat, a liberal, by the way.
7th into July 4th for Hamas. It gives Hamas a symbolic victory, but does none of the hard substantive work to make Palestinians' lives better, to make Israelis more secure. What we need is governance. We need governance in Gaza, and this has always been the mistake that Netanyahu has made, is that he has not transferred the tactical victories, not just in Gaza, but in Lebanon and Syria, in Iran, into an actual strategic plan to really annihilate Hamas by presenting an alternative for governance. Because Omar, Hamas pictures Israel as its enemy, that's true. But the thing that Hamas fears the most is actually an empowered Palestinian governance entity in Gaza.
Is it? Because I'm pretty sure they've demanded that, and Israel is the party that's saying no to that exact part of the negotiations. I don't know. I mean, you're a Democratic congressperson. You have, I assume, more access to information than even I do. If I know this, you should know even more than what I know. So I guess he's just fucking lying. Yeah, it isn't raised enough that even Hamas's position is currently less extreme than the Israeli government's, which refused to entertain Palestinian statehood and so coexistence in any form. This should be a major issue, a major focus to counter the popular Western view that Israel is the moderate party here. Okay, this is from History Speaks. In the current negotiations, Hamas has made it abundantly clear that they'd be willing to relinquish power and disarm in exchange for a Palestinian state on the 1967 borders. This is consistent with their long-term stated policy. For ideological cover, they may call this a hudna, a 100-year hudna, or whatever the case may be, but it doesn't matter. Nobody knows what the world, Palestinians and Israeli culture, etc., will look like in 100 years. What matters is that they are willing to disarm and relinquish power in exchange for a two-state solution. The current position, for the record, because this isn't their current position. The current position is no. Obviously, disarmament is a non-starter for understandable reasons because there is a fucking genocide going on. Okay, Disarmament is a non-starter for understandable reasons. There is no sovereignty without a standing military, especially when your people are being fucking genocided. It's ridiculous. But as far as governance goes, they have said that they are willing to relinquish control to a technocratic committee comprised of Palestinians. Israel doesn't even want that. Israel doesn't even want Fatah-backed Palestinian Authority to exist. Yeah, Hamas said they will disarm once a Palestinian state with the military is established. Of course. Israel does not want a two-state solution. Israel just wants Israel, greater Israel. That's the only thing they want. Okay? That's it. Israel just wants greater Israel. That is their project. They're not even hiding it. They're openly stating that that is their fucking project. Anyway. Now, let's get to the fucking dumbest person in America, Bill Maher, and what his takes are. That was an anti-Semitic thing to say 2 years ago. I mean, it was an anti-Semitic thing to say that Israel's an apartheid state 2 years ago as well, or even longer than that. Like, before 2021, when I said Israel's an apartheid state, people would be like, that's fucking anti-Semitic. Post 2021, the permission structure expanded to come closer to the truth. Yeah. Also, if you want to know about starvation, here is on June 5th, Minister of National Security Itamar Ben-Gvir smugly boasts about his policy of starving Palestinian abductees held in Israeli concentration camps, so-called prisons, filmed at a large right-wing rally in Jerusalem. Itamar Ben-Gvir said, they come in fat and they leave thin. Itamar Ben-Gvir himself is a fat ass too, but... Remember, we let this fucking war criminal, terrorist, monster piece of shit roam freely on American soil. And as a matter of fact, tried to prosecute people who protested his attendance at some of the top institutions in this country.
Kamala Harris, who is it? These are some of the young progressives in the party on who should lead Democrats.
I really like AOC. Unfortunately, I would like to see her stand and be more vocal about Palestine. But other than that, I really think that she should be the leader of the Democratic Party, as she is a Democratic socialist. Being also a young person, a young voter, a college student, seeing people like Zohran Mamdani, AOC just gaining so much more footing and so much more recognition in the policy field is very empowering.
I think candidates like Zohran Mamdani and AOC are really inspiring to see. They, someone like Mamdani, a Muslim like me, and Zainab here, it's so inspiring to see. And so I think that someone like that
By the way, they're showing these kids to be like, look at how scary and brown the Democrats are.
2028 can carry a lot of momentum. I think people are so excited.
So it goes back, Lawrence, to our point earlier about nothing's changed, no lessons learned. Right. It's resist Donald Trump and move as far left as possible in the Democrat Party. AOC and others seem to be still getting the attention.
Yeah, and that's where all of the energy is for them. Look, losing stinks. It's the worst. And when you lose, everybody's a loser. You look backwards and you see Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, and they're both losers. And you start seeing them start carping back and forth. And then you look forward and you have AOC and Mamdani and others who are part of the truly radical, crazy left-wing fringe of the party that, say what you want to about somebody like Nancy Pelosi. She was very effective at...
Dude, isn't that great? Isn't that great? Now that there's like actual leftist candidates, they immediately went back to glazing fucking Nancy Pelosi, who they used to call a communist radical.
Keeping the fringe part of her candidate of her party.
Perhaps this is a note for the centrist, center-right Democrats. If they want more popularity from and more of a defense from the Republicans, they should allow the left to thrive in the party. So the Republicans will gladly vote for you. You know?
Wraps. As she kind of rides off the sunset, Chuck Schumer is left. He doesn't know what to do. He has no ability to keep this fringe under wraps. And that's where all the energy is. That's where all the excitement is. The problem is when you get outside of the party, there isn't a broad, widespread general.
AOC pro-Israel, though. AOC is not pro-Israel, dude. I mean, her decision is her decision to try to like separate defensive weapons to Israel from offensive weapons to Israel is fucking stupid. But to say that she is pro-Israel is ridiculous. No, guys, stop. I have literally criticized AOC so much. Please just fucking do the right criticism. Okay? Do the right criticism. Either she doesn't believe that Israel is doing a genocide, and that's the reason why she wants them to have defensive weapons capabilities, or she thinks Israel is doing a genocide, which I have no reason to believe that she doesn't believe that, because she said it on the fucking floor of Congress at a time when it was an unimaginably costly thing to say as a national candidate. Okay? It's the truth, but that should not, make no mistake. It's the truth, and every politician should say it. You're crying because you're scared of chat. I'm so scared of chat that I spend hours upon hours yelling at my chat every single fucking day. It's so funny, people try to fucking be like, Hasan, you do this or you do that because of outside influence or whatever. And it's like, I am an incredibly stubborn person, okay? I need you to understand something. I'm an incredibly stubborn person to a fucking fault. Okay? I do not shelter you from my opinion. I don't do that. I've never done that, and I will never do that. And it is to a fault. I get fucking yelled at quite a bit by my chat. I get yelled at quite a bit from former chatters who now hate me. I get yelled quite a bit by people who fucking despise me and have always despised me because they think my worldview is scary. Okay? There's a couple things you can't say about me. You can call me a terrorist, but you can't call me a liar. Okay? You can call me a radical, but you can't say that I don't work hard and I say exactly what I feel every single day. That is the reason why I'm here instead of like on fucking CNN slop serving you liberal talking points. Okay? You don't have to agree with it. You don't have to agree with my opinion. It's my job to try to convince you. It's my job to tell you exactly why I feel the way I do. Cut out AOC, dog. There's no accidental voting in a genocide. I'm not saying that this is not worthy of fucking yelling at AOC over. I'm just not in the AOCIA camp. Okay? You have to, no matter what, you have to judge politicians on a curve. You have to grade them on a curve. Mamdani is a way better Dem progressive representative. I agree. But we haven't seen what Mamdani is going to look like yet. So far, you're right. 100%. AOC is just Pelosi. AOCIA. Don't fawn over politicians. Don't develop parasocial relationships with politicians. Use them. Okay? They're there for you to use them. They're there to be your servants. For the most, parasocial community around chatters really don't like giving Hasan any charitability or just general understanding of context. Huh? That's odd. Yeah, I know. It's a vicious fucking group of people in here.
Election support for this crazy nonsense. Full-blown communism here in New York City.
Well, you're right, Charlie. I think what this new generation of socialist Marxists, what they do very well is they diagnose the problem very well. When they talk about affordability and they say, you know, you should, the quality of healthcare, even...
Wow. A socialist is good at diagnosing the problems of capitalism? Shocking. I for one am shocked. That's crazy. You don't say. Wow. Wow. How'd that happen? AOC getting outflanked by right-wingers and embarrassment? Abso-fucking-lutely. AOC should be the one putting the fucking provisions to be like, no weapons, defensive, offensive. Israel's doing a genocide. Not fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene. It is an embarrassment that there is not a fucking singular Democratic leader that is out there. I mean, there's actually, that's not true. There are exceptions to this. Obviously, you have Ilhan Omar. You have Rashida Tlaib. You even have fucking Al Green. But as far as like prominent figureheads in the party, Marjorie Taylor Greene is doing more than fucking AOC is in terms of like yelling about what Israel is doing. And that shouldn't be the case because she's grifting. The media should be constantly talking about how hard AOC is on Israel. Okay? You got Summer Lee too. There's plenty. There's in comparison to the Republicans have Thomas Massey. That's it. No one else. If AOC was this like clever, conniving, cynical politician that many present her as, she would be actively banging the drums, and she should be regardless. Why do you think she's not? Because she has horrible instincts. I think she gets duped easily, especially when it comes to foreign policy. I don't know if it's like who's in her circle. I don't know if it's because of who is around her, who she's surrounded herself with. But when it comes to foreign policy, it's her weakest fucking part. That and also like getting caught up with like aesthetic liberalism a lot. But I guess the aesthetic liberalism actually helps her with like the base of the Democrats. That's why like a lot of Democrats love her. A lot of like regular ass liberals love her, but don't necessarily love Bernie Sanders.
What's happening in Gaza? They say the children should not be dying. Of course, they don't say Hamas is responsible for a lot of the deaths there. Many of their solutions are so jacked up, but they do a great job in telling the American people, I understand your pain. Kind of, in effect, like Donald Trump, addressing the working class, people that feel forgotten in America. His solution is different. Bill Maher has a warning for the Democrats. Okay, yeah, these young people are crafty. They are inspirational. But if you run these people, the GOP will win the next election. Watch.
Do you think that he would have the power and influence to be able to, like, usher in socialism?
He definitely has the power and influence to elect.
Is that Brian Tyler Cohen on Club Random?
J.D. Vance or whoever is the Republican candidate next time. It is a walking commercial for the Republican Party
I think
nationally.
the Republicans are going to...
When you let the Democrats, socialists, And now they're actually calling themselves social. When you let them take
look at-
over a major American city, this is what you get.
You know, if you're engaging with a psycho who all they care about is controlling you, they're very good at diagnosing problems. They're
Bro, they sound like libs. They're doing the fucking liberal therapy speak shit. I don't care about Afghanistan. It was my own personal Afghanistan every time my father turned the key to the door. When you see a psychopath, he's doing Darvo. Zoran is doing Darvo. They sound like Ethan Klein defenders, dude. Which is ironic because like all of that shit applies way better to fucking Ethan Klein himself, or in this case, Fox News.
very good at figuring out what your weak points are. And that's, I would argue.
Brian Killed Me is like, Zoran is love bombing the American working class. And guess what? Just like my ex-boyfriend, he's going to start ghosting you. Okay. And then you'll see when the split up happens, it will be severe. And after love bombing you and giving you all of the attention and all the love and having you expect it all the time, he's just going to pull that away. And then you'll see what happens.
What a lot of these people are doing.
Right.
They recognize that if you can focus on these problems, then you can, use that dissatisfaction to gain power for yourself.
When I see his face, I think immediately of his pitch for government-run, grocery stores.
That'll work out.
And I don't think there's any reasonable American who hears that and thinks that that's something that will work for them and their family.
But he's winning. And all of the polls right now.
Damn, they sound scared, bro. They sound positively scared. What happened? At first, they were, quote unquote, celebrating because Zoran is going to destroy the party. And Bill Maher is saying that too. So why are these guys not excited? Why are these Fox News commentators not excited that Zoran is going to destroy the party? What is happening?
If you take Sliwa out of the polling, he still wins. If you take Adams out of the polling, he still wins. If you take Cuomo out of the polling, he still wins in New York City. This is supposed to be the financial capital of the world, and people are willing to elect a...
Yeah, it turns out that, well, ironically, there's still plenty of finance people who are also, lower level finance guys who are in dire need of assistance. That's number one. And number two, outside of that, there are plenty of other sectors in New York as well. It's a fucking densely populated city. There's people from all different backgrounds. And guess what? They all like free buses. They want fast and free buses. They want a fucking rent freeze. They like it. Yeah. Guys, I'm beginning to think that the real minority is actually the super wealthy. It turns out there's not that many of them. And when someone can make a convincing case that they're going to fight like hell to improve most people's living standards, people respond positively to that sort of thing. And I cry foul. I think I'm going to blow the whistle on this. I'm crying to the referee. Excuse me, what about the rules? You're not supposed to do that. Come on. Talk about how you're a small business. Talk about how your mother was a small business. Why are you not doing that? Why are you not talking about $50,000 in tax credits for small businesses in underserved neighborhoods, especially after you got a college degree from a community college? Why? That was good. Can we get back to that, please? That was much easier to defeat. Now you're talking about how you're actually going to do shit. And it seems like people like that. And it seems like a lot of people, there's a lot more people out there than my favorite people, the only people who should have people status, which is rich people.
Socialist. And, I don't want them to win. I hope people wake up. But I think this will be the next mayor of New York. And the question is, what are we going to do about it?
Yeah, it'll be terrible for New York City, but Republicans will be able to run on this issue for as long as that guy's around. Yeah. And it's going to be a huge boon for Republicans.
Like, make no mistake, Zoran is a socialist, sure, but none of his policies are fucking implementing socialism. These guys are not mad about the scary policies of Zoran. They're like, oh, he's doing socialism. What is he doing? Fast and free buses, already been done. Zoran literally pushed for it. Eric Adams gave in. Okay, rent freeze happened numerous times, not under Eric Adams, of course, but it's like these guys are fucking freaking out. How is what you do okay and bettering everything? I don't know. I mean, if you hate the Republicans, I played somewhat of a role. This community plays somewhat of a role in the guy that they're talking about getting elected and winning the fucking Democratic primary, and it's pissing off the fucking Republicans. So at least on that end, if you're a liberal and you don't care about anything, you don't care about like fucking real change that will help the American working class, you can at least enjoy the show, you know? Don't you think?
And conservatives around the country, and New York City is going to pay their.
I will say this finally, when it comes to Bill Maher, it is so refreshing to see, once you remove the TDS, the Trump derangements, how you're able to look at the landscape and think logically. Bill Maher is still liberal. He's still a Democrat at heart.
No, he's not.
But he looks at the deck much differently now that he's met the president.
Can you explain why you criticize the small business support talking point? Because there are look, every small business is not just owned and operated by one person. Usually, when you think about it, let's say the average small business like hires, 2 people. And that's not the only kind of business, obviously, out there. There are much more workers than there are owners of small business in this country, okay? There are far more workers that work at a small business or work at a big business in this country than there are small business owners. So the policies that you should be implementing should not be focused on small business owners. It should be focused on all Americans, okay? It's an idiotic rhetorical trap that the Democrats fucking get themselves caught in. Small business, as a talking point, used to only be implemented by the Republicans, who are obviously at the behest of big business, but they can't say we love big corporations. So they had to say, oh, we love small businesses. We want to defend small businesses. How do we defend small businesses? By, doing policies that also help big businesses. Now Democrats say it. That's what small businesses is supposed to be for. It's a talking point for the Republicans.
He sees what's happening in the country. The liberals can recover. They can find some type of candidate, but they got to stop focusing on Donald Trump. You can't look at every single issue and look at the president. You got to have your own policy prescriptions. And so now he's warning them, guys, if you do this, you may get a temporary sugar high because this is this crazy leftist, but you can't run a candidate like that nationally. People don't like you taking their money.
Yeah.
This is still America.
If Bill Maher can see it, it must be obvious.
Yep.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Meantime, President Trump says he will, quote, substantially raise tariffs on India because the country, he says, keeps buying what he refers to as massive amounts of Russian oil.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I love that they gave up on beating on Mamdani. Yeah, they've already admitted defeat. They saw the poll numbers. By the way, speaking of Mamdani, there was a really funny thing that happened where Eric Adams, where the fuck is it? I need you to see this thing, okay? Eric Adams posted about the Jewish vote in New York City. And I'm sure you guys have seen this, right? There's a couple things I want to talk about with Zoran Mamdani. Number one, the Eric Adams thing. Eric Adams War Room Twitter account. Okay, here it is. New poll among Jewish voters. Eric Adams at 25%. Andrew Cuomo at 21%. Curtis Lewa at 14%. Jewish voters are behind Eric Adams. And if you add all those numbers, it doesn't add up to 100%. I wonder why. Oh, that's right. Because they took out Zohran Mamdani from the poll. It's weird because the plurality is missing from this. Huh. Well, it turns out Mamdani actually has 37% of the Jewish vote in the New York City mayoral polling. Now, I can't get over that. It's so fucking funny, dude. Wow. Suspiciously, 37% of the voters are gone. I wonder who they voted for. Well, I guess Eric Adams has decided those aren't Jews no more. God, I love Eric Adams so much because like even the people that he has hired have the same like the mind of a stupid that Eric Adams has. It's awesome. It's fucking dope, dude. 37% died mid-poll. We can never know their answers. Invented a new way to say the truth. Yeah. No. Oh, you say those Jews must be really anti-Semitic? Well, guess what? That is unironically the argument that people are making, as a matter of fact. Okay? So you're not wrong. We're now officially at the stage where Jews who are voting, the New York Jews who are voting for Zohran, actually also are a part of the problem. So they're saying the plurality of Jews that are voting for Zohran Mamdani are also self-hating Jews, which is not even a joke anymore. That's like a real thing that people are fucking saying. I saw that. I'm sure you guys saw that fucking viral Twitter post of we got to burn the village to save the village ass Twitter post that someone made about in the aftermath of this poll. Someone was like, yeah, actually, the Jews in New York are wrong. This is hilarious. 2 recent polls by GQR Research and Zenith Poll show Mamdani with a commanding lead among Jewish New Yorkers, but rather than cite them, Liam Stack frames the question as ontologically unknowable and ignores them. GQR was commissioned by a pro-Israel lobbying group, by the way. It is difficult to determine how many Jewish voters supported Mr. Mamdani because even in New York, the Jewish population is too small to be measured with precision by most polls. Oh, here it is. They've reached it. We have to destroy the village in order to save its stage of the anti-Semitism discourse. Here is Melanie Phillips, columnist of the Times of London. Zohran Mamdani leads among Jewish voters by a 17-point margin in the race to become New York City's next mayor. Mamdani, a Shia 12er Islamist, will bankrupt and Islamize New York and pose a threat to his Jewish community. With their Pavlovian reflex to support the Democratic Party and its anti-West, anti-white, anti-Jewish ideological dogmas, it was entirely predictable that before long, these U.S. Jews would themselves become a threat to the Jewish people. The moment has arrived. It's crazy how much you can get away with, like how racist you can be, as long as you claim to be defending Jews. You can literally be like the most anti-Semitic person. And still, as long as you're defending Israel, it's fine. Okay? Like this right here. This entire statement is unimaginably racist. Not that it fucking matters. Nobody cares about this anymore. Okay? No one fucking cares about racism. There's just no care or consideration. Yeah. Melanie Phillips is like, those Jews are bad for the Jews, which is why we should make a list of their names and maybe put them in concentration camps, to defend Jews, of course. The plurality of Jews like Zohran, and therefore they must also go because they're obviously against the better interest of Jews. So what happens when it's the majority of Jews? Like, at what point do you go, yeah, okay, we either give up this fight or just, put them in concentration camps altogether because of how fucking aggressively Islamophobic you are? This is the Londanistan lady? Of course she is. You know you're supposed to only do one gummy at a time, right? This post is somehow both Islamophobic and anti-Semitic. I'm impressed. It's true. She hit the double. She was like, it's a given that we have to obviously put all Muslims in concentration camps. But honestly, we should probably put the Jews there too. Just, you know, the Jews that like the Muslims. Yeah, this was funny. New York Post also had a hit piece on Zohran Mamdani. I'm not obviously showing that to you. I'm instead showing this joke because the real hit piece is like probably going to do his campaign. I'll be honest. The real hit piece that the New York Post came up with Zohran, it destroys him. It's over for him. It's straightforwardly over for his career. Okay. Oh shit! I accidentally clicked on the link. F in ethics. Zohran Mamdani laughed off stealing a table in college. That'll do it. No, it's over. No, it's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. Passing off his own self-deprecating college column as a scoop, and it's about borrowing a table from his old dorm room for a couple days to play beer pong. Yeah. It's hard. It's hard for me to not see the similarities here. This is the New York Post is doing what that pedophile Israel lolly defender is doing. Zohran Mamdani is 1,000,000% done. Every other week. Zohran Mamdani is 100% done. Zohran Mamdani is 200% done. Which one? The VTuber one that's like a real freak. Do you see our goat is super washed? Who is our goat? Former Vice President Kamala Harris won't run for California governor next year, but Minnesota Governor Tim Walz tells CBS News she would make an outstanding president, and then a 2028 presidential run would be good for the country. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it. Wait, Tim Walz endorsed Jacob Frey? Oh, he's done. Oh, I'm done. I'm done with Tim Walz. Fuck him. That is the lamest shit. He endorsed Jacob Frey instead of Omar Fateh. He sucks, dude. Fuck you, Tim Walz. That is disappointing as shit. Wow. That is fucking so ass. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz endorses incumbent Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey for re-election. Who's Jacob Frey? Jacob Frey is the current mayor.
Has filed a protest with the state DFL party, citing.
He's the incumbent, as the title suggests. We've been knowing this in Minnesota. Tim Balls is not it. Yeah, he's endorsing the incumbent mayor who, like, technically did not participate in the primary, and is like Omar Fateh is the pick for Tim Walz's party. Okay, the Democrat Farm Labor Party has chosen Omar Fateh as its candidate. That is the party that Tim Walz is also a part of. So his own party in Minnesota chose Omar Fateh as the candidate for mayor. Ironically, this endorsement hurts Waltz more than it helps Frey in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, because Frey is hated here. Yeah, I genuinely think this hurts Waltz more than Fateh, not because Fateh is so popular that it has zero challenges to overcome, but because Frey is so deeply unpopular. Waltz is spending political currency he doesn't have on this endorsement for a candidate no one wants. His own party didn't want him. Even if we have a vastly different grievances, the group of people who don't want Frey is so large, his campaign associates have begun ripping right out of the Trump playbook at a desperate last grasp on the electorate. Election denialism is not popular among normies. Frey's campaign associates spend the majority of their time harassing Twitter lefties to please Carol Beckers of the world in the absence of actual policy, and now they're getting dog-walked by not one but two serious challenges, and they're crying and puking. Not to do too much armchair psychology, but I honestly feel like Tim would be a Dwayne Davis guy. It would have been refreshing to see him go that direction. It would have been nice to show solidarity with the DFL and endorse Fateh, but this is a puzzling choice. Usually DFL can't even come together to support one candidate, so it was powerful Fateh got the nomination. Minneapolis residents here, Waltz and Frey are fucking toast because of this. Frey takes care of homelessness just like gruesome Newsom. I really did think Tim Walz was a good dude. But, you know, once again, I don't love any politician. I don't consider any politician to be my friend. I don't have any parasocial relationships with politicians. And politicians will always hurt you. Politicians will always end up disappointing you, and Tim Walz has been a spectacular disappointment. That is shocking. It's also just a bad decision in general. Would you have a sexual relationship with a politician? Only Trump. If Tim Walz isn't supporting Somaliopolis, then I'm not supporting him. Yeah, that's right. He's there with us, and we're there for him. We want Somaliopolis. Yeah. Also, breaking news: Zohran Mamdani allegedly filled a water cup with Dr. Pepper at Wendy's. It's time. It's time for a non-criminal candidate like Andrew Cuomo or Eric Adams. Here, Elizabeth Warren. Elizabeth Warren also defending Zohran Mamdani.
You know, I wonder, though, often we see this, and this is a local election. New York does not operate in a vacuum. It competes with other cities. And so this idea of somehow raising taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers who...
We have Omar Fateh on the stream. Yeah, I'm gonna do a Zoran style thing with him as well. I haven't reached out to his team yet, but I will.
By the way, I would point out, pay roughly 15% of their income right now between city and state. Raising taxes on them will simply drive them away. Shouldn't the focus of a mayor be on delivering services to the constituents of the city and doing that by raising the most revenue as possible without chasing businesses and the high-income taxpayers out of the city, because they can go to Austin, they can go to Dallas, they can go to Atlanta, they can go to Nashville. This is your issue. It's a national issue, not a local issue.
The issue is affordability. Do you know how many working families are chased out of New York City every day because they can't afford housing, they can't afford groceries, they can't afford child care? What Zohran is saying is, I want people to be able to afford to live in New York City. That's what keeps it a vibrant city. That's what makes people want to live
Nobody
here.
disagrees with that, Senator, but raising taxes in order to do it? Why is that the answer?
Oh, dear. Are you worried that billionaires are going to go hungry?
Oh, man, I can't believe it. Elizabeth Warren. Ay, ay, ay. It's just like she's so good at times and just so bad most of the time. When she's good, she's one of the top though. Like Lena Khan is a great example, okay? When Elizabeth Warren is on the ball and she's fucking and she's just like invested in the process, she's so goddamn good. But then usually she's just I can't get a good fucking read on people like this. I just don't understand it. Like, why? The Barbers and the Brendas in Nebraska are wildin'. Yeah, I saw the Mike Flood thing. Hold on. Never forget. What was it? Big Structural Bailey. Big Structural Bailey, chat. Don't forget. Who could forget Big Structural Bailey? It lives in my mind. It seems like a lot of you have forgotten Big Structural Bailey, and I don't like it. Okay? Yeah. Oh, this one was really good too, of course. Elizabeth Warren staffers criticized for getting tattoos that resemble Holocaust numbers. Yo, that shit was fire, dude. That was, dude, the Elizabeth Warren campaign was so funny. The blood and teeth. First campaign, first tattoo. Elizabeth Warren wrote out the Liberty Green Hexco for us. There's got to be at least one who's still running around with the Holocaust tattoo, you know? At least, there's got to be at least one Elizabeth Warren staffer that was just like, I don't have the money to get it fucking fixed. So good. They're in this chat. No. Elizabeth Warren's like existing staffers hate me. Remember, I got kicked out of the room when I was at the DNC, and the only time where like a DNC staffer or a Democrat staffer straight up was like loud with me was some fucking Elizabeth Warren staffer who was like, "You need to get the fuck out right now." I was like, "Excuse me." Cause I'm a Bernie bro. Yep. With the pepperoni nips. Big Structural Bailey. This and the Pete Buttigieg song lives in my mind. Remember the Pete Buttigieg song and dance? God, what a fucking insane primary season that was. When you have high hopes for a minute. Yeah, this is the best Elizabeth Warren tweet, and it's not even Elizabeth Warren. It's Donald Trump's tweet about Elizabeth Warren. Best line in the Elizabeth Warren beer catastrophe is to her husband, "Thank you for being here. I'm glad you're here. It's their house. He's supposed to be there." Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, here. This was my old loading screen. What's going on, everybody? Oh, I have to have high hopes for. Okay, we're gonna perfect that dance. I just took a shower. Okay.
You don't love injustice. You love your father.
What's up, Coof Town?
Protein.
Did you bottle your Coof Town? Let's see if what this user is up to. Gone. Sweat. I literally hate you. I understand. Hate watching now. Okay. Hi. Money changed you, Brody. That's the funniest. 5 years later and you still can't dance. I know. Anyway, let's finish this.
No, I'm worried that they're going to leave and spend their money elsewhere.
You know, they've threatened to do that over and over and over.
And they have. They've left.
But here's the thing.
And Goldman Sachs, when they create new jobs, they do it in Dallas. And Blackstone won't build a new headquarters. And go on and on.
You want to have a workable city?
No.
You want to have a city?
No. Blackstone won't create new headquarters, dude. I guess we just never. You had the OG TikToker haircut? Yeah. I've always been the OG TikToker haircut guy.
That's vibrant. You want to have a city where the streets are full, where there are things for sale 24 hours a day. Then you need people who can live here and work
Well, we've
here.
got that right now, by the way. I would point out New York is thriving. So now it's doing pretty well, actually.
I'm glad you think they're doing well because a lot of people are struggling to pay for housing. A lot of people are struggling to pay for groceries. And I got to tell you, mamas and daddies who are facing $25,000 a year to pay for childcare.
Those are national issues. I mean, I know they are the local state, but you can't.
New York City.
Yes, but if you deal with them in that way, by what is always your backup, just tax them more, they will leave.
No, the backup is make this city and make this country work for everyone. I get that the Republican point of view is make this country and make every city in this country work better and better for a handful of billionaires and let everybody else eat dirt. But what Mamdani won on in a Democratic primary is he said, I'm going to address affordability. And he didn't win by one vote.
No, he won by a lot. It's very much unclear he has the ability to actually do it, by the way, based on the laws and what the governor has to say and what he would actually have to do.
You know, I love that as the fallback position, and that is he's fighting for the right thing, but maybe the billionaires will have a way to
everybody
block
wants
him.
a more affordable city. There's no doubt about that. The question is how you go.
I actually do have a doubt about
you
that. The
build more
billionaires
housing.
sure don't want to pay their part on this.
You build more.
Please.
Look at this. Republican Mike Flood's comments being drowned out by chance to tax the rich at his town hall.
Next slide, please. No taxes on overtime.
Some more choice moments.
It's about two
The people are rising up.
big changes to the Medicaid program. One of those changes is that if you are able to work and you are able-bodied, you have to work. If you choose not to work, you do not get free health care. You do not get free health.
Boo. Oh man. I do love these. This is like porn for me. Watching these motherfuckers get booed at. Oh, it's so good. God damn it, it's so good.
Okay. So here's a question. Do you think that people who are 28 years old that can work and refuse to work should get free health care? I don't think that a majority of Nebraskans agree with you.
Yeah. Yeah. The majority of Nebraskans hate free health care. Oh, Elizabeth Warren was asked about Hochul, and Jeffrey's not endorsing Mamdani yet. Says Mamdani's the one on the front lines fighting for the working class families, and it's a message Democrats should embrace.
New York City is the place to start the conversation for Democrats on how affordability is the central issue, the central reason to be a Democrat, and that delivering on it in meaningful, tangible ways that will touch working families is why we're here. So New York City is
Satisfying, but when push comes to shove, they release the hounds on you and label you as disruptive if you take action through assembly. Yeah, but that's just a part of the process, baby. Like I always say, you got to be undeniable. You got to be unavoidable, okay? You have to be a force to be reckoned with. And a part of that is going to be the system trying to stop you. It is what it is. We have numbers on our side. Okay? Don't forget that. Anyway, here's Donald Trump talking about Laura Loomer again.
What is your relationship with Laura Loomer? What kind of influence with Laura Loomer? What kind of influence does she have in the White House?
I think she's very nice. I mean, I know she's known as a radical right, but I think Laura Loomer is a very nice person. I've known her for a long time. And, you know, personally, I think she's a patriot. And she gets excited because of the fact that she's a patriot. And she doesn't like things going on that she thinks are bad for the country. I like her.
Free spirit. She's a free spirit. You should see her at Air Force One. Free spirit, Laura.
Okay.
I love her, and she loves me, an angel. Oh, here, by the way, defense of Sammy Gold, Soldier Goy Teller has been initiated once again. He's been duking it out over and over again. He's a liberal. He has had annoying takes in the past, but, you know, I think he's been going through it on the internet, partially because he's actively been saying, you know, Israel's doing a genocide and whatnot. And it's really funny because, like, once again, you got the fucking Gentiles coming after him super hard. Let me see if I can find it. Where the fuck was that tweet? Yeah, he is anti-Zionist. But, I mean, he's a liberal regardless. He's had, like, liberal takes. He's also young, I'm pretty sure. A lot of these guys are. Yeah, he said something where he was like, Marjorie Taylor Greene is somehow more honest about what's happening in Gaza than either Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, and Nancy Pelosi. And everyone is like eating his ass in the replies being like, dude, yeah, well, is she honest about the Jewish space lasers? And I said, people are yelling at this guy, but you're failing to realize that Marjorie Taylor Greene can only take advantage of avoidant discourse over a 92-8 issue in the Dem base because, with the exception of a few Democrats, none of them are out there speaking convincingly on this. That's it. That's it. It's an absurd system that we're in where, like, the Jewish space laser people are literally gaining momentum. And then, he says, he tweeted, I've been to Israel 3 times. Most of my mom's side of the family is Israeli. My grandmother was in the room when Ben-Gurion declared Israel's independence. My father met Ben-Gurion. I speak Hebrew. My third uncle was Israel's chief justice. It's an apartheid state. And then Drew Pavlov said, imagine hating yourself like this. Oh, yeah. And then Cory Walker, too. which is crazy because it's like, it's called having moral principles, Mr. Pavlov, something I'm sure you have next to nothing as a clue as to what it is about. And it's just like, Drew Pavlov is literally about to go to jail. Okay? He's about to go to jail for the most avoidable sentence. And this motherfucker is spending his last couple of free days still tweeting about American politics, yelling at an American Jew with ties to fucking Israel for not being sufficiently pro-Israel. Dude, what is your life? It is crazy, man. He is so fucking committed to getting owned on Twitter. It blows my mind. Like, this is like Dark Side Phil shit, right? He's just like, this is my life. My life is, I am going to be a lolcat. Why is Drew Pavlov still on Twitter arguing with people? Buddy, you are literally going to jail. Why are you not enjoying life on the outside while you still have it? Exactly. Wait, why is he going to jail? He's going to jail because he protested on private property, and I think he got like a $1,000 fine or a $500 fine or something for protesting on private property, and like it was like a minor trespass fine, and he refused to pay it, and he tried to make a bigger deal out of it, and then all the court fees applied turned into $23,000, including like the lawyer fees and shit. And now he can't even pay that. So now he's going to prison. Like, he's going to jail. Now it's up to $30,000. Oh my God. Dog, every time you address him, he gets crazier. What's he gonna do? Go to prison for a longer time? Drew Pavlov is the only person I know that is so fucking annoying that an administrative state that agrees with him wholeheartedly still was like, your vibes are so fucked, you have to be behind bars. Because like, we're talking about Australia. It's not like Australia. The Australian administrative state is not like fucking anti-Zionist or something. They hate China just as Drew Pavlov does. And they fucking hate Hamas just like Drew Pavlov does. He is literally the most annoying, committed, loyal soldier of American empire. He is genuinely like the same as the Australian state. His positions are identical, and yet he still keeps getting into trouble because he is so fucking lame and so goddamn annoying that no one wants to be around him. So finally they were like, we're just gonna send you to prison. You have to be in fucking prison. Drew Pavlov has unironically done the most. He is the Rabbi Shmuley of both Israel and China for Australia, okay? Because he is so goddamn lame, because he is so repulsive, because he's such a fucking annoying loser that people who hear him go, oh my God, I am actually going to change everything I believed about both China and also about Israel. I am now committed. I am a diehard anti-Zionist, and now I want Australia to be a vassal state to China only because I cannot in good conscience back a movement that is spearheaded by the likes of fucking Drew Pavlov. Okay? So congratulations to Drew, and thank you so much for creating loyal soldiers for the cause. Okay? He almost single-handedly has made Australian politics relevant because of how fucking annoying he is. Like, just sheer lame-ass, repulsive behavior. Like, nobody actually gives a shit or cares or knows about whatever the fuck's going on in Australia. But Drew Pavlov is so committed to, like, yelling at Americans in the dumbest ways possible that we just keep up with Australian politics as a consequence of this. Regarding the chatter saying Drew has diamond hands on these fees, he's going to the moon, first moon prisoner. It's unfair to compare Shmuley to Drew. Shmuley has a daughter, which implies that he's at least fucked once. Can't say that about Drew. True. That is true. Rabbi Shmuley has had sex. The thought of it brings a cold fear to my heart. Drew Pavlov is so committed that he will most likely die a virgin. Australia is important. Leave Australia alone. We are just out here living. Anyway, India's mad about the tariffs. Oh, there was a massive protest in Sydney, by the way. Speaking of Australia, shouts out to Australia. There were apparently 300,000 people that crossed the bridge in Sydney in protest against Israel's genocide and starvation. I heard 300,000. It's probably not. It's probably like 100K, but it was a fucking insane crowd. Anyway, so congrats to the Aussies.
Selling it on the open market. It comes ahead of a new Friday deadline on tariffs for the rest of the globe, a deadline that's been kicked back at least twice already. ABC's Alex Prochet joins me now to break this down a little bit more. And Alex, India is now responding to these new tariffs from the president. What are they saying?
Yeah, they're responding to that 25% tariff that the president announced last week, and also his threats today to increase those tariffs, specifically because of India's reliance on Russian oil. The president targeting Russia and India because he's grown increasingly frustrated with Vladimir Putin and a lack of a ceasefire deal with Ukraine. But India's response here, it's a pretty detailed 6-point response where they say that they began essentially importing oil from Russia because they say that supplies had been diverted to other trading partners, including the European Union. They also go on to point out that this is specifically meant to benefit the cost dollar analysis for the average Indian resident. And then they point out, as you know, concerns have been raised by both the United States and the EU. They've pointed out instances where both the U.S. and the EU have still rely on Russian goods in trade. And so it's kind of pointing to.
It seems like India no longer lying, and this. My heart goes out to the Hindutva fascists. Because I feel like they probably thought that like Modi and Trump were literally the best friends on the planet. Like no one is a closer friend to India than Donald Trump. So like this is a unique predicament for all the BJP boosters. I suspect they're having a hard time coming to terms with this. Yeah. I didn't believe in magic until I saw my dogs turn into snakes type shit.
To a little hypocrisy, as they put it. But ultimately, this Indian response calls the U.S. targeting them for tariffs unjustified and unreasonable.
So, Alex, last Friday, this laundry list of tariffs on 70 or so countries was set to go into place. This is a deadline that had already been pushed back twice before that. Then we heard on Friday, well, actually, these tariffs are going to snap into place not last Friday, but this coming Friday, because they have to do some logistical moves to actually get the tariffs prepared to be enacted. So what's going to happen on Friday now? What are we at least expecting?
Well, assuming that deadlines stay in place this time, and certainly they have kind of kicked the can a little bit. Look, we're looking at a massive swath of some 70 countries that are in the process of of making deals, according to the administration. And a lot of these are major trade partners. You think about 50% tariffs on Brazil, 39% tariffs on Swiss goods, 35% tariffs on Canadian goods not protected by the U.S. MCA. This is something that could have drastic impact on American consumers. We've heard a lot of big box retailers say that those tariff prices are going to be passed on to the consumer.
Alex Boucher for us.
Chris Hayes made an interesting point on this, but like when Trump was talking about how many dollars they're collecting in the form of tariffs, he said something along the lines of like, this is the first time I've ever seen in my entire career a Republican politician, like a popular Republican politician, actively celebrating how much they are gaining in additional taxes from the American working class. It is truly interesting. Like, Americans genuinely think that this is just a cost that like companies are incurring, and then it doesn't actually go up. It doesn't translate the cost going up in general. It is, of course, a regressive tax, for the record. Oh my God, he's been cut in half. Yeah, I unsheathed my katana. Omae wa mo shinderu. Nani? I just did my special move. Yeah, I cut him in half. Your anti-Semitic sword? Yeah. We're the ones paying those taxes, you dumb fuck. Yeah, boom. Look at that tariff revenue spike. Says Gunter Eagleman. You go to buy a bed on Amazon that was made in Vietnam. The bed is now a 20% tariff. The company either has to raise the retail or eat the hit. So they raise prices and pass tariff along to the consumers ad infinitum. If the tariffs are predictable, a retailer or wholesaler could buy ahead against the tariff increase and slow walk the hit, or hope tariffs don't come to a pass. And that explains a big chunk of economic activity at the start of the year. You can't do that into perpetuity. There's only so much warehouse space, capital, the cost to borrow the inventory, or in many cases, the code dating and perishable nature of the products in play becoming limiting, like with coffee. Tariffs make sense if you do this strategically. You do it predictably to build up or guard a sector or beef up control or diversify in a supply chain. And if you're willing to pair it with industrial policy to that effect. That's not at all what we're doing now. The opposite, really. As I've said over and over again, if there's no trade to protect, then you're not doing trade protectionism. You're just fucking doing a regressive blanket tax on consumers, which is literally going to hurt the working poor a lot more than it hurts the wealthiest people in American society. But good luck explaining that shit to the average fucking Trump supporter. Oh my God.
Jobs report rattled Wall Street last week, and so did the president's response. On Friday, he fired the messenger, the official who delivers the jobs report. He claims the whole thing is rigged against him. Weijia Jiang is at the White House. Weijia, good morning.
Vlad, good morning to you. Good morning, everybody. That jobs report was released on the same day the Trump administration's reciprocal tariffs were announced. Businesses had long warned that the uncertainty related to tariffs could lead to downsizing and job cuts. But Trump has a different explanation for the numbers, a, quote, scam within the federal government.
Late Sunday night, President Trump defended his decision to fire Erica McIntyre, the now former commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Trump accused her without evidence of rigging the July jobs report.
We'll be announcing a new statistician sometime over the next 3 or 4 days. We had no confidence. I mean, the numbers were ridiculous, what she announced.
The economy added 73,000 jobs last month, which was fewer than expected. May and June were revised downward by over 250,000. Asked if there was evidence the numbers were rigged, National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett said the revisions are the evidence.
There have been a bunch of patterns that could make people wonder, and I think the most important thing for people to know is that it's the president's highest priority that the data.
That's one new job right there. True. But also that's one layoff plus a new job. So I think it cancels itself out. So that's a net zero. Oops. But don't worry. Next labor report is going to be a good guy, a Trump appointee. So you know it's going to be like next month's jobs report, 1 million jobs. You love it. You love to see it. America's hot. The Bureau of Labor Statistics said 1 billion jobs. It's hot, hot, hot. Too many jobs. Far bigger number than anyone can count. No one has counted such a high number, believe it.
Be trusted, and that people get to the bottom of why these revisions are so unreliable.
Trump claims it's not the first time McIntyre has manipulated the numbers.
If you remember, just before the election, this woman came out with these phenomenal numbers.
Dog. The Bureau of Labor Statistics literally came out with phenomenal numbers, just like they did for you in the month of July and June, and then revised those numbers also right before the election. As a matter of fact, a couple days prior to the election, they revised the numbers, and you fucking shit on them in the same way, but this time it was against Biden and Kamala Harris.
On Biden's economy. Phenomenal numbers.
But the jobs report that came out 4 days before the 2024 presidential election was revised downward. It showed
exactly.
In August and September of 2024, 112,000.
Dude. And Trump literally addressed it. Trump addressed it. He was like, oh, Biden, he's so stupid. He's so stupid. Kamala, she's also stupid. We have stupids running the country. We can't do it. That's why the labor jobs, they lied about the jobs, and then they lost all of the jobs in the revised numbers. We are running too many stupids.
And fewer jobs were created than initially reported. William Beach served as the head of the BLS during Trump's first term. He called his successor's firing totally groundless and a dangerous precedent, warning if any weak numbers are released by Trump's next pick.
Everybody's going to think, well, it's not as bad as it probably really is, because they're going to suspect political influence. So this is damaging. This is not what we need to have.
This is low-key like turkey shit. You know what I mean? We're turkifying. And once again, this is like, no, it's fine. See, the numbers actually show a very different reality. Trust. Like some of these institutions are supposed to be independent because you just need to know what is actually going on. Okay? You need to know. You need to know. The markets need to know what's going on. Nope.
According to a Goldman Sachs analysis, the July jobs report had the largest revision since 1968. Changes to job reports, though, are common because the figures are based on estimates that are later updated as additional data comes in. Vlad.
All right, Weeja, while we have you, let me ask you about this. The Trump administration is now investigating former special counsel Jack Smith. What do you know?
Like, what was the argument that I don't fully understand what the argument was like. Were they trying to say that like they actually beefed up the numbers so that they can make Trump look bad when they revise it? Is that what it is? Like, what was the argument that they're trying to make?
That's right. CBS News confirmed.
but I'll make a decision.
We already watched this. Oh, okay. We got to do the Sydney Sweeney. There's Sydney Sweeney updates. Ladies and gentlemen, my gins are so superior. Sydney Sweeney, as you guys know, did an American Eagle ad. Okay. And you're not ready. You are not ready for what has happened since then. Number one, she did the Nazi Eagle ad, right? A double entendre, a pun for superior genes, whatever. People got real mad. Not that there's anything, going on. Not that there's any sort of momentum on that side. Okay. I think it's more so indicative of the time that we're in, that corporations are like feeling, the corporations are just feeling comfortable with like making double entendres such as this one, right? Having said that, Republicans love the message. Okay? Republicans love the message. And there's one Republican who really loved the message.
By the way, the Sydney Sweeney controversy, can't get enough of this either. I mean, the jeans ad.
Yeah, that's my clickbait.
I mean, it's all over the place. You'll remember this ad of everybody talking.
You said Twitch is going to be next? Brother, what are you talking about? Twitch is already there. Look at the environment. Look at the environment of political discourse on this fucking platform. I was talking to a couple friends about this. Like, in 2020 and onward, for quite a long time, a lot of you guys, a lot of liberals, maybe even liberals who didn't like me, enjoyed a very different platform. When I was the top political content creator on this platform, and I know this is going to get fucking clipped and posted everywhere to be like, he's so mad, he's so sad or whatever. But when I was the top political content creator on the platform, I think that the platform and the environment overall was like way more progressive. People were literally, because most people only care about trends, like most content creators only care about politics as a trend or a meta. They don't necessarily care about like the actual impact. They don't have like any sort of discernible ideology, or even those who do have one don't actually let their opinions be known unless it's like allowed, right? Unless the permission structure allows them. Back then, XQC was posting about Black Lives Matter in all caps, being like, hell yeah. Aiden Ross was posting about Black Lives Matter. There was an environment of fear amongst content creators as well, that like they would get quote unquote canceled, or they had to be brand safe. Okay. And even my fucking liberal haters, okay, would probably go back to that environment if they had the if they had the opportunity. It's over at this point. The permission structure has shifted so dramatically that people are terrified. People are terrified of saying anything that steps out of line with right-wing content creators. And there's almost like a reverse cancel culture, but this time it's a much more violent cancel culture, right? Because it's not just like, oh, you lose your brand deals if you're progressive. You get fucking doxxed and harassed by some of the worst right-wing monsters and their fucking audiences that are excited. They're salivating at the prospect of having someone else in their crosshairs, okay? That has made it so that many people who are progressive themselves, like content creators who are progressive themselves, have just shut the fuck up out of fear that they will get retaliated on if they dare to invoke the name of Asmongold or Aiden Ross or even fucking Ethan Klein or any number of different people. This has made the audiences think that right-wing content and right-wing commentary is the popular commentary. It has made people assume that this is actually the cool thing. That permission structure is devastating. It's dangerous. It is rotting the brains of an entire fucking generation. From Kick to Twitter, all the way to fucking Twitch. Okay? I've said this before. Some of the liberals wanted to attack the left so hard and attack myself and other leftist content creators so hard and disparage them and lie about them and actively put the beat on them that they played a role in this environment. They played a role in right-wingers gaining prominence. And now you got fucking Republican comms directors in Nebraska throwing up Sig Heils and shit. You know? And now you got fucking my genes are superior ads. And mainstream culture has shifted, swung dramatically in the direction of like open right-wing sentiment. So much so that they can just like fucking meme about it.
I don't know, accusing the company American Eagle as being racist and all of the above. Well, President Trump is reacting to reports now that she is a registered Republican. Listen.
She's a registered Republican? Oh, now I love her ad. Is that right? Is Sydney?
Oh, now I love her ad. Bro, didn't you tell everyone you didn't care about the ad? Yes, I don't. Because the ad itself is not going to make people go, oh my God, I love white supremacy. I love eugenics. The ad itself is more devastating when you think about the environment for major corporations. A couple of years back, no corporation would ever fucking dare to entertain a double entendre about like superior genes with like a blonde woman with blue eyes, okay? Now, they're just fucking swinging from the fences because they know that this kind of back and forth, this kind of discourse helps them overall. And now you even got the fucking president leaning into it.
You'd be surprised at how many people are Republicans. That's what I wouldn't have known, but I'm glad you told me that. If Sydney Sweeney is a registered Republican, I think her ad is fantastic.
So do you think she gets an invite to the White House out of that?
There you go.
In true Trump fashion. Look, this doesn't even have to be a story. You had two competitors going at it. You had the American Eagle with Sweeney on the cover and Beyonce, who has taken over Levi's as well. And both of them are beautiful women. And people were buying both of them. They have turned this into some type of scandal. It didn't have to be that way. The woman wasn't even talking about her politics. Now we're going and looking at her voter history. She was a private person. I mean, I just think it's a little bit ridiculous, but I think it's great for American Eagle because now their value is going to go up all because of the outrage. Now Republicans are.
Dude, this man has one of the worst jobs on the planet. It is crazy. It is crazy that he just like has to sit there and just be like, yeah, I mean, white genes are superior. What's the problem? Literally every day of the fucking week, dude. He just has to sit there and just be like, yeah, white is right. I'm so confused as to why people are even making a statement about this. Did she really kill woke by showing chest? No, that was a meme. Nobody gave a fuck that Sydney Sweeney's titties looked great, okay? That wasn't like a real thing. People were just like joking off of that. This is a little bit different than that. You know what I mean? Like right-wingers were like, Sydney Sweeney killed woke by showing her tits. And of course, like leftists and liberals alike were just like making fun of that because they were like, everybody loves tits. Shut the fuck up. No one cared. But this is a little bit different because this is like a major, I mean, this is an American company just being like, doing a meme about white supremacy, you know, and eugenics. So I don't think the ad itself is like actually making people realize that white is right or anything. But I think, like I said, it's more so a symptom of the times. It's like indicative of where we're at as a society, that corporations that used to try to like be fake woke are now going to be like fake right wing. Because ultimately they don't give a shit. They only care about profit.
going to be buying American Eagle.
And of course, Democrat politicians took the bait and decided to weigh in and get all upset about it. And Vice President J.D. Vance had some advice for them on it.
Political advice to the Democrats is continue to tell everybody who thinks Sydney Sweeney is attractive is a Nazi. that appears to be their actual strategy. I mean, it actually reveals something pretty interesting about the Dems, though, which is that you have like a normal, all-American, beautiful girl doing like a.
I will say this. I think the Republican politicians like actively talking about how hot Sydney Sweeney is so gross, and it's going to backfire. Because like Ted Cruz was posting about it. He's like, Sydney Sweeney is a looker. She's got titties for days. It's like, dude, you're like 68 years old and you liked porn on 9/11. Famously, you liked cuck porn on 9/11. I remember, okay? Pepperidge Farms remembers. Calm the fuck down, man. Yeah, he did. You guys don't remember Ted Cruz? I need to know what to think of this. What? No. What? Her jeans, her story. We'll continue to celebrate how everyone wears their AA jeans with confidence. Their weight. No, dude. No, I don't think this is a reach. Oh, God. They're just rubbing it in our faces at this point. I think this is 88 characters total and 14 words, but I think it's a reach.
Normal jeans ad, right? They're trying to sell jeans to kids in America, and they have managed to so unhinge themselves over this thing. And it's like, you guys, did you learn nothing from the November 2024 election? Like, I actually thought that one of the lessons they might take is we're going to be less crazy. The lesson they have apparently taken is we're going to attack people as Nazis for thinking Sydney Sweeney is beautiful. Great strategy, guys. That's how you're going to win the midterms, especially young American men.
Yeah, they're leaning into crazy. And then meanwhile, Sydney Sweeney, of course, is leaning into the whole thing because she realizes it's pretty hilarious. New video coming out showing her at a shooting range. And
I can't begin to explain this enough. Corporations do not care. They only care about profit. If they think being woke is going to sell jeans, they're going to do the same ad, but with a black person. And then they're going to make the right wing go crazy. Okay. Which, by the way, I brought this up on the podcast Patreon episode as well. I was like, imagine if this was not Sydney Sweeney, but a black person, a black woman saying, these are my superior genes. What do you think the right wing reaction would be? And that's what it is. It's just like they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. Corporations don't give a shit. Even right-wingers don't necessarily give a shit until they're primed to get mad. Okay? I'm sure there was a similar ad campaign in the past, but ultimately, as long as there isn't like a Matt Walsh and a Tucker Carlson and a fucking Ben Shapiro like constantly gearing people up to lose their minds, they're not going to care. But ultimately, remember, corporations do not care. They do not care. They do not have like, some corporations have like real ideology. Like Ben and Jerry's, I would say, is like actually woke, right? They're not fake woke. They're real woke, right? They care about this shit. And they'll put their money where their mouth is every now and then. But ultimately, ultimately, corporations are only doing this because they think this is how you make money.
Knocking up pretty good.
I mean, you love to see it. For me, as a single guy, anytime I see a young woman that can shoot, her value goes up. That means I can take her home to Texas. She understands. That means when I'm away from the family, she's going to protect the family.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it $150, dog. If she's a fucking registered Republican and she's talking about superior genes and shit, I don't think her family's going to be as inviting and as accepting. You know? I don't even know if Sydney Sweeney's like that. I don't know enough. Like, people are saying she's a registered Republican. But if she got like hella Trump supporters in her family, I'm going to keep it $150. They're probably not going to be excited seeing you at their doorstep. You know, at least that's what I know about the common meta. Okay, bro, this is reaching. It's a Gene's ad, not Hitler's manifesto. I don't think you need to be a fucking descendant of Adolf Hitler to be like the average Republican that hates when their blonde daughter dates a black man in Idaho, where she's from. That's just regular racism, you know? Feel me? Yeah, look at Hulk Hogan. Yeah, that kind of racism isn't even just about Republicans either. Democrats do that shit too. That's just wholehearted, like, real ass American white racism. Homegrown. No wonder there are no black people in this community. There are black people in this community. I don't know why you're saying that. Like, we have the statistics.
And I just think this is beautiful. That they tried to destroy this woman, and her value is going up. She is just not beautiful, but she can shoot too. We're done here. We're done.
Practicing self-defense.
I mean, it's just beautiful. It didn't have to be like this. They could have just allowed American Eagle to have the win. Right. But now they picked the stupid fight, and J.D. Vance is right. And by the way, a good get by Ruthless Bros for getting up with the vice president.
Yeah, that was good.
They didn't learn anything from the election. They have no instincts anymore. It's kind of sad.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian.
Good take, man. Also, she pulled saw the cast of Euphoria last night at the Gaslight. Sydney Sweeney, Hunter Schafer, and Maude Apatow spotted at the karaoke bar last night. So it's good. Maybe this is her way of saying she's not a Trump supporter. I just don't get it. Like, how could you? Okay. I don't want to be the one who's too woke here. Because people are saying Hunter Schafer is white. Y'all are so stupid, man. If she's a Trump supporter and she voted for Donald Trump, that's not just like anti-non-white people. You know that, right? Like, who's the first group of people that Donald Trump's administration went after, chatters? Did y'all forget? Trans women, trans people in general. What the fuck? Yeah, Trump literally reset Hunter Schafer's passport to M on the gender marker. Like, that was one of the first things that the administration did. So I don't know how that works. So I don't fully get it. Hunter Schafer is a friend of the show. I will not allow any Hunter Schafer slander. She was literally arrested at a fucking pro-Palestine rally, okay?
President Trump.
That's it. Don't forget that.
Tweeted about it or posted on Truth Social, which also makes its way over to X, the following. This is one of the classic Trump tweets of all time, and that's saying something. Now, he found out that she's a registered Republican. That hit the news this weekend. Sydney Sweeney, a registered Republican, has the hottest ad out there, he writes. It's for American...
I love this dude. Megyn Kelly is so excited at reading a Donald Trump tweet that isn't just like, I love Jeffrey Epstein. He was so handsome. Many of the minors actually wanted him. You know what I mean? Like, she's just like, oh, thank God we can do discourse on some other shit for once. I will never release the files. All the minors that he stole from me, I wanted to use myself. It's very messed up. He stole the minors from me, so we fought. I'm exaggerating, but only by a little bit, for the record, about the what Donald Trump has said. Which is fucking nuts. He did literally say one of the minors, Virginia Jeffrey, he stole from me. From my spa. The minor worked at my spa, the best spa. We have best spa. To spa or not to spa? That is the question. I told him, don't do it again. And then he stole another minor from me. Donald Trump, operator of the greatest spa with a lot of minors, many of which were sex trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein later on. Like that literally is what he said.
Eagle, and the jeans are flying off of the shelves. Go get 'em, Sydney! Exclamation point. On the other side of the ledger, Jaguar did a stupid and seriously woke advertisement that is a total disaster, in all caps. The CEO just resigned in disgrace, and the company is in absolute turmoil. Who wants to buy a Jaguar after looking at that disgraceful ad? I'll show it to you in a minute, audience. Shouldn't they have learned a lesson from Bud Light, which went woke and essentially destroyed in a short campaign?
I'm glad that this is news now. Like, this is good news. I'm glad that this is what we are covering as news and commentary, all that pertains to culture. Very cool.
The company? The market cap destruction has been unprecedented, with billions of dollars so foolishly lost. Or just look at woke singer Taylor Swift. Here we go, cherry on top. Ever since I alerted the world as to...
That got bro pussy wet. I guess it doesn't work that well when it's a woman that I'm talking about, but like, She's so stoked. She's literally so stoked. She's like, yeah, Taylor Swift destroyed. Sick. Okay. You're like 55 years old, man. Why the fuck do you care about any of this shit? You've been a political commentator for like longer than I've been alive. Why is this so exciting for you? Oh my God. The leader of the free world is shitting on Taylor Swift. Oh, thank God, finally.
What she was by saying on Truth that I can't stand her. Hate, in all caps with an exclamation point. She was booed out of the Super Bowl and became no longer hot, in all caps. The tide has seriously turned. Being woke is for losers. Being Republican is what you want to be. Thank you for your attention to this matter. It's the greatest. It's so right. He's right. What did he say that was wrong in there? Absolutely.
Yeah, meanwhile, you go to a Republican town hall and like the Republican town hall and you got fucking the Deborahs and the Barbers being like, we will kill you. We will kill you dead with our weapons. We do not even have our weapons, so we will use our hands. If you take away our health care, we will actually shoot you in the streets. And Megyn Kelly's like, yeah, woke is dead. Yeah, definitely. No, definitely. Things are so good. Everyone is so stoked. Yeah, keep talking about fucking Taylor Swift and shit. Don't fix the cost of living crisis, which Donald Trump ran on. And people will eventually only focus on this shit. Yeah, this is a great take, actually. This is Colbert level shit is exactly right. That's exactly right. Yeah, has the energy of Jimmy Kimmel laughter. Lol, Trump, lol, lol. Cooked. What is this? Trump is apparently unprompted calling people to tell him that he hasn't killed Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, Midas touches. I don't know about this reporting. All right, here's another one. Here's another one. Here's another one. Let's pepper in some more Mike Flood moments.
My question is fiscal. With 450 million FEMA dollars being reallocated to open Alligator Alcatraz and 600 million taxpayer FEMA dollars being used to now open more concentration camps and ICE burning through $8.4 million a day to illegally detain people, how much does it cost for fascism? How much do the taxpayers have to pay for a fascist country?
Hell yeah. Bro, this is Nebraska, okay? You understand me? This is Nebraska. This is a Lincoln, Nebraska, Mike Flood town hall. This ain't the fucking DSA. This is not like this is not the woke Maoists getting together. These are Deborahs. These are Barbaras. Yeah, good luck. Yeah, these are corn Karens. Yeah, I love that. I'll be honest. I'm kind of farming this story. Like, people really want to fucking give a hot take on this shit. I don't fucking care about this shit, dude. I don't. You can say it's because I think Sydney Sweeney's hot or whatever in your mind, but like it's just crazy how much people care about this. It's like American politics is so hyper capitalist that like even the anti-administration, anti-establishment political movements are still organized around commodities and around consumption. Like, oh, fucking, I'll never buy an American Eagle jean ever again. I'm taking my business to like Aeropostale or Aeropostale, whatever you say it, or Abercrombie and Fitch. Okay. Like, we are a very English is my second language. Don't make fun of me for not being able to say Aeropostale or whatever correctly. Shut the fuck up. You're monolinguist. You're monolinguist cucked. Okay? I'm language maxing. You're literally fucking monoling cucked. Anyway. That shit ain't even English, dog. Shut up. Can you pronounce Chipotle? Chipotle? Yeah, I'm tongue maxing. Your tongue can't even fucking turn around. What was I saying? Oh, this is a very white community. So like a lot of you are not super in tune with what's going on, but like one of the most like impactful, I would say, at least according to FD Signifier, one of the most impactful like boycott movements have been against Target. And why did the unks and the aunties in the black community boycott Target? It's because Target like fired their DEI people, and now it's like they're really mad about Target. Okay, and they've been boycotting it, and I know because I've been seeing people yelling at Kai Cenat because he did a collab with Target. And I've been seeing black content creators on TikTok yelling at Kai Cenat, and they're not even like young. They're, Gen X and like elderly millennial black content creators and stuff on social media, just like yelling at Kai Cenat for doing like a tone collab with Target. But even then, even my not so woke friends are boycotting Target. That's what I mean. No, you mean we've been boycotting Target. I mean, I boycott Target every day, but I didn't know about it until FD put me on. Target CEO met with Al Sharpton a few months ago over the boycott. Sharpton led a whole ass march to Costco thanking them for keeping their DEI programs. Anyway, my point is, like a lot of our political initiatives basically move in the direction of like picking one brand over the next. Like I wish we could just do more advocacy in the direction of like actual legislation. Is that bad? No, not necessarily. I mean, I have a boycott initiative that I'm obviously fond of, and I actively support it. It's BDS, right? So it's not even necessarily, I don't necessarily have a problem with like boycotting corporations, but like also the BDS initiative, Boycott, Divestments, and Sanctions on Israel, comes from the Palestinian National Council, and it's directed at like specific companies for participating in the apartheid structure or the genocide that Israel is conducting. It's not because they like fired the DEI people. Not to say that like firing the DEI people is not an indication that the company is moving in an anti-woke direction. So there's truth to that as well. But I wish that we would do more political initiatives, both outside of outside of boycotting, because boycotting is only one aspect of BDS, right? Demanding divestments from the state of Israel is another very important one, and demanding sanctions of the state of Israel is another very important one. Without the D and the S, if you're just doing the B, you're not going to get a lot of movement. So I feel like I wish there was more of a, targeted initiative that didn't just like revolve around like one corporation that people are focusing on, but instead like actively pushing for legislation change. Yeah, consumer activism is potentially the weakest form of engagement. The results you get are fickle. Yeah.
Sydney, can you keep out of that? Sydney, sorry. Sydney, any comments about the ad? Sydney, please. That it's being racist. Thank you.
Look at that movie, Americana.
The White House is reacting to the controversy over Sydney Sweetie's American Eagle ad. The ad's getting attention for its play on the word genes, as in denim pants, and genes as in genetics. Critics say it plays on themes of eugenics. Now a second ad, this time from Dunkin', is drawing similar scrutiny. ABC's Andrew Dimbert has the latest.
Wait, what did Dunkin' Donuts do? The fuck? Now we got a Dunkin' Donuts ad that's racist? Dunkin' Donuts did one too? Wait, what the fuck?
I didn't ask to be the king of summer. It just kind of happened. This tan? Genetics. I just got my color analysis back. Guess what? Golden summer. Literally. I can't help it. Every time I drink a Dunkin' Golden...
What is this real? No. This is not a real ad, is it? Why are fucking American companies talking about genetics like this, bro? What is happening? What the fuck is going on, dude? Is weeks old. Tap in. I don't see any ads. I don't even run ads. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. There are no advertisements on the Piker Broadcasting Service. PBS runs 0 ads. I don't see any ads. I don't run any ads, motherfucker. Subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime right now. The Fourth Reich is here, and as you say, it's the Burger Reich. Yeah, this is some crazy ass shit, bro. I love my genetics. They're so good and so much better than other inferior species who I don't even want to call human if you really think about it. Like, what the fuck? I feel like I'm going crazy. What the fuck was that? What does genetics have to do with Dunkin' Donuts unveiling what I assume is orange juice? What the fuck?
This tan? Genetics. I just got my color analysis back. Guess what? Golden summer. Literally. I can't help it. Every time I drink a Dunkin' Golden Hour Refresher, it's like the sun just finds me. So if sipping these refreshers makes me the king of summer, guilty as charged. The Golden Hour Refresher, only at Dunkin'.
I'm losing my mind a little bit. What is this? This chatter claims to have gone to school with this actor. Spokane is in the red half of Washington that wants to separate from the other half and calls itself Liberty Law. What? Yes, it is. I went to fucking high school with Gavin. He used to do Christian movies before he got his big break. It doesn't surprise me at all that he did this. Duncan actor is an evangelical Christian wacko too. This summer, I turned pretty star Gavin Casalegno blasted over liking sexist and transphobic posts. Dude, oh God. Monoculture is so awesome because, like, if I saw this dude walking down the street, I would think he's like a gay twink who is the most like pro-LGBT person on the planet. You know what I mean? Like, what do you mean he's a Christian evangelical who hates like gay and trans people? Like, what are you? You can't look like that. You're not allowed. You know? That's crazy. Oh, he's bisexual in the show? Shut the fuck up. That's crazy. Even the evangelicals are twinks in 2025. Yeah, 100%. It looks like an extra in a Troye Sivan music video. That's, yeah. Why did we focus on the actors? They didn't write the shit. Fuck this guy and fuck Sydney Sweeney or whatever, but the energy is incredibly misdirected. I mean, I don't really care about the actors. I've literally said that exact same thing. I think the corporations are also not doing it because they have like an investment in defending white supremacy. They just have a they just have an investment in terms of you know, winning over people and assuming that this will drive sales, and they're entertaining this kind of shit specifically because they believe that this will bring tremendous profits. This will yield tremendous profits in return. That's it. That's the only reason. That's the only reason why people are doing this. Companies are doing this. Companies do not give a shit about wokeness, and they do not give a shit about racism either. You know, it's just marketing.
Sydney Sweeney is a registered Republican. I think her ad is fantastic.
The controversy over Sydney Sweeney's American Eagle ad has reached the White House.
My jeans are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has very jeans.
The ad gained attention last month for its play on the word jeans, as in denim pants, and genes, as in genetics. Many saying it plays on the themes of eugenics.
The American eugenics movement in its prime between like 1900 and 1940 weaponized the idea of good genes just to justify white supremacism.
My genes are superior, and by that, I mean white with blonde hair.
But some saying that connection may be going too far.
That might be a bit of an overreaction. Although Hitler did briefly model for Mein Comfort fit jeans.
As far as I'm concerned, y'all be looking way too deep into
The controversy has gone political, pitting right-wing.
The nonsense where you are not allowed to ever celebrate someone who is white and blonde and blue-eyed.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Every advertisement, with the exception of like Dove or whatever the fuck that really triggers the shit out of conservatives, has always heavily featured white people. America is majority white, okay? This is not that's not the reason why people are going, what the fuck is this? Sydney Sweeney has probably done 100 ads before this. The reason why people are going, this is a little weird, is because she is going, I love my jeans. My jeans are great. I love having, my jeans are blue. That's it. Like, that's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. And then it's like, it's unfolded into this like larger part of discourse because like no one wants to, there's no material changes, no material gains you can make. Anne, kaya alır mısın? Anne. She's waiting for you. Look, it's okay. Let her out. Let her out. Let her out so she can hang out with you. Thank you.
Against left-wing.
It's not that they want to see more white women. It's that they want to see none of anyone else.
And now a second ad, this time from Duncan, featuring actor Gavin Casalegno, drawing similar scrutiny.
This tan, Genetics. I just got my color analysis back.
I don't understand what that line has to do in this ad. Like, I feel like even if he didn't say this tan genetics and he just said, yeah, this tan, all natural, baby, or something like that, it wouldn't even reach the standard of scrutiny. It makes no sense. What is going on? Did they write this? Oh my God. Okay, 5-head play. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Hold on. Hold on. I know what happened. I know what happened. A while ago, during the Super Bowl, the last Super Bowl, I came to a scary conclusion that a lot of these ads were no longer being written by undergraduate interns or English majors that recently had graduated out of college and knew someone at like OMB or whatever. But instead, they were being written by AI. And now, as we know, Elon Musk destroying the woke AI has created AI that is known as Mecha Hitler. So I feel like a lot of these ads were written at a time when the AI was going based and not woke. And therefore, that's the reason why they weirdly keep talking about genes and genetics. It's actually not the fault of the marketing agencies. It's actually the fault of the not woke but secretly based AI that's writing all of these fucking ads. That's right. That's what it is. Up next, Jiffy Lube. Jiffy Lube denies all genocide except white genocide in South Africa. Free the Afrikaner with Jiffy Lube. Yeah. It's the rogue AI.
Guess what? Golden summer, literally.
Critics quickly noting the timing and drawing parallels to Sweeney's campaign.
Talking about genetics? It's weird. It's weird.
No comment from Duncan, but American Eagle is defending its ad, saying it is and always was about the genes. Her story, great genes, look good on everyone.
American Eagle stock soared after the ad came out. It's up about 5% since last month. Andrew Dimbert, ABC News.
What the fuck? Dude. What the fuck? Dude, Americans love it. Dude, fuck it. I want to test the theory. Just say the 14 words next time, okay? I want McDonald's to be like, McDonald's wants to preserve a future for our white children. I want to see what happens to his stock. Fuck it, dude. Let's just see where this goes. You know what I mean? Burger King wants Curtis Yarvin to create a techno-feudalist utopia. Burger King actually has always been a defender of the monarchy. Burger King, sponsored by Trump, the real king of America.
New York.
Andrew, thank you.
We've tried establishment Democrats complete.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What is this? I'm skipping that.
He's a young influencer building a movement around classic masculinity.
Whatever you do, and whomever you do it with, a man should always...
This guy is on Fox News? Oh my God. Wasn't this like a character that we looked at on the stream before? Oh my God.
Always dress well. Today, there's a bizarre misconception that being concerned with your appearance is feminine, but it wasn't always this way. Back in your granddad's time, looking your best was an essential part of taking pride in yourself as a man. It's time we brought those standards back.
All right, James Lawley, aka Gent Z, is gaining a massive following on social media, offering advice to young men on dress etiquette and more.
And he joins us live on the couch. James, this is awesome. So
I don't understand. Isn't he just like I don't want to say nothing, but like I can't really remember exactly what his deal was, but like I just thought he was corny, right? He wasn't like, he was just teaching, he was just like telling people that they should shave and like wear a suit or whatever, and his advice wasn't even that bad. Was it Jarvis Johnson who covered him a while back? I think we watched him with Jarvis. Like when we watched Jarvis's video. Did he have like a heel turn? Did he do like a heel turn and he's like weirdly talking about like his great genes? Because he was fine. He wasn't like weird. I mean, he was corny, but he wasn't like right wing or anything.
role model, I understand, are people like Cary Grant and Sean Connery. Back when men dressed masculine and really were taking it seriously. Tell us about why you started doing this.
Absolutely. I think at that time, I didn't see anybody that was my age talking about the importance of dressing well or treating others with respect. At the same time, you've got people like Andrew Tate telling young men that it's all about how aggressive you are, how much money you make, how big your muscles are.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even disagree with this. Who cares? Yeah, great. Okay.
So I looked to these older role models and thought, these guys were really onto something. Maybe we should bring that back for today's time.
You know, one of the interesting misconceptions about people.
Yeah, he's like anti-Andrew Tate. He's just, and I don't think his advice is anything crazy. Like, his advice is literally dress nice. That's it, right? Unless there's something that I'm missing.
People dressing is the idea that you dress for yourself. Maybe there's some degree of that, but you also, it's also it's a form of manners.
Yeah.
To dress. You dress for other people. Explain that.
Absolutely. I would say it's a form of respect. Wherever you're going, whether you're going to the grocery store.
What's this guy's deal? Is he British? What is this accent? Is he faking it? I'm confused. So he actually is faking his accent to sound like he's British? To sound like he's a British man living in America for an extended period of time or something? Like, is that what it is?
Going to work, going to church, you're communicating a message of how important the other people are to you. When it's a wedding or a funeral, we all understand that you wear a suit, you wear a tie to show respect.
Right.
Why don't you do that with everything else that you do?
All right, so if you have 3 quick tips for people watching, or maybe parents who have younger kids or trying to get dressed to respect everyone else, what would they be?
Absolutely.
Obviously, follow you.
Follow me.
2 more.
Start wearing maybe a polo shirt or just a button-down shirt instead of your T-shirt. Take your clothes to a tailor, $10 a piece. They'll get them look.
He also, wait, what the fuck? He must be faking it because he does the thing that I do all the time. Swapping between British and Australian. He's faking the accent, right? Or is this real?
Hello and welcome back.
Yeah, this is the video we watched.
None, but if you really want to blow her away. Sorry, guys.
Dude, you got kind of twisted for a second. It's crazy to make a joke like that in front of all of his constituents. Okay, so I'm not going to do this where you do
a week and clean them again if you're expecting a guest.
I think that it's actually good that there's like random guy telling men to like wash their giving a presentation. She's wearing a double-breasted suit. Wait.
Now, what particular style of clothing she should wear is totally down to your personal preference.
Wait. What style of clothing she should wear is totally down to your personal preference. Now,
He moved to Chicago in 2023. He's from London. Oh, okay. So he is from London.
Looking great, fitting really well. And then start clean shaving in the morning with a nice, proper, double-edged razor.
All right.
Yeah,
we
we
need some
saw
tips
that.
on that too.
Yeah,
Caution.
James Gent Z
That's
is the
it.
Instagram follow. Thanks for being here. You got your own tie company too, by the way.
Yeah, that's
so,
right.
Sharp
Yeah.
dress tie.
You look great.
You and I are going to have to step it up here.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Thank you very much.
Wait, viral
Now
influencer
this data-
stuns? Fox and Friends co-host blown away? Wait, what is happening? Who was the viral influencer?
Coach and influencer.
Are these guys just trying to like reach a new market or something? Like your audience is 78 years old. Like the average age of your audience is like older than 78. No one gives a shit about these people.
Margarita Nazarenko has amassed over 2.5 million followers for helping women tap into their feminine side and telling them exactly what they need to hear in relationships.
The best thing you can do to make somebody obsessed with you totally lose their mind.
What is happening with these fucking accents, man? All these goddamn influencers with these fucking accents. Why are they all British? We don't got Americans, dude? Where's the 24 karat gold Labubu lady? Fiona! What up? Fiona! Fifi! Come here! Where are you? Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. She doesn't want to come on stream. It's okay. She doesn't want to come on stream. It's okay. Hello, Fiona. Hi. Hi. Oh. He spent 20K on this. Yeah, I think they're doing the same PR package I'm doing. They're doing the same PR package that I'm doing. The 20K PR package.
About you is by disappearing. Feminine energy is magnetic. It is beautiful. It will get you everything you want in life. Glow up instead of running your mouth, and you will get your power back.
And she joins us now. Great to have you this morning, Margarita. So, what is your most important advice?
My most important advice is that women spent a lot of time in our girl boss era. We know how to get a job. We know how to strive. We know how to move forward in life. And we apply the same type of energy to dating. But unfortunately, it just doesn't work the same. Chasing a guy down does not get you the relationship that you want.
I mean, I'm like.
I gotta agree with her. She's right. I mean, we're lions at heart as men. We like the chase. We like the, and so when you take that power away, it doesn't end too well.
As I say, it's not as fun if the moose that you're hunting is standing on your doorstep as you leave the door to go on your hunt.
She's good.
So how would you explain, what did you mean by women should glow up?
Well, I always say a lot of women, I don't know where we got this idea from, but when a man does something wrong in a relationship or in dating, we start to nag him, we start to explain, we start to give him long texts.
Wait, what? Is her dating advice just suck it the fuck up and serve your man? Great dating advice. Just keep pushing it down. Fuck it. Take the abuse. You're a woman after all. Know your place.
Messages about what he's done wrong. And what I say is, instead of doing all of that, tell him once what you don't like and then just start looking better.
So, you know.
What? What? That is crazy. What the fuck?
This is
Lawrence is blown away.
This is kind of a dangerous segment for Lawrence and me. But I was wondering, so what do women say when you give them this advice?
They feel finally liberated because we've been taught to communicate, and it's great to communicate. I'm all for that, but it just doesn't work. It's not real. The real advice is that men respond well when you tell them once, when you don't nag them, and they will action it if they like you enough. And women always asks me, What if they don't action it? Well, then maybe he's not the guy for you, because if he liked you enough, he would change.
My only thought there is this is dating advice, maybe not marital advice.
Yeah, but dating leads to
Oh, dude, even the lady on the Fox News panel is like, yeah, this is a crazy. She did not. She's like, this is not great advice. And the dudes are like, yeah, it's fucking sick, yeah. Yeah, I love this. Yeah, be hot.
Mary, is the idea. It's
but Margarita, this is such a traditional approach. I'm sure you get some. I mean, when you talk to the elders,
I like that they shut her ass down too. They're like, "Shut up, woman." What do you know? Another woman that says women should be servile is talking. Shut the fuck up.
With experience, they say a lot what you're saying, but this new generation, my generation, they don't really subscribe to this.
I think they do secretly because it works,
Really?
and people are tired. And for me, I would
Oh, they're loving it. Jesus Christ.
encourage women to date to get married, because at the end of the day, it's about marriage and about family. There is nothing more important than that. And women get exhausted, burnt out, and tired from dating guys who are not interested in them in the long run. So when I give them this advice and they end up getting the guy who actually wants to marry them, they end up happier overall.
What do you say to women who say it's impossible to date?
Hasanabi is back, baby. Okay, I'm not in agreement with the fucking dudes on the panel, nor this lady. Okay, I'm like, wait, what is this?
Him cheating on you is probably like the best thing that ever happened to you. Trust me, I am so grateful for when my ex cheated on me. You know why? Because people like you and I, we work hard and we try really hard. Like if something epic didn't slap us in the face and make us shift and come out of that relationship, I would have still been there.
I mean, that's like silver lining shit, kind of. Like, that's not. Like, she's basically, first of all, you wouldn't need someone to cheat on you to fucking cut the relationship if you communicated with this person and stopped just trying to be hot after every single instance of like bad behavior that you did not think was appropriate in the relationship. You know what I mean? Like, that's like all the other advice that you were saying kind of leads to this moment, don't you think? Yeah. I guess you should have just been hotter. I don't know. Oh, your man cheated on you? You should have said, don't cheat on me ever again, and then just been hotter.
I would have still been there, all with my blind self trying to make it work, working on it. Babe, what's up? Like, maybe we should wait. No. Cheat on you. And then it's over. Sometimes the world works in amazing ways. It's literally up in the top 5 of the best things that happened to me. Because, oh my God, I could have been there with him still. Oh, hello, sunshine. Trying to make it work. Oh.
I'm so confused. What? I thought I was just saying that a man cheating is actually something good, that is a woman to blame not to be cheated on or some shit like that. No, she's saying that like this was a bad relationship that she was in, and she was stuck. And she didn't realize it until the cheating made it like impossible to avoid, right? But what's interesting about this is that if she had, not given bad advice in the past, if she had, if she had a healthier attitude about relationships, maybe it would be, maybe it wouldn't get to this point for her.
Oh my God, imagine. My point being, I think sometimes people like you and me, we just work hard and try hard, and it's not about that. In other news, I heard TikTok's getting banned.
I don't think it's like that necessarily that awful of an advice overall. It's not as like problematic. She's just basically saying like, this is what it took for me to realize that, you know, my partner was awful. But it's healthier to look at the positive.
In places like New York City, everybody's on their dating apps and it's hard to meet men.
I would say dating apps are not a good idea. You need to go to places where you would hope your future husband would
I agree.
spend his time. It's about dating for values. And on apps, you're choosing people's height, what they do for a job, and you know that's not where
I don't disagree with this.
chemistry is built. Did you know women really find men who have a Velcro wallet unattractive? That is not something that you should build a relationship on. And they actually put that down as
Margarita,
unattractive things.
I want my own segment with you. We got.
Thank you.
Yes.
We're out of time. We'll see you
We need
next
to
time.
talk.
Thank you so much.
We turn now to growing concerns around the proliferation of misogyny online and its migration into real-world interactions, especially those involving young men. John Yang has this story about a Detroit teenager's experience and the broader implications of this trend.
Oh, this is very 2016 era. This is like, we're back. We're finally back to like, you know, like internet pipelines and shit like that.
Like many his age, Brian Campbell says he grew up an iPad kid, playing a lot of video games.
I'm about to lose anyway, it don't matter.
And when the COVID pandemic forced schools to shift to remote learning when he was 12, his primary connection with friends was online.
I would spend all my time on the internet. Either I'm playing the video game or on TikTok or both. Fortnite, NBA 2K. If me and my friends get bored playing it for 10 hours, then we scroll on TikTok and send each other videos, and then we get back to playing the game.
Eventually, content with a specific perspective started showing up on Campbell's feeds.
It is so easy to become a top-tier male in the world today because the competition is so ridiculously low.
Topics masqueraded as informational kind of male improvement. I think a lot of these people have lived more life. They're rich, they're nice car, all that. Like what society says is the ideal for a young man.
The message appealed to Campbell, and the more he engaged with it, the more he saw. Campbell had found himself in the heart of what's known as the manosphere. The term broadly refers to online communities that create and share content aimed at men and boys. But there's growing concern about the ideas behind that content. Misogynistic, often conspiratorial beliefs about gender roles and masculinity. And thanks to a handful of key influencers, the manosphere's reach has exploded. In an attempt to quantify that growth, researchers in Dublin set up accounts on multiple social media apps, posing as teenage boys. Last year, they reported that in less than half an hour, every one of the accounts was fed manosphere content, whether they sought it out or not.
In the post-Me Too movement, we've seen this surge of online misogyny in particular.
Cynthia Miller Idris is the founder of the...
Get out of here, Pago. Okay, dude, calm down.
Polarization and Extremism Research and Innovation Lab at American University. Her book, Man Up, The New Misogyny and the Rise of Violent Extremism, will be published in the fall.
They land on an influencer who's offering them often very tangible and real help that makes a difference, right? Like get 8 hours of sleep and drink water and get to the gym. And they package that with scapegoating of women or treatment of women or an idea of success as being, you know, dominant. And so, you know, your life is improving while you're starting to believe this other stuff.
Women sell purity, men sell success.
2016 era was like Jordan Peterson. We live in the post-Andrew Tate world where the manosphere that came after Andrew Tate is somehow even worse than Jordan Peterson. Like the Fresh and Fit, Andrew Tate, like it's not even... Like there was a lot of hatred of women in the Jordan Peterson era as well, in the manosphere or whatever it was that you could consider the manosphere. But nowadays that's turned into like, instead of like trying to impress women by being traditionally masculine or whatever, now it's just straight up like hating women. These guys don't even want to fuck women or be around women. or to date women. They just want to like harm women, pretty much. Like there was already incel culture that existed in these spaces, right? You had like the red pill, black pill, all this stuff, all the way back in Gamergate. And one could even say that like a lot of the Jordan Peterson adjacent content was also like undermining women, right? But nowadays, like the incel, black pill, like school shooter ass attitude has completely captivated the entire space. And it almost feels like a lot of these guys, like Fresh and Fit, doesn't even give advice on like how to fucking date women or fuck women at all. They basically give advice on like just shitting on women and telling that you should debate women. You should debate bitches. You should debate them.
This is seen as a more dominant position.
A woman wants sex more than the guy does.
The average woman will always cheat more than the average man.
That's the sort of content
Facts, bro.
Campbell was seeing. Soon, he was echoing those ideas.
How like women want to control us, and you know, us as young men, we have to not be at the whim of women and stuff I didn't really know what I was talking about, but it sounded good.
Campbell's dad, Al, and his older brother, Brandon, who had fallen down similar rabbit holes when he was younger, noticed a change.
He started mentioning a lot of things typical of someone who believes that the world is against them, where you think that if you are not, I'll say in quotes, superior, then something's wrong. He was kind of taking on opinions that didn't sound like his own. They were opinions that I myself once had because I had gained them from someone else.
While Brian was seeing this material, were you aware of it?
I guess I didn't really pick up on it at first. But over time, you know, you say a few things, it gets a little concerning, like, you know, hey, my wife's gonna clean up after me, being the alpha male and the this and the that and the type of...
Dad posting your L's on the timeline. Sad.
God is the strongest, the baddest, and everybody needs to bow down and respect you, but then you don't have to respect anybody else.
When it comes to behavior like this, there's really no excuse for it, but there may be an explanation for it.
Psychologist and author Lisa D'Amour specializes in adolescent development.
It's helpful to think about 12-year-old boys in broader context. Girls hit puberty before boys do. So what this means is that for 7th grade boys in general, the girls are often beating them at recess, and then they come into the classroom and the girls are often beating them in school. So if you are a 12 or 13-year-old boy and you have had a very rough day at school where a girl outran you at recess and then had all the right answers when you didn't understand what was happening in class, and you come home feeling pretty small and you hop online and there is somebody telling you, listen, guys are actually great and the thing that's holding us back are girls, that is pretty compelling.
Jamie, I want you to listen carefully.
I mean, low key is not even. I mean, what she's saying is not entirely wrong. She's right. Ne, ne. Vay amına koyayım. Daha öğlen de oradan yedim biliyor musun? Allah. Sadece oradan yiyorum. Siktir lan. Murad is threatening to take my seat because you guys go crazy apparently, and he knows you guys go crazy when he sits down here. Bak kapıya değme, kapıyı bozacaksın yine. Ağzına sıçacağım ha.
Online radicalization and the manosphere are at the center of the Emmy-nominated Netflix miniseries Adolescence, the platform's most-watched show in the first half of the year, with 145 million views. It's a fictional account of how these influences lead a teenage boy to murder a female classmate.
It's a call to action by the manosphere. 80% of women are attracted to 20% of men. You must trick them because you'll never get them in a normal way.
In real life, there's a growing number of examples of manosphere culture affecting interactions between boys and girls.
It's like little things like, oh, you should be back in the kitchen. And even though it's a joke, some people take it really far.
There are games that I've stopped playing because every single time I joined, I'd receive a rape threat.
Me and my former roommate were chased on campus by 2 different men saying that they were going to have a lot of fun with us that night.
Those kinds of things are have migrated from, online worlds into real life. Sometimes in ways that boys are just trying to be provocative, sometimes in ways that are really dangerous stepping stones on the way to more harmful and violent content and behaviors.
Experts say the key to combating the spread of these ideas and preventing their worst effects is to engage with young men.
Don't start with a lecture. Start instead with a question. Ask, have you seen this? What is it like to see it? What do you think adults don't know about this that we should probably know? And how can I be helpful?
That's what happened to Brian Campbell in Detroit. Around Thanksgiving 2020, his older brother, home from college, sat him down for a long conversation.
So I wanted him to have a more, I guess, reflective idea of how he was engaging with others, how he viewed people, and how he interacted with them, less as like ideas or groups of people, but as individuals.
Campbell says that talk helped pull him out of the manosphere. He still sees online videos pushing misogynistic views, but he says he's able to tune them out and click not interested.
A lot of it was like reminding myself about, people in my life, like my grandma, my mom, like remembering that like there are real life women in my life that I respect and love, and that there's more to it than what the internet shows.
I mean, the solution is literally this though, like having fucking a healthy family relationship. Like, that's it. So if you got like younger brothers, younger siblings, like going down this fucking right-wing pipeline, you gotta pull them out of it. Some people don't. Some people have parents that are just like not around. Some people don't have like healthy, positive male role models in their lives. I think having female friends that they are not trying to get with would be beneficial to every single young man, to be honest. Just healthy cross-sex relationships are super important in general. That too, for sure. But I'm talking about the first step, because some of these dudes are a threat, okay? Some of these dudes are like an immediate threat to the people around them, specifically the women around them. So I'm talking about the first step. Okay, that's the next step. That's like, this is like novice level. That would be expertise. Okay, that's when you've already maxed out your stats of being like normal. So that you can move on to the expertise level, which is just being around women that aren't your immediate relatives, without being a fucking freak. What if my brother's going on the poly pipeline? How do I stop that? What the fuck? Poly pipeline? There is no poly pipeline. Your brother's a furry. That's just it, Let him live his life out. That's it. He's just a furry. He's going to be a furry forever, and there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. He's going to do content in a couple years about his polyamorous relationships. It's too late. Some people are destined for that lifestyle, and there's nothing you can do about it. Okay? Because of woke? Yeah. Sad. Sorry. Is being poly bad or something? No. it's a little cringe, but it's not, there's nothing like wrong with that. I don't understand it. The content surrounding it is like a little cringe. My dad is going down the gay rabbit hole. How do I save him before he's too far gone? It's over. If you're poly, you have to be an abundist.
This fall, Campbell will be a senior in high school. His summer is filled.
As long as they don't look like V, you mean Vosh, in the poly, they should be good. There's always a dude that looks like that in the poly group, in the polycule. Come on. There's no... Dude, I'm just fucking around. People are going to get mad at me. I never seen a polycule where everybody is normal and hot looking, or just normal looking in general. There's one fedora guy in every polycule, sometimes a fedora girl. Okay? That's just not.
With internships and other programs. Now, when he hears friends make misogynistic comments, he tries to speak up. What I won't do, he says, is be complicit. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm John Yang in Detroit.
Are we back to the gene discourse? No, we were doing how the fucking gender influencers are trying to do gender warfare on the internet. But that's all I got. My family's here. I'm gonna go hang out with them. Love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow as always. Okay? Bye, everybody. Bye-bye.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is. is dreaming. Hasan is dreaming.